Good afternoon to the honourable members, to the guests in the gallery and in our VIP areas. Welcome to our sitting today. We will now proceed, if I see Mr. Stamela's there. Mr. Stamela, we will now proceed with the third order of the day.
Debate on Vote 10, Infrastructure, Western Cape Appropriate Bill, B2 2023.
Thank you very much. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Bredell. Is that correct? On third order, sorry, my pages are all wrong. Honourable Minister, apologies, we put it right. I will begin. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Simmers.
Okay, at least I know I have distant family now in the cabinet, but it's fine.
My apologies.
Honourable Speaker who's online, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Premier, Cabinet colleagues online and present, members of the House on both sides, a few on the other side of course as well. Guests in the gallery, who includes mayors from the districts, the various municipalities, but also sector stakeholders, members of the media. Goeiemiddag, good afternoon. In preparing for today's budget, for a new vote, a new department, I had to actually ask myself, what is a budget for this new department? And I found solace in a quote by a former US President, Barack Obama, who said, "A budget is more than just a series of numbers on a page. It is an embodiment of our values." Close quote. Deputy Speaker, with this Vote 10 and the new Department of Infrastructure, our budget focuses on building the new hope as we build the new Western Cape of the future. So today it is indeed a privilege bestowed upon me as I table before you the inaugural budget for Vote 10 for the soon-to-be, and I must say, in less than 96 hours, the Department of Infrastructure. And this is a department with a vision to enable infrastructure-led growth and investment for the Western Cape. And to help us achieve our vision, we have established 5 focus areas which will enable this. Firstly, it's prioritizing infrastructure for maximum impact, because we believe that through the implementation of the 2050 Western Cape Infrastructure Framework, that lands the vision for what the Western Cape will look like, will form an integral part of our infrastructure perspective on our journey to 2050. We will build upon existing infrastructure to lobby for alternative sources of finance in order to expedite and attract large infrastructure projects to the markets within our provincial boundaries, as well as leverage the relationship we already have with Infrastructure South Africa to foster a collaborative partnership aimed at unlocking significant infrastructure projects in the Western Cape. Our second focus area is in terms of municipal infrastructure, but playing a more supporting role. Because for us to better understand the status quo and functionality of the state of infrastructure at local government level, this will ensure that it becomes a top priority, as the status of infrastructure at local government level underpins success or failure of how this department will succeed, but also how the private sector, through their developments, will also succeed or fail in our province. Our third focus area will be to foster private sector partnerships, because we will be establishing a stakeholder model and a matrix that will allow for the investigation and comparison of best practice in supply chain and procurement models, as well as financial management practices, as we seek to also foster a greater working relationship with the private sector to the ease of business in partnership with my department and the provincial government. Our fourth focus area will be innovation and futures planning, because consistently research in innovative ways will be done that will advance the exploration and the application of futures designs to ensure alignment with the global and generational trends at our disposal, thus creating an in-house capability and skill emancipation approach for this department. Because as I said, we are busy building the Western Cape of the future. The fifth focus will be on climate change, which is a reality in our province. And this department has an obligation to mitigate the negative effects of climate change in our province. And we'll do this through infrastructure design, infrastructure delivery, management, and operations within the infrastructure cluster, by incorporating resilient strategies that will enable the unlocking of green economy and related funds for further infrastructure developments in the Western Cape. To be the thrust of these 5 focus areas, we will focus on a new infrastructure operating model. This has 3 focal output areas, namely the infrastructure management model, to allow for research and planning for future designs, incorporating alternative approaches in our province, in order to facilitate the coordination of infrastructure investment through these mechanisms in our province, and with a keen interest in the fostering of private and public sector partnerships, the formulation of a strategic stakeholder mapping and matrix will further strengthen the Western Cape government's infrastructure investment portfolio moving forward. But why did I start with the focus areas, and why did I start with the model? Honourable members of the House, Deputy Speaker, this new department already is built on a solid foundation where we will start off from on the 1st of April. Over the past 10 months, I have witnessed with admiration the tireless efforts of the executive teams and officials from both the Department of Transport and Public Works and Human Settlements. Much like a rose that grows through concrete, time and the terrain was against us to actually create this new department to ensure that we go live on the 1st of April. We had to successfully structure the formation of this new department, whilst also delivering on our current mandates to the residents of the Western Cape. But to the delight of our citizens and all we serve, we have managed to ultimately stay true to our North Star to to ensure that our people get the services they deliver through these two departments. But from the offset, it was made abundantly clear that in the formation of this new department, the organization's esteemed asset needs to be taken care of. And this asset is our staff. We needed to give them the reassurance that their importance is key to the future of this department, but also to the key of success of this province and the existence of this new department in our organization. So they truly were seen as a priority for us as part of our journey. Similar to attending a sporting arena, one individual, for those of us that love cricket and so forth, does not actually form a Mexican wave without the rest of the crowd joining in. Everybody needed to pull together and make this change possible, similarly to a Mexican wave effect when we all work together. Adrian Gore, who is the founder of Discovery Limited, once said, "Attitudes drive fundamentals. It's not the other way around." Close quote. Much like any change to an organization or family, the pronouncement of the new department by the Premier was met with anxiety and caused unsettlement among staff. However, after days and weeks of consultation, our synergy and purpose to serve brought us together as a unit and a team. Certainly, if confidence is the cheapest form of stimulus you can get, this was proven to be true on our journey as we now wait for the 1st of April for our department to go live. For we no longer focused on what was perceived to be a problem, but we found a solution on how to establish a corporate governance platform for our new department. We did it, and as it is said in Spanish, manos arribas, hands in the air. And we got the Mexican wave going. To date, we have seen the completion of Refresh Phase 1, as the Premier requested and announced. All of this ahead of schedule when we go live. All of this led us to this point, where I am today. And before I proceed any further with the details of our budget, I would like us to give a round of applause to the officials, executive team, on their stellar work for getting this new department here, and they are seated here. But now the dream will become a reality. What will drive the thrust? What will we focus on? And for our colleagues in the House to understand and our visitors to understand this department, I will now unpack each program broadly so you can understand what this department entails. In terms of Program 1, we have allocated 319,078,000 rand, much of which will be steered for administrative purposes, such as Phase 2 of the refresh, which will see the optimization of the department. In the continuation of the ethos of our department, our approach will be that of people first, people-centered governance. We will see the consolidation, capacitation, and wrapping up of management arrangements for the nearly 5,000 personnel that ultimately we are now responsible for as the Department of Infrastructure. The presentation of the Western Cape Infrastructure Framework 2050 to the sector and also the testing it against the existing status quo will be one of our core focuses, and that is already starting tomorrow morning. The existence and functioning of the Department of Infrastructure will be underpinned by the infrastructure framework. I need to emphasize that. But being a government that is very much scientific and data-led focused, we will expedite the reconceptualization of the policy and research directorates, so to ensure we will remain as futuristic as possible in our business planning. However, while looking inwards, we cannot ignore the dire crisis our country is currently faced with, that being the energy crisis. And for the fiscal year, we will designate 61.9 million rand towards energy initiatives through this program. This will include, but is not limited to, the following. Firstly, we will look at project preparation support for independent power producer procurement in Stellenbosch. It will allocate 9.8 million rand, so congratulations to the mayor and team. Project preparation support for exploring gas power, 1 million rand. Grid and transmission infrastructure upgrade planning, 3 million rand. But colleagues, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the above and what is to follow is evidence that our commitment to renewable energy and alternatives is tantamount. Since 2017, solar PV has been installed on provincially owned buildings and at sites to supplement electrical supply. 2 new installations have been completed in February and March of this year. one covering the parking area at the Green Building on the Karl Bremer site, and the other a ground-mounted installation for the Department of Agriculture at Elsenburg. This is to prepare us for the private and public partnership and local government enablement initiatives we will embark on as this new department. During the 2023-2024 financial year, we will cover the following. Battery energy storage systems will be rolled out for all suitable sites where PV is currently installed. LED lighting will be rolled out where not currently in use. Investigations, reports, and recommendations will be done for existing buildings and precincts regarding electricity reduction, the viability of new PV and or battery installations for these specific sites. That moves me on to Program 2, Public Works Infrastructure, as we will call it. As the Department of Infrastructure, we will serve as an enabler, collaborator, and an implementing agent, and will provide a supportive role in all aspects of infrastructure for the Western Cape. A role that can be likened to that of a coach to a gold medal Olympian. You will not always get the applause, but believe me, we are working very hard behind the scenes. Projects currently in construction, where we play this coaching role, so to speak, are, in terms of the education infrastructure, 127 million rand, the Dal Yusufat Primary School, 111 million rand, the Makassa Primary School, number 2, 100 million rand, the Saldanha Bay Primary School, and 99 million rand for the Concordia Primary School. We've also recently completed the following projects as part of education infrastructure. The 80 million rand Chatsworth Primary School, the 77 million rand Perivale Primary School, the 75 million rand Harmony Primary School, the 70 million rand Willows Primary School, the 68 million rand Mariesburg High School, and the 59 million rand Woodlands Primary School. So this is a department already playing its role. This program is necessitated by the need to provide a balanced provincial government building infrastructure that promotes integration, sustainability, equity, environmental sensitivity, economic growth, and social empowerment. And during the setting up foundation for the new department, the branch Public Works completed a multitude of landmark projects while we were still focused on setting up our own new department. This is a true testament to the caliber of professionals that we have in our ranks in our provincial government. And I will name but only a few of these that we have concluded through the health infrastructure branch as well. The 37 million rand Avian Park Clinic, the 30 million rand Verliersdorp Clinic, 23 million rand Gouda Clinic, and the 9 million rand Sandy Point Satellite Clinic. And as the implementing agent to date, we are currently busy with 285 projects in our pipeline that are at various stages. And I will just, for members on that side of the house so they can take note, 62 of our projects are in planning stage. 63 of our projects is in tender stage. 51 of our projects are in construction phase, and 109 of our projects is at the completion stage. If the existence of adequate infrastructure is fundamental to a thriving economy, then the health infrastructure is ultimately the heartbeat of our infrastructure. 4 key projects in the health infrastructure branch are currently in the construction phase for delivery in this short term. The 92 million rand New Somerset Hospital Acute Psychiatric Unit, which will see additional 30 beds, will be completed by April 2025. The 87 million rand Khayelitsha Hospital Acute Psychiatric Unit, once again an additional 30 beds. Those will be completed by January 2025. The 34 million rand Knysna Forensic Pathology Unit, which will be completed in August of this year. The 24 million rand Ladysmith Clinic in Kannaland, with 24 new rooms, that will be completed in May of this year. So we are living in an age where mental health issues are perceived to be more prevalent than any other. And my esteemed colleague, my friend Shumbombo, will attest and provide an array of the latest data findings to support this approach. Thus, we need to invest in facilities that will ultimately help bring our citizens out of non-desirable mental states. We need to build the new hope of the human mind within our citizens as well. For this fiscal year going ahead, we've also allocated, in terms of public works, 2.2 billion rand for this financial year. But, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Cabinet members and colleagues, We are also busy packaging projects for the mid to long term, which is ultimately one of our core purposes. We are looking at the Kapfontein Regional Hospital, which will be in Manenberg, which will have a projected budget of 2.2 billion rand. The Tygerberg Hospital redevelopment with an estimated value of 1.9 billion rand. The Belhar Regional Hospital, which will have an estimated budget of 3.6 billion rand. There is also a current project which is at the tender evaluation stage as we speak. Falkenberg Forensic Precinct, and this will be built on a forecasted budget of 330 million rand as well. In keeping with our government's priorities, one which is of creating environments that are conducive to the well-being of our citizens, I'm happy to say that, as Bob Marley said, the greatness of a man is not how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively. Close quote. We have therefore dedicated 122 million rand for the refurbishment of the Horizon Child and Youth Care Centre. This will include the building of new vocational skills and educational classrooms and the redesign and upgrade of their living units. We have allocated 77 million rand towards the upgrade that will be soon seen at the Bonnytown Secure Care Centre for boys in conflict with the law. In May 2024, we are set to complete the refurbishment of the homeless shelter in Zonnebloem, which, Honourable Premier, will include 116 bed spaces, and we are well on track to complete that in May 2024. For this project, we designated a budget of 19.8 million rand. An indication that this is a government that actually cares and really cares for you. Infrastructure development for persons with disabilities will also be conducted during this period. Other key general infrastructure projects for 2023-2024 will include the Diaz Museum, which is in Mossel Bay. This is the general repairs, including the fire systems. This is due for completion in August of this year. That is 28 million rand investment in our heritage. The EMS head office accommodation on the Alexander Hospital site. The construction is to begin before the end of this financial year with a budget of 34 million rand. In our human settlements branch, in the outer years, we also have 4 billion rands worth of identified projects, which we will ultimately take to market as we seek to engage the private sector as well. That brings us to Programme 3, Transport Infrastructure, which truly drives the economy of the entire Western Cape. This program will form part of the economic infrastructure functional element of the Department of Infrastructure. Recent tourism SA stats have indicated the high traffic volumes on our roads during this past festive season, including year-on-year increases. Thus, reinvestment in this asset is key for the Western Cape's economy. Therefore, 4.5 billion rand has been set aside for the delivery and maintenance of transport infrastructure that is sustainable, integrated and environmentally sensitive, as well as support and facilitates social empowerment and economic growth and promotes accessibility and the safe, affordable movement of people, goods and services across our provincial roads. 815 million rand will go towards surfaced roads upgrades, new construction, safety projects and surfacing of gravel roads. This is 17.8% of our budget allocation because we do realize that these roads play a critical role in the movement of labour and goods for the agricultural sector. Therefore, the preservation of life through projects that prioritise safety and ensuring that economic activity proceeds without hindrance due to infrastructure are pivotal to our department. 2.2 billion rand will go towards the regravel, the reseal, the rehabilitation, reconstruction and bridge maintenance as well, because we remain cognizant of the contributing role gravel roads have in the economy, particularly infrastructure, agriculture. The maintenance of these ensures for the safe commute of farm workers and goods, an enabler in the preservation and life of our economy in partnership, obviously, with the agriculture sector. 1 billion rand will go to routine road maintenance activities. But the caveat here is we are investing through our district municipalities to build their own in-house capacity to do it instead of using private sector partners. But we will also see through this a transfer of skills and empowerment of our own staff at the district municipalities. Ultimately, 43 million rand will also go to municipalities in the form of subsidies. This is to assist our local authorities with infrastructure projects. And there is a key contribution of the department to the province's growth for job strategy, which is covered through work in the infrastructure and connected economy priority focus area. We will assume an approach to enhance job creation with a focus on quality, not quantity, but quality jobs. There are several key projects currently underway which will be continuing, and these include, but are not limited to, the N7 to Freeway Stanford and the Van Scoorsdrift. That's a 40 million rand allocation for this financial year. It's 160 million rand over the MTF. The periodic maintenance of the TR 2022/1 and TR 22/2, which is the Ceres to Toes River, that's a 30 million rand investment in this financial year. The Malmesbury bypass, for this financial year, it's a 200 million rand allocation, but ultimately a 530 million rand allocation over the MTF. The upgrade of the TR 28/2, which is the Stanford to Gansbaai, and I must say, Honourable Deputy Speaker, this is a site I recently visited, and we are well on track. Therefore, for this financial year, it's an allocation of 130 million rand and an overall MTF allocation of 780 million rand for this specific upgrade. There's also the rehabilitation of the TR 1/1, which is the Waboomskraal to Holgaten Road. That's a 35 million rand investment for this financial year and 160 million rand over the MTF. There will also be the periodic maintenance of the TR 33/5, which is the road from Klaarstrom to Beaufort West, as we commonly call it. For this year, 75 million rand. Ultimately, we've already spent 213 million rand out of a total budget allocation of 340 million rand for the specific periodic maintenance upgrade. Over the next few days, and by days I literally mean by the end of March, which is 3 days from now, we will see the completion of a strategic project worth 60 million rand in the Saldanha IDZ. Once again, done by the district municipality, utilizing their own local skill set, and also to develop and nurture their skills to actually build new roads. That is the importance for us as well. But we have now seen our roads infrastructure. We have seen our investment program one, Honourable Deputy Speaker, but now we move to what we do with brick and mortar. Because with every brick that we lay, it is to ensure that the hope of our citizens gets built up as we rebuild the economy. In so doing, we build the new hope for our citizens, tangibly. Which brings me to Program 4, the Human Settlements branch of the Department of Infrastructure. We have allocated 2.6 billion rand and we will deliver over 9,395 housing opportunities in this financial year. We will also accelerate the security of tenure for this financial year, which will ensure that 6,600 title deeds between the 1st of April and the 31st of March 2024 are handed over to qualifying beneficiaries. We also leverage infrastructure to bring about fundamental spatial transformation. And as part of our response to the energy crisis and to mitigate for indigent households and in accordance with our beneficiary prioritization criteria, we have developed a pilot project, honourable members of the House. This pilot project is not retrospective and will focus on projects that are in implementation for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Therefore, for this financial year, we will be installing 976 solar geysers with a project value of 24 million rand through the following projects across our province. In Breedevallei, Transex, 200 houses will benefit. In Drakensberg, Vlakland, the military veterans component, 30 houses will benefit. In Swellendam, Railton, 350 houses will benefit. For Kanneland, Karlitsdorp, they're just not only building 120 houses, they will also be getting these solar panel geysers. George, Syferfontein, the military veterans, 60 of the houses will be fitted. And ultimately also the George Metro Grounds project, 260 houses will be fitted with these solar geysers. Providing light during darkness is but the least we can do as the hardest hit citizens battle the scourge of load shedding in our country. But we've also been busy finding innovative ways to build our hope through this branch. Which brings me to the Cape Agulhas Deferred Ownership Pilot project that we have. Following the successful launch of this program in June last year, and due to the immense impact of the macro environment and global economic climate, we have seen a decline in the sales of this project. However, on the flip side, we have actually seen an increase in requests for the rental option at this specific pilot. As much as we will focus our marketing continuously for the helping buy a home component, we have agreed to extend the deferred ownership component from a contract of 24 months with our qualifying beneficiaries to a period of 36 months, taking full note of what is currently happening in this sector. Despite there having been 3 interest rate increases since the launch, and this is why we are doing this, and against the national target of 30 housing opportunities for this pilot, we are already well on track. A total of 14 of the rent-to-own contracts have been concluded. Another 9 is in the process of being concluded through sales agreements. And another 19 top structures is currently under construction, which justifies our extension of this period as we weather the storm of what's happening in the sector. Several municipalities have expressed an interest in implementing a deferred ownership project within their region. It's therefore that a few workshop and engagement sessions have been held with senior officials as well as council and mayoral committee members who seek to understand this innovative approach by this provincial government in regards to this format of home ownership. And I would like to thank the beneficiaries who took up the landmark opportunities as the first to enter their houses through this program. One of them is Mr. Meyer, who is a Cape Gullis municipal official. He was on the housing waiting list for 22 years. He earned too much. But through this innovative approach to the deferred ownership model, ultimately he now owns a house. And he's a grandfather of 2. And they were overjoyed the day when I actually went for a cup of coffee to celebrate with them, because now they were proudly homeowners after living in a backyard for 22 years. Despite the conditional grant for national being reduced year on year, our department took upon it ourselves, and through this branch we will continue this, to find an alternative solution to ensure that our province's citizens are not deprived of adequate opportunities within the framework of the rule of law. Thus, through our asset finance reserve, we found innovative ways to generate income and to appropriate funds towards readdressing the issue of title deeds, and also to unlock affordable housing opportunities in our non-metro areas. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we originally budgeted for an income of 10.4 million rand for the 2022-23 financial year, and I'm proud to report to this House that as at February 2023, this department collected 237.7 million rand, way above its projected income, and this over-allocation will now fund our expansion into the affordable housing market and all other initiatives linked to unlocking that market for our citizens in the Western Cape. Key projects that will be funded by this over-collection will see we will now focus on intensive focus on informal settlements through the informal settlement upgrading grant, while we accelerate our current projects at hand. And yes, we have a target of 50 projects, 33 of which are at various implementation stages. And I do need the opposition to actually take note. As one of 9 provinces, we are actually the leading province in terms of delivery to the informal settlement individuals that live there. You need to rectify your notion against this provincial government. Please, I've given you the facts. Skryf het neer. Skryf het neer. On Monday, the 3rd of April, our system will go live for annual individual subsidy applications. So, honourable members, instead of making a noise, please take note. 3rd of April, the system opens. Encourage your constituents. If last year's applications are anything to go by, then we are in for another busy month of April. Regarding the Help to Buy a Home program, the department exceeded that target as well. And once again, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I want the opposition in this House to listen. We set ourselves a target of 2,000, which was already higher than any other province in this country. And there's still 3 days left for the end of this financial year. This is now the Help Me Buy a Home and the individual subsidy combined. We have created 2,074 housing opportunities successful. That is 5 times more than the closest province that is actually interested in this program. 5 times. Write it down, take it to the book. And if you want to through you, Deputy Speaker, the leader of the opposition can actually tweet about it. At least now he's tweeting about facts. Honourable Deputy Speaker, one of our Help to Buy a Home beneficiaries who shared a wonderful story with me when I had him his house key in November is, oddly enough, a South African Police Services constable. Constable Loazi Tolba. Now, unfortunately, he couldn't be here today because he's one of the few officials that actually do work for SAPS in our province. Now, he was concerned regarding his safety and wanted to purchase a home where he felt safer, but which is within his affordable bracket. So the day he opened his key, and I answered his door and gave him his key, he said, Minister, as much as I'm a policeman, I feel safer, and thank you for this Western Cape government for ensuring I can actually afford a house for the first time in my life. Once again, another note for the opposition to take note of. This also, Honourable Deputy Speaker, speaks to this provincial government and this department's commitment to ensure safer human settlements. That's waar, ons praat die drome nie, ek gee vir die feite vandag, want dit voed in die nuwe begroting. Honourable Deputy Speaker, but due to the strained economic landscape and near recession, we are noting an increase in the demand for affordable rental accommodation also in well-located areas. And through the social housing program and unit within the branch human settlements, we rapidly are seeking inroads in addressing this need, more so within the metro area itself at the moment. Thus, the following social housing projects is being implemented for the financial year 2023-24. The Goodwood Station has seen 331 units planned for the completion for the financial year 23-24, with an additional 724 units to be completed in financial year 24-25. That's over 1,055 affordable housing opportunities in 2 financial years within the Western Cape. But there's also other projects which will be set to complete by the end of March this year, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Maitland Mews, 204 units, and Regent Extension 1, 60 units, which is in Mitchell's Plain. So as you can see, much has been done to address this need of our people for affordable rental stock. But as much as we seek to accelerate to ensure that the citizens of this province are given the opportunities they deserve if they qualify for it, I must emphasize, there's sadly also mitigating instances where we need to deal with instances which ultimately are making some of our beneficiaries feel hopeless. Because it would be disingenuous of me not to speak today and highlight the impact of land invasion and extortion and racketeering on our qualifying beneficiaries in our province, but more so in the city of Cape Town. Because this is ultimately depriving our citizens of opportunities that they legally are supposed to get. For this financial year ending 31st of March, we've already spent 148 million rand on security. And Honourable Deputy Speaker, security is not a core function of my department. But we have a fighting police, and we want to ensure our citizens get the opportunity. But what does it 148 million rand mean for our cluster, for this branch? I could have spoken today about an additional 1,000 opportunities. That's 1,000 additional opportunities gone because we've had to play the role because SAPs are failing in their duty, which is why we also support the call by my colleague for the devolution of police. And I would, through you, Deputy Speaker, to the opposition across the House, actually ask him to convey these figures to Minister Trele. Let him take off his hat. Perhaps he'll think and realize what's going wrong and support our call for additional police in the Western Cape. But now we also build hope through inclusivity, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Here I'm moving to Program 5 of my new department. This is Community-Based Programs, or EPWP. And this program is at the forefront of all of our initiatives, by far the most immeasurable. But it's also the way that we differentiate our implementation of EPWP in the Western Cape, which is where you will see the quality and the difference that we deliver through this program. Because we do realize as a department that nobody likes to be marginalized, and we all feel and do better when we are placed in an inclusive environment as well. Thus, the purpose of this program is to manage the implementation of programs and strategies that lead to the development and empowerment of communities and contractors in our province. This includes the provincial management and coordination of the expanded public works program. And between financial year 23-24 till 25-26, the General Infrastructure and Public Works Directorate of our department are targeting to create 650 jobs per year. While through the transport infrastructure, we will target and seek to create 4,500 job opportunities per year over the same period. No other province can give you the stats. We can. We have allocated to ensure as well 68.6 million rand to this program, but also there are key priorities linked to the 68.6 million rand. We will see the implementation of the empowerment impact assessments on infrastructure projects over 10 million rand. We will see the implementation of training programs for emerging contractors through the Contractor Development Program or the CDP. We plan to host 6 expos focusing on contractor information sessions. All of this will be in the non-metro areas where we will be focusing on to empower them. This will include areas such as Overstrand, Knysna, Saldanha Bay, Theewaterskloof, and Swellendam. We will commence in July and we will carry our program of action through to February 2024. We will also focus on the implementation of youth-related training programs, including the National Youth Service. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the renewable energy arena and sector at large is a relatively new space for many SMMEs in our province. Therefore, as part of our supply chain initiatives, it will be to focus on ensuring that there's an enabling environment. And how we create this enabling environment? Firstly, unpacking the procurement needs in the energy space itself, understanding the enablement space and the role that our Department of Infrastructure will play in response to that. We'll be putting in place the resource plan to do this. We will include engagement with the industry and focus on partnerships as part of our journey. And ultimately, we'll also be focusing on identifying quick wins. But Honourable Deputy Speaker, as I come to the end, hope has also been delivered before this new department starts even. In 2023, the branch human settlements against a target of 1,000 job opportunities through our various projects. We are en route to actually exceed our target substantially, because at the end of February, we had just crossed the 900 mark already. Through the general infrastructure component, we have created, once again, it's still 3 days to the end of this financial year, 24,466 job opportunities. This department delivered also during this period accommodation for students, which will benefit those that are going to study to enhance the quality of their lives into the future, a 200-bed site. We will officially hand over the site in April 2023. Honourable Deputy Speaker, to date, 221 young people have also been trained in various construction-related programs against a target of 200, and we still have 3 days remaining of this financial year. And these programs, amongst others, include bricklaying, plumbing, as well as health and safety training. Deputy Speaker, there you have it. There the members of this House have it. That is the nuts and bolts of our new department. The nuts and bolts of a budget which will drive what this department is going to do. But as you can note, to everything I have attempted to highlight in a very short space of time, we are busy building the new hope for our citizens. We are not shutting down an already embattled economy, but seeking to open it through innovative ways. And as I stated at the beginning, the new department will have 5 focus areas that will pave the way into the future for our province. And this will be given thrust by the infrastructure operating model, which we are currently concluding. So my new department's professional teams are on site. We will already have projects that is at implementation stage. They are ready. They have the protective gear on. They have their safety boots on, and everything is checked. It does meet national standards, unlike in other provinces where it doesn't. So I would like to thank at this stage the leadership, the executive leadership of this new department. Also, my ministry team for their hard work and tenacity during this period, also ensuring I could deliver today's budget speech. So, achtbare ondervoorsitter van die huis, ons is besig met ons bouwerk. Ons is besig om te bou aan die nuwe hoop wat die inwoners van hierdie provinsie vra. Maar daai nuwe hoop begin ons al reeds vandag bou. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Minister. I now recognise the Honourable Maran.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, when Honourable Allen spoke, he says that this is a government that delivers on time. Now, the Honourable MEC has spoken about Transacts. And Transacts came almost 3 years late, when the MEC informed beneficiaries of that particular project that the first houses will be handed over December 2020. Through that delay, 6 grannies has been denied the opportunity to receive a house. Why? Because they have died. Because they have died. Because they have waited since 2020 up till 2023. And unfortunately, through that waiting, they have died. That's on time. The MEC have spoken about road infrastructure, especially when it comes to the agricultural sector, to transport those goods safe. But he also mentioned farm workers, by the way. Now let me remind you, MEC, and it becomes the responsibility of the new MEC of Mobility, Lulama, you will deal with that one of the officials in Public Works and Transport, when we have dealt with that issue during COVID, said that we cannot babysit the transportation of farm workers. It's a female, she said that. We cannot. So I'm not sure, even if the infrastructure is there, MEC, whether workers will be transported safe. You mentioned the police officer. So he only becomes relevant when receiving a house. Because we are saying now that he receives a house, that he's actually doing his job. So you must first receive a house to be recognized as doing your job. I think it's unfair. Maybe you should build more houses for those police officers, and maybe then all of them will do a good job. Deputy Speaker, it is my singular honor and privilege to participate on behalf of the ANC in this inaugural budget debate for the Department of Infrastructure. In his 2022 State of the Province address, Premier Windy announced the establishment of the Departments of Infrastructure and Mobility, and in doing so, consolidated all infrastructure functions of government into this department. This has come to be understood as the first phase of the institutional refresh process. We wish the MEC and its officials well on this new journey of being the lead department for human settlements, transport infrastructure, energy and water infrastructure, as well as freight infrastructure and the ICT infrastructure projects. They are indeed the heartbeat of the provincial economy. Premier Windy is able to observe and learn from good practices of ANC-led provincial administrations is commendable. The idea for the Department of Infrastructure was taken from the Gauteng model of the Department of Infrastructure Development. We welcome this bold move from the Western Cape to learn from Gauteng, and we encourage Premier Winnie to keep on learning from Gauteng as the ANC-led government has enacted the Township Economic Development Act, the provincial government's blueprint for township economic development. Some of the brilliant ideas from the Township Economic Development Act that the provincial government, especially this department, can learn from are the investment in the backyard, backroom informal rental market, as well as the province's new model for turning tax ranks into business districts. Lastly, Speaker, as part of our Township Economic Development Act, Premier Lesofie announced that as from the 1st of April 2023, Gauteng will direct 60% of its 34 billion goods and services budget towards township-based markets, and that all townships in the province will have free and strong Wi-Fi in key areas to create conducive climate for economic activities. By the department's own admission, infrastructure investment is a critical contributor for economic growth, greater productivity, increased competition, employment creation, and the establishment of a sustainable development platform so that future generations can flourish. At this point, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we certainly have to ask how much of this department's budget for over 9.8 billion will be directed towards township-based markets and SMMEs. How much will go towards business-owned Africans, Coloureds and Indians? Or will this budget, like it was the case with the budget for human settlements, go towards the big five? Black-owned businesses must get their fair share of this budget. This provincial government cannot be allowed to use the public purse to enrich white-owned businesses at the expense of black-owned companies. A careful glance of the core functions of this department makes it clear that the 3 examples for how Gauteng government prioritizes and supports township economic fall under the ambit of this department. These functions are vested in the execution of the department's constitutional imperatives to act as the Western Cape Provincial Roads Authority, as well as the custodian of the Western Cape Government Provincial Immovable Assets Portfolio, including the Provincial Human Settlements Portfolio, delivering sustainable settlement infrastructure, social and economic infrastructure, and government office accommodation. While we make these suggestions, we clearly know they will be discarded because this day government has no real ambition to accelerate inclusive growth, it has no real ambition to develop towns and economy, and has no real ambition to address the legacies of apartheid spatial development by building low-cost housing in the CBDs and other places of opportunity. What we have before us are the same old Zille tactics of stinking plaster politics over unhealed wounds of centuries-old economic exclusion, displacements and undevelopment of the African and coloured majority. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the functions of this department are too serious to be given to someone with a checkered past. We fear that Premier Windy has put the future and well-being of the people of this province in jeopardy. If the dismissal failure of MS's departments is anything to go by, then it is clear the people's hope for a better future will be diminished. The man who oversees a department that constantly missed targets and was always the highest contributor of irregular expenditure has been rewarded with an important department such as this one. In the new department, he will not only handle 9.8 billion, but is also entrusted with the responsibility to deliver public health care infrastructure, public libraries and schools, as well as to build houses. I do not want to say that the Premier is rewarding mediocre, for I may be ruled out of order. But I don't think he made wise choices on his appointment for this department. At this point, we want to call on Accounting Officer Goods and the demoted HOD of Human Settlements, Mrs. Kierman, to put measures in place to prevent the corruption disguised as irregular expenditure in the department. They must not allow, especially those in the construction industry and the property developments, to use the department as a cash cow. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we understand the changes of the department have not sat well with many staff members and have impacted negatively on staff's morale. For instance, the HOD of Human Settlements will now become a DDG, which is actually a demotion. The process was not well managed, and many officials feel these changes were forced down their throats. As the department continues with full organizational design processes, we call for the interest and well-being of workers to be prioritized. Phase 1 of the institutional refresh program also sees the Department of Infrastructure to provide financial management, corporate and strategic management services on agency support basis to the Department of Mobility. In clear terms, this is a vote of no confidence against MEC Mackenzie. The Premier doesn't trust him and has asked the DA provincial leader to babysit him. Even though we think MEC Summers is the best person for the job, we do welcome Windy's vote of no confidence in MEC Mackenzie. In fact, as the ANC, we thought Honourable Maseko was more deserving of this appointment than the incumbent. She is more gifted, more disciplined. She's senior and commands more respect. But the DA is a white male-dominated party that still believes the role of women is in the kitchen, which is why the Honourable Maseko was overlooked. Today's budget shows no ambition to change the status quo. There is no ambition to unlock province's growth potential and using infrastructure development, and there is no ambition to create sustainable jobs. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the department's budget increased over 985 million
Order.
from 8.9 billion in 2020.
Order, members.
22-23, revised estimates of 9.8 billion. This financial year, 36.81% of this are conditional grants from national government. Don't say that national government don't give you money, including provincial roads, maintenance grants, human settlements development grant, informal settlements upgrading partnership grants, and expanded public works integrated grant for provinces. These conditional grants increased by over 70% to 3.6 billion. We welcome the national government's commitment and dedication to better the lives of people in the Western Cape. However, the same urgency, commitment and dedication is not shown in the part of this provincial government. Despite acknowledging in its annual performance plan and in the budget documents that the Western Cape suffers from apartheid legacy and segregated and spatially inefficient settlement with a housing backlog, and these settlements estimated at 425,000 households and expected to increase in the short term to medium term. The department's response now, this budget is exorbitant legal and security costs to keep African and coloured people in the outskirts of the city, living in squalor, in the ever-increasing informal settlements. The overall housing backlog has increased to nearly 600,000 households by the MEC's own admission and continues to rise exponentially. By its own admission, the department have set the perpetual challenge to providing affordable housing to low-income households
on well-located land is still unresolved. Instead of bringing innovative and sustainable solutions to the problem, such as rapid release of provincial government land in well-located areas, rapid infrastructure development, the release of service sites for deserving beneficiaries, and building of affordable houses near places of opportunity, as well as to fast-track building of BNG houses in identified projects. Money is wasted on employing additional security to victimize the poor and on fencing of vacant pockets of land that should be used to build houses. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have no confidence in the MEC, and there is no hope that he will lead the department diligently and deliver on its mandate. Without running the risk of being overcritical of the provincial government, we must give credit where it's due. The department's Help Me Buy a Home program is a good initiative, but alone it won't be enough to address the housing issue. That the department is in a process of piloting the excellence in design for greater efficiencies called EDGE, green certification projects where BNG houses will be certified as green normally reserved, mainly for houses constructed for high-end users, is also welcome. On top of these BNG houses, department should invest towards improving security facilities of the houses and the surrounding communities to level normally reserved for these so-called high-end users. The investment towards the 19 gazetted priority housing development areas to ensure that special transformation and consolidation occurs to reverse apartheid spatial planning and the creation of poverty pockets on the outskirts of our towns, as claimed by the department, is also welcome. But we do not want another Conradi Better Living Model kind of investment, a cash cow that is akin to throwing money to a bottomless pit. Millions have been invested, but there are no top structures to show for it. Less than 10% of the project target had been achieved in a project that they spent yesterday over 2 administrations. This is the legacy of DA government in this province, a subpar performance of infrastructure development, the rebuilding of the GF Joosto Hospital, as well as the time it has taken to complete the first phase, are basically examples. Honourable Deputy Speaker, these and more provide the basis for our rejection of this budget. A humble plea to the MEC is that he ups his game and prioritizes maintenance and refurbishment of our ailing infrastructure in hospitals, in schools, as well as drainage infrastructure, especially in poor working class communities, as well as roads that have more potholes than the actual tar in these communities. Therefore, the ANC rise to decline support for this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise the Honourable Sean August.
Deputy Speaker, infrastructure remains a catalyst for opportunities that will serve as impactful interventions to tackle the ailing socio-economic conditions of our communities. Infrastructure puts bread on the table, it keeps a child in school, and it gives communities the opportunity to build decent lives. However, provincial infrastructure agencies fall short on the below. Construction mafias that are derailing much needed infrastructure projects. The system of subcontracting that does more damage to communities than what it helps them. The inability of this government to use infrastructure as a platform to train, upskill, cross-skill young people to start, manage and build their own enterprises. How is this budget being used to address these departmental shortcomings? Deputy Speaker, this budget needs to identify and fund key priorities, low-hanging fruit to drastically reshape and the access people have to participate as stakeholders in community construction projects. Here are a couple of solutions. Develop a training, upskill and cross-skill network in all local municipalities across the province with a mandate to transform local communities into a capable, skilled and an artisanal construction force. Design rope-tight regulations to monitor and implement a 20/80 ratio on prioritizing local subcontractors for our communities to become employed. No more importing of construction workers, local communities can. Consider international best practices to fight the rising tide of construction mafias that's threatening not only the construction sector, but also other sectors of the economy. This budget should take a hard stance against such lawlessness. Speaker, our communities are falling victim to under-maintained infrastructure and public assets. It's the duty of this budget to fix the wrong and set it right. I support this budget.
Thank you very much, the Honourable August. I now recognise the Honourable Murray online.
Thank you so much. Speaker, South African need intelligent, articulate, visionary leaders. Leaders that do not just make new empty promises year after year, but can deliver on what they promise. And listening to the Minister Summers today, I'm enthused and encouraged. And I think you've made a brilliant choice to appoint him to that position. He was articulate, he explained it in detail, and in his previous positions he held as minister, he showed that he could be trusted to deliver on his promises. But I cannot help but wonder, Minister, how many new jobs you're going to create will be for the benefit of the people of the Western Cape? You know, each province gets their budgets from the National Parliament, and they base it on demographic figures collected over a particular period of a financial year. Now, will the people in the Western Cape be beneficiaries of all the jobs you've promised? Yes or no? I also heard here questions asked about whether the DA should have appointed Minister Summers or another honourable member. And I was surprised I didn't hear any choruses of racism. No, that is supposed to be normal if it comes from the ANC benches. But if you question it of their actions and their utterances, it is normal politics because the boss has spoken and that boss has never delivered. So I want to thank the Minister for the budget he's presented, and I want to congratulate the DA on the very disciplined manner in which they fielded questions about the rates of the Minister. I support this budget from the point of view of the Freedom Front Plus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Murray. I now recognise the Honourable Maseko.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Premier Cabinet members, honourable members of the House, department officials, HODs, and our honourable guests. I rise in support of Vote 10, the Department of Infrastructure's budget vote. In the constrictive fiscal framework we are facing, we cannot say all is well, but what we must do is to make sure we give hope to our communities in Western Cape and also to South Africa as a country. And the question, Deputy Speaker, is, if not us, who? The Department of Infrastructure is one that will lead in innovation, one that will be an enabler for economic growth, and a lead in championing spatial planning within our province. I do need to emphasize that the allocated budget for Vote 10, which is the Department of Infrastructure, is the budget of hope, but more so, it is, as Minister Wenger said, budget of action. This newly established department will lead to major shifts in the infrastructure and construction industries, and will also see to the rehabilitation, renovations, and refurbishments of existing infrastructure assets. Rarely provincial governments in South Africa prioritize sectors such as infrastructure development, despite the fact that it is the one area in government that truly opens up the economy through employment generation for a wide range of skills. For decades, infrastructure development has been viewed as a machine for job creation, as it enforces partnerships between the government and the private sector, a vital contributor in job creation all over the world. The Department of Infrastructure in the Western Cape will build more than just houses. Roads, schools, clinics, hospitals, and government buildings. It will develop skills to also create jobs. Billions of rands will be invested to ensure that this is a success. The department has been allocated more than 9.8 billion from the 2023 financial year. A budget for hope and infrastructure development, a budget for job creation and private sector relationships, and most importantly, a budget for aiding the Western Cape government in taking reasonable measures to realize our residents' rights to access basic services as guaranteed by our Constitution. Deputy Speaker, I draw attention and that of all honorable members of this House to the critical program 4 of this department, which is the expanded public works program, also known as the community-based programs, which has been allocated 68.8 million for the 2023-2024 financial period. The EPWP offers skills development and empowerment efforts to communities in order to contribute to long-term economic and job growth through construction-related development and empowerment interventions. These initiatives have undoubtedly shaped careers, particularly those of young people. The city of Cape Town is one of the metros in the country that has excelled in implementing EPWPs. This is because the initiative is implemented in a fair manner and not based on party political affiliations like in other provinces where the initiative has been implemented with varying degrees of success. In the upcoming financial year, through you, Deputy
Speak
Speaker.
to me, Honourable Member.
Through you, Deputy Speaker, I cannot do research for the Honourable Member. It needs to really read. In the upcoming financial year, Deputy Speaker, 100 people are expected to attend a one-day construction information session in collaboration with the Western Cape government stakeholders. A mentorship program will give advanced training and support to grade 3 to 5 contractors. In addition, the department will implement youth-related training programs such as the National Youth Service and accredited leadership training opportunities are expected to be provided to 170 unemployed youth from across the Western Cape, all of which form part of Program 4. In ensuring the success of the EPWP program, the Provincial Department of Infrastructure will be working closely with the local governments across the Western Cape and provide the necessary support required. The Program 3, which deals with transport infrastructure, is another important point I want to bring to the attention of the House. The program has received an allocation of 4.4 billion rand. The department will continue to work to reduce maintenance backlog by maintaining surface and gravel roads and bridges, while also aiming to increase safety, capacity, and provide new facilities through road infrastructure projects. I will be submitting parliamentary question to the Minister on specifics of these projects. And indeed, the Standing Committee on Infrastructure will engage the department on the progress of these projects. The committee will undoubtedly also visit some of them in order to carry out our oversight role and hold this department accountable. Prioritizing road infrastructure is crucial, not just for motorists and commuters, but it also has an impact on the tourism industry and job creation. As roads are built and maintained, our province becomes more appealing to the tourism industry. For this reason, I commend and support the Western Cape government's decision to allocate 46% of the infrastructure department budget to this program. The program on human settlements fully supports the transfer of title deeds to their rightful recipients, providing them with tenure, security, and asset wealth. The Western Cape government has always remained committed to ensuring that all of our residents know the dignity of home ownership. It is for this reason that in the upcoming financial year, the Department of Infrastructure will continue with the implementation of the Help Me Buy a Home program. And if I can pause there, it's one of the issues that we've been driving from the Standing Committee in talking to the department, that a lot of municipal workers, they've been working in most municipalities for more than 30 years and still don't own homes. So this is a program that will really, we have to zoom into the municipalities to say municipality workers can use or take this option to make sure that we give that dignity that they deserve before they can go for retirement. In closing, Honorable Speaker, I would like to call all members of this House to join forces in the battle against the construction mafia that is threatening the infrastructure development industry in our country and province. Too many lives have already been lost as a result of extortionist gangs who want to dominate our society and who clearly have no regard for the South African police services. And I think through you, Deputy Speaker, if Member Maran can be as loud as he can to Becky Cele, there will be a help, because we are losing lives, and that is the reality in the construction. And through you, Deputy Speaker, Member Maran was in this committee when we called the subs.
Order, members. Order.
Through you, Deputy Speaker, Member Maran was here when we called the subs, when we called all the departments to talk about this problem. And he contributed also, and he identified the loopholes. And we, as a chairperson, also mandating him to go to his colleagues to make it that to say, get the intelligence in order to really root out this problem. We need that loud voice really for Minister Becky Cele to hear what we
Order,
are
members.
saying.
Order.
And maybe, just maybe, we mustn't talk about devolution. We must use the word of remodeling of police to make sure that we can have control, to make sure that our community is safe in Western Cape. We cannot
Order,
continue
members.
to watch individuals die and residents wait longer for services owing to delays in constructions projects such as those related to free government housing units. I want to welcome the work that has been done by the department and the City of Cape Town
Order,
to
members.
combat.
Order. Sorry. Continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to welcome the work that has been done by the department and the City of Cape Town to combat the brazen criminality of these extortionist gangs. Last year, during a meeting in the Standing Committee on Human Settlements, the Provincial Department of Infrastructure revealed that due to the surge in construction mafias posing safety risk in the province, the department spends 1.5 million rand per month on additional safety measures. The number of housing beneficiaries affected by extortion in the province stands well over 21,000, and 90% of them are City of Cape Town residents. While it continues to be a danger in all sectors related to infrastructure development, the Standing Committee on Infrastructure will review the situation and consider working closely with the relevant stakeholders in order to strategize on how all the stakeholders can really work with the subs and try to catch these gangsters to restore dignity back to thousands of deserving beneficiaries. Deputy Speaker, Minister Wenger has revealed in the provincial budget that the Department of Infrastructure will, in the upcoming financial year, work hard to mitigate risk factors and deal with this violent crime, as it has committed to ensuring that planning for construction projects will include safety elements such as street lighting, lighting in the public open spaces, courtyards, and provision of urban environment in permeable spaces. This is highly welcomed. Lastly, Deputy Speaker, just to emphasize and summarize, this department will prioritize through innovation, not in creating, in innovation, because when you create, you are artistic. When you are art, you create, and when you innovate, you action. So this department, through innovation, will prioritize through innovation the ease of doing business. They will action that. Make sure provincial roads are constructed and maintained. Prioritize infrastructure for maximum impact supporting municipal infrastructure. Foster new and innovative private sector partnerships and responding to the climate change, Minister Simmers. And for that reasons, the DA support the vote 10. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Mseko. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Simmers.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Afrikaans, we hebben saying, baie dinge was gesê, maar wat is die kwaliteit wat gesê was? En ek gaan nou reageer op die kwaliteit en nie die kwantiteit van sekere insae nie. En ek gaan begin aan die achtbare member Merrin van die ANC en ek bedank hom vir sy insette.
Order members.
En ek bedank hom ook deur u.
Honourable members. No. On both sides of the house, please, I can't hear the
kwantiteit en
minister.
kwaliteit hier, ondervoorzitter. Dis presies waarvan ek gepraat het. Kwantiteit en kwaliteit.
Yeah. Honourable members, please. Thank you very much. Honourable Kakama. Bimbi. Honourable Bimbi. Come, members. Right. Over to you, Minister. You may proceed.
Achtbare ondervoorzitter, soos ek gesê het, kwantiteit en kwaliteit. Ek gaan reageer op die kwaliteit van die insette, nie die kwantiteit nie, en was tamelik kwantiteit ook hier gegee vandag. Eerstens deur die Deputy Speaker aan member Merrin. En met die kwaliteit insette wat die lid gee, waardeer ek opreg hier en in die staande komitee. Want geen departement sal ooit enige iets 100% kan reg doen nie. Ons werk met dinge buite ons beheer. En die Transex projek was een so voorbeeld waar daar dinge buite ons beheer was. Maar ons was mans genoeg, anders as die ANC op 'n nasionale vlak. Ons staan pa vir ons probleme en ons spreek ons probleme aan.
Order.
Dis die kwaliteit wat u moet uitneem. Die waarde van verantwoordelikheid, achtbare Deputy Speaker. Dis 'n mite in die ANC. 'n Mite soos dat hulle volgende jaar 'n meerderheid gaan kry in elk geval. Deputy Speaker, we are the department through our various programs which creates opportunities for all our people. Why? Because you do it not based on race, but in terms of the rule of law, and if you are competent and you qualify for a specific task. The member spoke about us attempting to copy the Gauteng model. The difference is, at least in the Western Cape, we get things done. The Gauteng Infrastructure Department, through its infrastructure agency, and this is just on the human settlements component, has the most incomplete human settlements project of all provinces. They have, for this current financial year, a net underspend of 1.2 billion rand. So don't compare a working department with a dysfunctional department. But what else did I expect from the ANC when they don't even have a provincial leadership in this province? And apparently, Deputy Speaker, they won't even have a Congress again. That's how dysfunctional the ANC in the Western Cape are. In terms of empowerment opportunities, Honourable Deputy Speaker, through you to Member Marin, clearly the member was not paying attention to my speech, and I will quickly take him to that portion of empowerment opportunities. This is just one component of my department. 50% of our budget in terms of the human settlements branch will be spent, as we've already done through the human settlements department, on SMMEs. We've actually exceeded that target year on year. 10% of our total budget will go to women in construction, 4% to youth in construction, 5% to persons with disabilities. That is true empowerment. True empowerment. Through you, Deputy Speaker, to Honourable Marin. The member refers to the delivery performance. And once again, where we acknowledge our shortfalls, we acknowledge it and we rectify it. We don't hide it under politicking. Ons staan pa vir ons baba as hy moet gebore word. Ons hardloop nie weg en gaan kop seepie. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I do thank good for the inputs.
Order.
And I do concur through you, Deputy Speaker, the issue of infrastructure, more so at
Order,
local
members.
government level. And what I would love to state, and I'm happy the member supports our budget because focus area 2 of our department is municipal infrastructure and playing a supportive role. Because the vision and the acceleration and the thrust which this department will give will be built upon the capacity and the quality of the current infrastructure as we work with local government. So I do concur with you. But when it's national-owned infrastructure, dan moet hulle kom pa staan vir hulle kind. Ek gaan nie pa staan vir hulle kind nie. My geld is nie genoeg nie. Tensy hulle die geld vir my gaan gee. Heer u, meneer voorsitter, en hulle. Honourable Deputy Speaker, to the Freedom Front Plus, once again, thank you for your inputs into the
Order,
debate.
members. Order.
And in the Western Cape, we don't just do bean counting. So for us, it's very important that, hence we are doing the empowerment impact assessment to specifically measure the impact of our programs, of our budget spend, which is, I think, what the honourable member is alluding to. And to the DA chairperson, thank you very much for your oversight. Thank you very much for your leadership with your committee. But I think after today and from the 1st of April, the task of oversight is so much greater that rests upon you and your committee. So I do want to thank you. But once again, I do want to thank all our guests, our mayors of the districts, of local municipalities. But this is a plea through you, Deputy Speaker, to our partners in local government that are present here. We can only accomplish the hope we all seek if we do that together. And the real thrust here in partnership is working together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That brings us to the end of the vote. The House will just suspend for 2 minutes to allow a change with guests that will be coming into the chambers. It is now suspended. Stretch your legs, members. It's a long day. Right, we will proceed immediately. I will ask Mr. Stamela to read the fourth order of the day.
Ingxoxo ngomthetho oyilwayo ohlahlo lwabiwomali lwesebe lokusingqongileyo nocwangciso lophuhliso lwentshona koloni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stamela. I recognize the Honourable Minister Bredell.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you to our Premier, to our Cabinet colleagues, to members of Parliament, to all our mayors present. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the budget of the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, as well as the entity Cape Nature for 2023-2024 today. This budget is framed within the context of unprecedented pressure on our natural environment as the world grapples with climate change and all the risk associated with it. According to the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report 2023, the top 4 global risks for the next decade are all directly linked to the natural environment. These risks are the risk of failure to mitigate climate change, the risk of failure to adapt to climate change, the risk posed by natural disasters and extreme weather, the risk associated with biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse. Climate change is also a reality for South Africa and the Western Cape. Predictions are for a hotter and a drier province with more extreme and intense droughts and floods when they occur. Climate change will have an impact on every aspect of our lives. It will impact what food we can grow and where we can grow it. Climate change will influence our ability to cope with existing health challenges, but also how we manage new plant, animal, and human diseases. Climate change will also influence all our planning functions for our towns and cities going into the future. Deputy Speaker, in addition to the risk of climate change, we also have our own man-made risk of electricity blackouts. I will elaborate more on this towards the end of my speech. Honourable Deputy Speaker, from the department's perspective, it means that planning, especially long-term planning and enforcement of environmental laws and regulations, are more critical than ever. Vote 9 receives 602.3 million rand for the 2023-2024 financial year. This amount is allocated to the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, as well as our state-owned entity, Cape Nature. The department, guided by its vision for a resilient and sustainable environment, which allows for a quality and inclusive living environment, receives 299.6 million in 2023-2024. Cape Nature, which is guided by its mission by conserving our natural heritage for resilience and sustainability, receives 306.7 million rand. In terms of the department's compensation of employees, accounts for 80.6% of the total budget. Deputy Speaker, we have said this many times before. This department has a unique staff profile. Most of the staff are highly qualified professionals and experts in their respective fields. This is due to the nature of the work the department does, and if we do not treasure these employees and recognize their worth to this province, we will very soon pay the price. Deputy Speaker, without the legally required authorization to new economic development, or no new economic development can take place. We would not have had an EPRI in Cape Town in February if the legally required environmental authorization were not in place. We will not see any of the much needed renewable energy projects in the Western Cape province. There won't be any new commercial or residential development. The quality of the speed at which environmental authorizations are being dealt with has a direct impact on our economic growth potential. It is an essential building block for development. This budget, therefore, sees an amount of 3.8 million committed specifically to achieve even higher efficiencies in terms of environmental impact assessments. Speaker, in January this year, the department was recognized as the leading provincial department to administer and manage environmental impact assessment projects in South Africa by the Environmental Assessment Practitioners Association for South Africa. This award builds on recognition the departments received in 2022 for being the department with the most qualified and certified environmental impact assessment practitioners in South Africa. Since 2022, only a registered environmental assessment practitioner may compile these reports. Because we support an enabling business environment, the department has ensured that all officials working with environmental approvals are professionally registered. Deputy Speaker, also, I am proud to say the department currently has the highest number of professional registered officials in South Africa. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 7.5 million rand this year to do proactive environmental screening of school sites. This is a good example of Western Cape departments working together to improve service delivery outcomes. In this case, education, we have asked the department to show us where they plan to construct new schools in the near future. We will now do the preliminary environmental screening and spatial mapping so that it is in place when actual planning starts. This will allow for schools to be constructed much faster as potential environmental impact issues have already been identified and addressed. Speaker, we are currently dealing with an electricity crisis. A disaster has been declared and many stakeholders may see this as an opportunity to cut corners regarding new generation projects. As a responsible government, we must not make decisions in panic, which might cause future environmental damage that outweigh the benefits we sought to exploit now. Deputy Speaker, I have confidence in our environmental impact assessment processes and support our officials to also guide us regarding the electricity crisis. The department was also recognized in 2022 by the National Department of Forestry and Fishery and the Environment for having the best environmental law enforcement components team, known as the Green Scorpions in South Africa. The Green Scorpions from the Western Cape were recognized for best enforcer administrative enforcement, the best compliance team COVID-19 blitz operations, and the Western Cape unit was also recognized with long service awards, which reflects well on the institutional knowledge and continuity within this unit. Deputy Speaker, at the recent Water Indaba, where our 15-year water and drought resilience plan was unpacked, we were also presented with the business case for alien plant clearing and the direct impact it has on our water resources. We were told that of all the alternatives explored at the peak of the 2019 drought, in the Western Cape, the clearing of invasive aliens from water catchments provide the best possible return on investment. Speaker, according to the study by the Greater Cape Town Water Fund, 2/3 of our catchments are invaded by alien trees. We required 730 million rand over the long term to address the specific challenges, with 373 million required for intensive investment within the first 6 years. If we clear priority catchments, we can reclaim 55 billion litres per year of water. If we take no action, our current water losses will double by 2045. Compared to other water supply options, removing invasive aliens vegetation is the most cost-effective with the most additional benefit. Speaker, the importance of the work done by this department to leverage private sector investment into the clearing of invasive alien plants in our catchments cannot be stressed enough. Just looking at the budget requirement, it is clear to see that we must work together as government across different departments, but we must also have a partner with the private sector on this issue. Deputy Speaker, through specialised planning initiatives, this department is helping to shape the way our towns and cities will look in the future. Our regional socio-economic project RCEP program uses spatial design to address social ills in our towns through development corridors and safe social spaces. This initiative received R5 million for the 2023-2024 financial year. We presented our inclusionary housing policy framework to stakeholders earlier this year. And maybe I must repeat this, Honourable, because I don't know of other province who got one, but I'm very proud of this accomplishment. And this is, we presented our inclusionary housing policy framework to stakeholders earlier this year. This framework is an attempt to allow working class people to live closer to economic centres where high property prices often makes it impossible for them. Our housing market study initiative received 1.4 million for this year. We will be doing 7 housing market studies for our larger towns over the next 2 years. These studies empower us to get a realistic understanding of housing demand, supplies, developers' activities to provide an evidence base for understanding the drivers of urban growth and its form, and for designing appropriate policy interventions across a range of functions of government that can support better performing housing markets across the board. Deputy Speaker, we are all aware of the difficult economic conditions in our country now, and this has a direct impact on all our budgets. We must make difficult decisions as there simply is not enough funding to do everything. Our air quality monitoring program is a case in hand. According to the World Health Organization, 99% of global population are exposed to air pollution levels that increases their risk of disease. Section 24 of the South Africa's Bill of Rights provides a right to an environment that is not harmful to human health. In order to realize this right, air quality is managed through the National Environmental Management Air Quality Act, which provides the standards against which to measure the quality of ambient air as well as the maximum emissions from pollutant activities. We accomplish this through a network of ambient air quality monitoring stations located across this province. These monitoring stations measure ambient air quality and report this information to stakeholders so that they can assess the air quality and determine actions needed to maintain and to improve the air quality impacting citizens. Due to the pressures on the fiscus, the department's director air quality management did not get any budget for procuring new and additional equipment to maintain this network, and therefore the network is at serious risk of collapse. Our stations at Hout Bay and Oudtshoorn are unfortunately earmarked to be decommissioned, given the challenges experienced due to load shedding and limited budgets. Speaker, Cape Nature is our conservation entity, and estimated 73% of their budget will be utilized towards nature conservation operations, with 17% earmarked for disaster prevention measures and infrastructure upgrades and maintenance. 10% is allocated for extended public works projects. Deputy Speaker, this year will see intensive stakeholder engagement regarding our new Western Cape Biodiversity Act. We believe this act will enhance our ability to manage and to regulate our natural environment. Cape Nature is actively protecting our environment on more than 1 million hectares of protected land and is working towards adding another 5,000 hectares of land for the conservation purposes this financial year. Together with conservation comes also the task of education and the economic opportunities of ecotourism. But these activities are crucial to help create awareness for the environment amongst the public. Our educational activities and outreaches to the youth is shaping the next generation of conservationists who will in the future be tasked to keep our natural heritage safe and healthy. Cape Nature will also conduct a protected areas management assessment in this financial year. This assessment, which includes all the land it is managed, is done every second year, and the aim is to surpass all measures targets as set by the National Conservation Authorities. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to wish the department under the leadership of HOD Gerber and Cape Nature under the leadership of Dr. Ouma all the best for the rest of the year, and want to assure them of my continuous support. I also want to thank my ministry under the leadership of Marius Durant for their support. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise the Honourable Moran.
Thanks. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, emerging from the 55th National Conference of the African National Congress, the ANC noted, and I quote, "Climate change is neither a hoax nor a conspiracy. It's a real threat that continues to devastate economies and destroy livelihoods. Many communities across the world, including in our country, have been experiencing more frequent extreme weather events, floods, fires, droughts, and greater levels of water, energy, food insecurity. People in the global south bear the greatest burden of the climate crisis, while industrialized countries of the global north that are largely responsible for this crisis are attempting to shift the cost towards developing countries. The just energy transition towards a low-cost, low-carbon future is necessary to save the planet." Quote end. Amongst others, the National Conference of the African National Congress resolved that the district development model processes must ensure that each of these 52 spaces have integrated approach to address climate change, including short, medium, and long-term strategies to build resilience, and the disaster management and emergency strategies, action plans, must be coordinated as part of the DDM processes. In this regard, Deputy Speaker, the ANC remains concerned that the DDM is not being implemented fully by the provincial government, or that at least there does not seem to be an enthusiasm from the provincial government to implement the model. Of course, we have noticed that this province prefers the joint district and metro approach, but that is a discussion for another day. What is important here today is that we have an intergovernmental approach, an attitude to mitigating the effects and deepening of climate change. Deputy Speaker, many in this House will hopefully agree that our province is blessed with rare beauty and we enjoy natural splendor, the envy of many around the world. From our pristine coastline to our fynbos, from our mountains to the landscapes of grapevines and other farming, our province has been fortunate to enjoy arable land, and generations have benefited from this. Yet we have also struggled with fires, with drought, and with human-made disasters. Daily we must be confronted with the question, what will we leave for our children? And we must question whether all the inhabitants of our province benefit from this beauty, these pristine beaches and natural splendor. An integral part of the ANC is concerned, especially when it proposes the district development model as a means to address environmental concerns and climate change, amongst others, is the question of urbanization. Most of the serious environmental disasters are often man-made. Deputy Speaker, we speak with pride of a pristine coastline, yet tons of raw sewage is daily pumped into our oceans. This is a man-made disaster, not because of sewage. Sewage is natural. The disaster comes in when municipalities such as the city of Cape Town and Stellenbosch cause such utter environmental disasters. While sewage is flooding our coastline, the budget of coastline management in this budget is cut by more than 7%. This is totally unacceptable. We see a 5% increase in Cape Nature's budget, but coastline management, which because of the sewage floods, should be in the emergency zone. Deputy Speaker, the ANC cannot help but to think how we will be taking the environment serious if we don't appoint an environmental commissioner. The excuse offered by the political leaders of this department and this provincial government is that there is enough institutions and laws in place, especially nationally, to protect the environment. Yet the same DA wants to blame national government for being slow in having a climate change strategy. The Honourable Van der Westhuizen should maybe speak to the Honourable Bredell and the Honourable Premier before criticizing national government and the laws and policies on the environment. According to the Honourable Bredell and the Honourable Premier, National is doing a fine job. That's why we do not need environmental commissioner, yeah? Unless, of course, the Honourable Van der Westhuizen has now identified the need for the Western Cape to have an environmental commissioner who will ensure a climate change strategy for the province. The Honourable Van der Westhuizen in his media statement suggests that there was poor coordination between different levels of government, and this has led, and I quote, a fragmented approach to one of the biggest crises facing humanity. But instead of always criticizing the ANC and the national government, maybe the Honourable Van der Westhuizen should actually start reading ANC documents before criticizing the ANC. It's by time. I have just explained why the ANC has identified the district development model, a model which seeks to integrate and ensure better coordination between the three spheres of government as a means to approach the climate change crisis. But this district development model is rejected by the Honourable Van der Westhuizen's provincial government. So on the one hand, he wants to criticize national government for lack of coordination. Mind you, 2 of the 3 spheres in this province is run by the DA. And when national government provides a solution to the problem, he and his party reject the proposal and model as well. I would serve the Honourable Van der Westhuizen much better if we fight. It would serve the Honourable Van der Westhuizen much better if he fights for more budget for the climate change program in his department and its budget. A department led by his party and a budget pushed by his party. Deputy Speaker, the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning lacks the necessary teeth, budget to hold entities such as the City of Cape Town and Stellenbosch municipality accountable for the environmental man-made disasters. At the same time, if we are to prevent man-made disasters such as the deproclamation of Drifsands Nature Reserve, and the City of Cape Town, working with provincial government, must deliver better services to our people. In the City of Cape Town, where the province, they had provided better services and provided houses for our people, then the invasion of Drifsands would not have taken place. We must build houses, not just housing opportunities, build top structures. The City of Cape Town and the province should be held responsible for the man-made disaster of Drifsands. At the same time, this provincial government seems to have stopped and go approach to water security, and it is not sustainable. We can't have an intensive campaign for people to save water, and once we have rains for a year or two, then people and this provincial government goes back to their old habits. Of course, lifting restrictions on water use not meant lifting water tariffs. Those remain. This provincial government must come to the realization that we will always have water security issues. Now, how do we live and plan for that? Our people and our private sector must be able to adapt, and we must ensure that, for example, 3-minute showers must become standard habits, whether the dams are full or not. Like it must become standard for municipalities and provinces to build houses with solar panels, so it must become standard that houses are built where we are able to catch water and to save water. One morning on my way here, and I've listened to KFM, the mayor of the City of Cape Town has spoken, and he said that dams in the metro is losing 2% of water on a weekly basis. That's why the ANC make that proposal. Like it must become standard for municipalities and provinces. Speaker, yes, it's for dumping. That's why we must make sure that we implement measures like the 3-minute shower, so that we make sure that there is water even when there's a low rainfall in winter. This department is one of the smallest in terms of budget and public personnel as well. Yet this department's mandate is one of the most important in energy government. While we have highlighted the critical role that the department plays in respect of the environment and how it can be greatly assisted in its mandate by an environmental commissioner, we must recognize the important task it has in development planning. China serves as an international model of development planning. Yet the DA left. Yes, China. Yet
Honourable Moran,
Yet
speak
the
to
DA
me.
left development to the vagaries
Honourable
of the market, and therefore there is no
Honourable-
integrated and
Honourable
data-driven
Burdell.
planning.
Sorry, I'm just trying to control the House. You may proceed.
The Honourable Nkonlo has been begging this provincial government for the last 4 years for development planning data scenarios or forecasting. Transport routes, integrated human settlements, commercial hubs, industrial areas, basic services such as sewage, roads, schools, hospitals, clinics, amongst many other services should be planned by this department. Instead of just being a caretaker and issuing permits, this department should be innovative and have at its fingertips what the expansion of the city towards, for example, the Northeast would look like in 5 to 10 years. You must plan ahead. Out of 7 programs in this department, only 1 of devoted to develop planning, when in actual fact, this department should be leading in coordinating service delivery. And the provincial government, you must appoint a minister of planning. The provincial government built houses in Forest Heights, but there is no school nearby. Today, what's supposed to be a human settlement is now infrastructure. But another example.
Honourable Moran, look at me.
Yeah. Am I there?
Honourable Moran, your time is ticking.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes. My right side, Honourable Minister Burdell, Honourable Isaac.
Deputy Speaker, I'm not finished. My time is not finished.
I know, and I'm worried about all this time that you are having conversation in between.
I can read many speeches at once.
I can see that.
Speaker. Many speeches
You may
at
proceed. You may proceed.
That's the gift of God.
It certainly is.
Many speeches as one. Speaker, therefore the ANC declines to give support to this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moran. I now recognise the Honourable Kasim online. Online.
Thank you, Speaker.
There we go.
It was a strategy of the apartheid government to introduce protected areas and to have areas deemed as environmentally sensitive in order to create a buffer zone between those areas where black people live and those areas where white people live. This is still perpetuated today, and as part of the DA government's apartheid spatial planning, the term environment is continuously abused in order to enforce structural apartheid. It is a norm for this DA-led city and province to continuously utter the words protect biodiversity at poor residents living on coastal areas when it comes to the request for housing to be built in the communities. Here we will even find that available land in and around coastal areas like Strandfontein and Mitchell's Plain have been marked off as not suitable for housing, but rather suitable for business purposes. Yes, we must protect biodiversity, but this DA-led government must stop using it to shift poor people away from areas which will only benefit the rich. This mentality of this DA-led government needs to change in order for real changes to be made in this province. The same mentality was seen once again today when the Speaker refused to deal with the unrepentant racist from the Freedom Front Plus who sees nothing wrong with his actions and remarks. And just like homeless people are shot at and evicted when putting up shelters across the province, the similar treatment was given to members in the chamber speaking up against racism today when they were instructed to basically shut up or leave. But it's nothing new to us to see this DA protect and delay matters of racism. Speaker, this month, the economic freedom fighters participated in a cleanup campaign in this province in order to keep the environment clean and safe and to make sure that our people live in humane conditions. It is not a secret that under this DA-led government, taxpayers' money is only spent on leafy suburbs and within inner cities, whilst townships, where majority of African and colored people live, are neglected. It is not a secret that this DA-led government only visits these areas to maintain it during election time in order to source votes and then disappear thereafter until the following elections. Recently, there's been temporary closure of certain beach areas in places such as Lifeguard Station and Jaggers Walk in Fishhook because of sewage spillage. The cause of these spillages into sea are as a result of blocked sewage pipes and drainage systems, and more so as a result of no maintenance. Every year, the budget that should be used to keep our environment clean is being saved by this government, only for it to be returned into the provincial revenue fund. A party like the DA, who governs the province and who claims to care about our environment but allows sewage to flow and dirt to pile up, specifically in poor communities, that's obviously not care about the environment. There's also a lack of learnership and bursaries available in the specific sector, specifically for previously disadvantaged people in this province with an interest in this field. And this budget does not cater much towards it. In conclusion, Speaker, the budget does not touch on the real issues and needs of the people, especially in poor communities, despite the government having the capacity to deal with it, and therefore the EFF rejects the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kasim. I now recognise the Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Please now. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this province is blessed with a natural beauty that attracts people from far and wide. Our natural environment and landscapes play a huge role in attracting tourists and to create jobs in a country that has the highest unemployment figures in the world. Our climate also allows us to produce food, to be a net exporter of agricultural products, and to contribute to our nation's food security. The beauty around us, the quality of our environment, including the quality of the air that we breathe, add to the quality of our lives. Without a healthy environment, we would not have been able to enjoy living in the Western Cape the way we do. But when I speak of the natural beauty of this province, I cannot but help but to also mention the enormous responsibility that this brings about. I trust that all members appreciate the importance of the environment, not only for now, but particularly for those that will come after us. For centuries, this was not the case, and the environment suffered greatly. Unfortunately, human progress came at the expense of the environment. And South Africa's carbon footprint is at this moment still growing year on year. This trend is jeopardizing our children's future, and we all need to do something soon to address this. It is crystal clear that we need to create a greater awareness of the impact that we all have on the environment. And it is more often than not, the wealthy that has the biggest impact on the environment. Us, with our big petrol and diesel engines. Us, that often travel alone in our vehicles. Us, that fly to destinations all over the world. The thinking regarding environmental conservation has fortunately changed from a position where it was thought best to keep the public away from nature and sensitive areas. It has moved to the current position where the public is brought into contact and introduced to the wonders of nature, where the public are being educated to respect and appreciate sensitive areas, and to be confronted by the impact that we have on the environment. Knowledge is power, and knowledge of the negative effects and the full extent of the impact that we have on the earth is needed. Albert Einstein is credited with the saying, "If I had an hour to solve a problem, I'd spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and 5 minutes thinking about solutions." We, by figure of speech and in terms of time eternal, have far less than an hour to solve the challenge of climate change. And the immediate needs of our residents are so enormous that all countries struggle to find enough money for the longer term and to effectively reduce our negative impact on the environment. Which brings me to the proposed budget for the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. The Western Cape Nature Conservation Board, generally known as Cape Nature, is set to receive 265 million rand in this budget year. With this, it must manage and protect more than 1 million hectares of land, fund research, it must inspect facilities and issue permits for the keeping of wild animals, it must comment on applications in terms of environmental legislation, undertake environmental education, and as I mentioned earlier, manage access to our nature reserves in a way that will ensure sustainability. This, at a time when land, something which was previously seen as a safe asset and that one that would be easy to manage, came under various pressures. Environmental pressures, but also pressure from people that are looking for land to erect houses. And this pressure does not only come from poor people, but the department must also find its way among the pressures from developers that target the most unique and beautiful landscapes in our country. With its limited budget, Cape Nature also needs to address various environmental threats. It is therefore not surprising that even some of the land under Cape Nature's control is also being overgrown by alien vegetation. And as various wildfires have shown, it's particularly the alien trees that are the most susceptible to wildfires and that burns at higher temperatures. On the subject of alien vegetation, and Minister Bradell also referred to this, this is also a huge problem for many private landowners, and it's very difficult to access funds to keep one's land free from unwanted alien vegetation, particularly if the land in question is not draining into a recognized water catchment area. Earlier today, in the debate on the budget vote of the Department of Agriculture, I also referred to the risks of climate change. I specifically referred to the risks of climate change for agriculture production, but these risks go much further. We've seen the damaging floods in KwaZulu-Natal. A year ago, we witnessed a death toll of 435 confirmed deaths. We've seen property damage of more than 70 billion rand caused by these floods in KZN. And these figures relate to damages in a relatively small area. And after 12 months, many people are still displaced. Many people are still housed in temporary shelters and waiting for the promised homes. And damaged infrastructure is still not repaired, with the result that sewage, raw sewage, is still flowing unabated down some rivers and into the sea. On the other hand, we've seen serious droughts in other areas. And while the drought may have been broken in the Karoo, thanks to good rainfall, particularly during the previous summer, the veld required a number of average and above average rainfall to recover.
Order, members. Honourable members, I can't hear the Honourable van der Westhuizen. You may proceed. Honourable Moran?
Okay. And while the floods and droughts may not only have been caused by climate change, it does give us some insight into the risks that we expose ourselves to if we ignore the effects of our actions on the environment, particularly those actions that accelerate climate changes. Speaker, as we've seen, the brunt of the effect of floods, droughts, etc., is borne by provinces. The national government signed ambitious agreements at international events in return for funding to assist us to become less dependent on fossil fuels. Despite this, Minister Gwedi Mantashe and other cadres, including ANC cadres in this house, sorry, they're not listening, are clearly not committed to renewable energy sources, including the leader of the opposition. Their fear of the mining unions, particularly in the mining of coal, is clearly illustrated in their responses and actions to limit and delay the implementation of renewable energy projects. Or perhaps, I see they say I'm not right, but it's perhaps their fear and the corruption in the coal industry involving senior ANC politicians, particularly those with ties to Mpumalanga, that our ANC members want to protect. I think that's the case. Just last month, Minister Bradell responded as follows in a written question in which I asked about the coordination of national and provincial responses to the challenge of climate change. Minister Bradell stated, and I quote, "With climate change being a transversal issue, another challenge is poor coordination and cooperation between different government departments and sectors, which can lead to a fragmented approach." And I've also been quoted by the Honourable Maran, and I feel honoured by that, by referring to the fragmented approach. This exacerbates the problem of accessing financial support due to climate change response project proposals not getting the implementation readiness state or not being large enough to qualify for external funding. End quote. I therefore call on the national government to change this fragmented approach to a unified response with clear provincial targets, thresholds and obligations to guide the mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions at provincial and municipal levels. While the ANC national government is dithering on action steps to address the issue of climate change, this Democratic Alliance government, through this department, is taking it seriously. Please note the following actions. 1. A State of Climate Change Mitigation Responses report is envisaged as an annual report that will track progress in terms of the implementation of the mitigation measures modeled in the emissions pathway and the tracking of greenhouse gas emission reductions. 2. To deliver on the resilience aspect of the Cape Climate Change Response Strategy's vision, a Western Cape climate change adaptation pathway will be developed to build an equitable and inclusive society that thrives despite the shocks and stresses posed by climate change. And thirdly, during the past few years, all Western Cape districts have finalized district climate change plans with the support of this department. And I heard the Honourable Maran also referring to the importance of districts. Here you have it. We've already done it. In addition, the province currently has 31 air quality management plans, 1 provincial and 30 municipal air quality management plans that have been adopted and that are currently being implemented to manage air emissions inclusive of greenhouse gases. All in all, 5.8 million has been allocated to the climate change management sub-program. Clearly, this challenge is being addressed with the necessary focus and urgency in this province, despite a limited budget. 31 million has been allocated to Program 3 to ensure that our environment is protected through the environmental legal regime and licensing system. This is the program that must ensure the enforcement and compliance with environmental laws. In terms of the annual performance plan, this budget will fund almost 400 compliance inspections to ensure facilities and businesses comply with environmental legislation. Through improving compliance with environmental legislation, environmental degradation and pollution will be minimized and rectified. Improved compliance will also reduce the unlawful utilization and exploitation of our environmental resources, which jeopardizes the principles of sustainable development and affects our ecological economy. The sub-program Impact Management is responsible for facilitating environmental impact mitigation to promote sustainable development and a safe, healthy and sustainable environment. This is achieved through the implementation of an environmental impact management system through the use of various tools such as environmental impact assessments. It is planned to stimulate the waste economy by creating an enabling environment and provide support to small and micro entrepreneurs, which will create jobs. The environmental impacts and its specific impact on climate change will be reduced. Active support will be given to municipalities and industry to improve resilience in waste management. In this regard, I want to applaud the way in which these officials support particularly our smaller municipalities with advice and by sharing their vast knowledge gained in various roles. The sub-program Pollution and Waste Management has been allocated 49 million rand, and I believe we all support their intentions to create job creation in the waste management space. Working transversally with other Western Cape government departments, the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning delivers its capacity development and empowerment support at the provincial, district and municipal levels to empower people to create a more just and sustainable environment. This is done in a variety of ways depending on the type of capacity development and empowerment support required, the level of operation and transversal partnership opportunities. The department is providing capacity building and empowerment support for curriculum assessment policy statements, the school's well-known CAPS curriculum, aligned environmental education and awareness programs in collaboration with the Western Cape Education Department. One of the capacity building projects is Women in the Green Economy, an annual gender-focused project which aims to build capacity and allow networking with potential women entrepreneurs and women-led micro and small enterprises. The Growth Potential Study is an effective and efficient spatial economic policy data tool to build on to contribute to enabling environment for a dynamic and evidence-based system to understand spatial economies in the Western Cape. and it requires our ongoing investment and support. The second strategic outcome is therefore to realise more resilient and spatially transformed Western Cape settlements, building on the strong base of a progressive and ambitious spatial governance system. Water, like energy, enables the economy to function, and water security is a critical factor in supporting the Western Cape government's priority areas relating to economic growth, human health, and job creation. Our fynbos areas are remarkable in their ability to catch and retain water during the winter rain season, and then to release the water during the dry season. No wonder that the eradication of alien vegetation in our water catchment areas is such a high priority. And unfortunately, it's not only through this department and its entity Cape Nature that these initiatives are funded and implemented. I referred earlier today to the Department of Agriculture's land care program, whereby riverbeds are cleared of alien trees. Just last week, we've seen a 2-day water indaba called by Minister Bredell and presented by this department. This was an effort to bring together 3 spheres of government and to plan ahead, possibly as much as 15 years. Feedback from those that attended the water indaba is that they found it extremely valuable. We've already seen numerous towns that have run out of water, and Minister Meyer quoted various ANC-run towns earlier today, where less than 50% of the population have access to piped water. The current load shedding, brought about by poor planning from the national government, is impacting negatively on infrastructure such as water purification and wastewater works. Again, it is the environment that is put at risk when sewage is not treated to acceptable standards. There's an important link between environmental affairs and the planning of future developments in this province. It is therefore apt for these functions to be housed within one department. This province is leading the way with studies to determine the growth potential, to predict the infrastructural needs of towns, and to promote social well-being through clever design. There is a recognition that even safety can be positively influenced by smart design. Again, this department has been able to leverage funding and to create an awareness of the importance of design to quality of life, but also to stimulate job creation. Chairperson, we have responsibility towards the environment of this province, but the effect of our decisions and actions here at the southernmost point of this continent is not limited to only the Western Cape. It affects our other 8 provinces too, and our neighbouring countries, and eventually Earth on life as we got to know it. I'm proud of what this department and its entity Cape Nature has been achieving with the limited budget that is annually allocated to it. It has contributed to the high quality of life that we enjoy. I therefore have no hesitation in calling on members to support this budget vote, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable van der Westhuys, and I now recognise the Honourable Minister Bredell.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Agbare Deputy Speaker, ek gaan begin deur die agbare Maran baie dankie te sê vir sy insette. Daar was van die insette waarna 'n mens kan luister en dan dwaal hy maar af soos hy ANC kan doen. Ek wil tog vir die agbare Maran vra om net vanaand as hy by die huis is en hy's rustig en kalm sy calculator te vat en te reflect op sy verkeerde toespraak oor behuising en uitwerk hoeveel huise jy vir 400 miljard rand kan bou. En dan kan hy terugkom en vir die huis vertel, as dit nie ANC korrupsie was nie, dan was al die huise in hierdie land gebou en al die tannies wat nou oorlede is sonder huis, sou huise gehad het. Agbare Speaker, dan op die DDM model is 'n model, hy hoef nie eers daaroor te debatteer nie, ons sal dit nie aanvaar op die huidige manier, soos wat die ANC dit wil afdwing nie, want hulle verstaan nie swere van regering nie. Dis 'n tipiese uitgaande tipe regering wat nou wil mag behou en nou probeer hulle om van nasionale platform deur distrikte B-munisipaliteite te beheer. Gaan nie werk nie. Hulle stelsel het nog nie gewerk nie. Hulle loodsprojekte het almal misluk. Die JDMA is 'n model waar ons herken swere van regering. Hier sit distrikburgemeesters, dit werk soos 'n bom en ons sal aanhou daarmee en as ons dit in die hof moet beveg, dan sal ons dit ook in die hof beveg. Wat die riool betref, agbare Speaker, ons het nie gesê ons is perfek nie. Daar's baie rioolprobleme. Dis iets wat ons geërf het. Dis iets waarmee ons werk met ons munisipaliteite. Die stad Kaapstad is besef dit, maar dis nie iets wat jy 'n klip 'n ligskakelaar aansit nie. Dit gaan 'n lang proses wees, want hier het 125.000 mense Kaap toe getrek. Dit beteken 25 miljoen liter water 'n dag ekstra. Die jaar voor dit 108.000 mense. Almal beweeg daar waar daar excellence is of goeie regering is. En ja, ons het nie genoeg infrastruktuur gehad om dit te hanteer nie, maar daar is 'n plan en die stad werk daaraan. Laastens wil ek vir die agbare Marant sê, jy weet die DDM-model waarna hy verwys, hy moet onthou die ANC het projek konsolideer probeer, hulle het LG TAS probeer, hulle het turnaround strategy probeer. As jou kop korrup is, gaan jy nêrens heen gaan met enige stelsel nie, as jy dood in die water. So, agbare Deputy Speaker, laastens aan die agbare member, agbare lid Marant deur u, hulle was almal genooi na die waterberaad toe. Wat 'n awesome 2 dae en ek wens hulle kon dit almal bygewoon het, want as hulle presies geweet het, hoe werk die 15-jaar plan, wat is die gereedskap toolkissie waarvan ons praat, en langtermyn kon hulle ons munisipaliteite gehelp het, maar ons sal dit staande komitee toe bring, want ons het baie geduld, agbare Speaker. Aan die agbare member of the EFF, agbare Kasim, thank you for your inputs. Just go and read our inclusionary housing policy. I don't know of other province that's got one.
Order.
But it's exactly what we're trying to do to bring people closer to economic hubs, etc. I'm very excited, and business and people all buy in. We've had a huge public participation program, a lot of debates within that policy, and I'm very excited. I want to thank her for being part of a clean-up campaign, because at least politicians are also doing good things. We will never support anybody with racial remarks, and the process will deal with that, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, aan my agbare voorsitter van die staande komitee, agbare van der Westhuizen, baie dankie vir julle oorsig. Dankie vir die manier waarop jy 'n voorsitter is. Jy vra die moeilike vrae. Jy laat 'n man bietjie sweet so nou en dan, want jy's buite in die veld. Jy het 'n passie vir die omgewing en vir climate change, en ons waardeer dit, want jy hou deur dit te doen, maak jy dat ons beter raak. So baie dankie, ons waardeer dit. And again, with that, I table the budget of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning for the year 2023-2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That brings us to the end of that vote. Minister, do you need time for your staff to... Okay. We will move on directly to the next vote. I will ask Mr. Stamela to read the 5th order of the day.
Debate on vote 14, Local Government Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stamela. I recognize the Honourable Minister Bredal.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. Honourable Deputy Chair, to the Premier in his absence, to all my Cabinet colleagues, to all the members of Parliament, to all our mayors, to all the members of the public, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to present the budget for local government 2023-2024. This is a small department that makes a huge difference in the way people experience living in our towns, villages, cities of the Western Cape. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we are currently faced with an electricity crisis which impacts directly on the ability of municipalities to provide basic services. Reliable electricity is also essential for water systems to operate, and we experienced a very difficult December in several of our coastal holiday towns where frequently and long electricity blackouts led to beach closures due to sewage pollution which spilled into our estuaries. So I must maybe just pause here and again thanks all our engineers who came back from holiday to support our municipalities. Our coastal municipalities really struggled through December. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have just concluded our water endowment in partnership with the City of Cape Town. We have done a lot of hard work to be able to present the 15-year water and drought plan led by the Department of Local Government to our stakeholders and the public. If I must highlight some of the aspects, it would be the development of, first of all, the infrastructure toolkit, which did an assessment of all water infrastructure of our municipalities. Of all 30 our municipalities, there's done an assessment. This tool can be used by all municipalities for future planning and maintenance maintenance of essential water infrastructure. Honourable Chair, and again, let me pause there and just explain that there's a mass of information behind this tool, so we're going to train 2 officials in each municipality so that they be able to work with this, and they will then share it with the political leads in the municipality as well as the officials, because this must become part of the budgeting. It will tell you exactly how much you must spend on maintenance, on investing in infrastructure, so that you can prepare for growth. The water balancing tool, which uses uniform population growth projections and is a powerful tool for municipalities to calculate the future water resilience. It also allows you to see the potential impact of different water strategies for a municipality. This tool can now calculate the impact of more boreholes against the impact of water reuse strategy for a specific municipality. And they can look at that and they can see which one will benefit their needs best going into the future. Honourable Deputy Speaker, another important finding from research that informed the 15-year water plan includes, based on expected economic and population growth, the bulk of new water demand will come from larger settlements within the greater Cape Town Metro City region, Cape Winelands area, and I see the Mayor is here, and the West Coast N7 corridor. In Southern Cape, George and Plettenberg Bay will see a strong demand and growth in the demand for water. Even under business as usual projections, growth in new water demand can be as much as 4.5% in Stellenbosch and around 4% in Drakenstein and Swartland. Honourable Deputy Speaker, and while we are presenting budget here in this House today, officials from the Department of Local Government are on the ground in several of our rural towns leading water-saving awareness campaigns. We will keep on doing this because every drop counts at the end of the day, and we must instill behaviour change. Honourable Deputy Speaker, if we look at the headline numbers of this 2023-2024 budget for the Department of Local Government, the Department 2023 budget allocation decreased by 15.6 million rand from 2022-2023 revised estimates of 385.4 million in the 2022-2023 financial year to the main budget of 369.9 million in the 2023-2024 financial year. The decrease relates mainly to the 88.8 million allocated in 2022-2023 financial year to provide financial assistance to municipality as emergency response to mitigate the impact of prolonged load shedding on municipal water and sanitation services in the province. And I think we're the only province in the country who has done that. The budget amounts to 369.9 million for 2023-2024 financial year, 372.8 million rand for 2024-2025 financial year, and 385.6 million rand for the 2025-2026 budget year. Honourable Deputy Speaker, compensation of employees amounts to 212 million in the 2023-2024 financial year. Allow me to thank these employees who are already doing more than what is expected of them. I repeat that what I have said in the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development planning budget speech, we must treasure our dedicated staff or we will pay a price in the future. I trust that this matter will also be central to our ongoing cultural journey engagements. Deputy Speaker, if we look at areas where allocations have increased specifically for the year, we see the following: 6 million rand to fund dedicated project management support required to ensure the successful rollout of the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Finance Facility, CDF program. That can help this province a lot and can add a lot of value if we can get that right. And we're going to do everything in our ability to help and support our municipalities. 10.3 million rand will mitigating disaster risk. This includes the use of artificial intelligence and systems and technology required for anticipating disasters. 25 million rand to strengthen existing and explore innovative responses to deepen water resilient interventions in the face of increased climate change vulnerability. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I have mentioned the electricity crisis. As such, an amount of 57.6 million rand is allocated over the MTF for the Western Cape energy response, which includes allocations towards the following: 30 million rand to pilot renewable energy solutions in municipalities, 5 million rand for the provision of specialist service providers to conduct investigations and assess the feasibility of potential renewable energy options, 5.3 million towards the municipality electricity master planning program, 17.3 million rand for additional critical skills and capacity to support the energy program in the department. Speaker, while we are dealing with the challenges of electricity crisis, the potential future water crisis, or any other unforeseen challenges that might come our way, normal day-to-day work still needs to be done in this regard. So 5 million rand is allocated in the 2023-2024 to provide for capacity building and support to municipalities in the execution of their roles and responsibilities during the transition period post the 2021 local government elections. 3 million rand in 2023-2024 for ongoing drought support. 2 million rand is allocated to support the fire strategy of the department and strengthen the capacity of fire and rescue services. 2.1 million for research, policy and legislation development to support services to traditional council to facilitate the implementation of the Traditional Khoi San Leadership Act, Act number 3 of 2019. 5.6 million to strengthen municipal support interventions together with Provincial Treasury in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. An amount of 6.7 million in the 2023-24 financial year for the Municipal Fire Capacity Grant to improve municipal hazardous material response capacity. 11.3 million rand for aerial firefighting. This funding supplements baseline allocations and will allow for improved firefighting response related to the increase in fire incidences experienced in this province. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I conclude the Department of Local Government might be small, but if one looks at the above areas where they play a role, it is very clear that it is an essential department. The truth is that our citizens experience government there where they live and work. Droughts, floods, electricity blackouts, and are experienced by our residents in municipalities. The people of this country do not live in union buildings or various government buildings throughout South Africa. Let us be very careful not to become complacent here where we are today. It would be a mistake to think the world of our people out in the townships and small rural towns is the same as here in this chamber. I want to thank HOD Graham Paulser and his team for the very important role they play in supporting municipalities to serve and to protect the people in this province. Lastly, I also want to thank my ministry under the leadership of Marius Durant for their hard work and to help me to support our municipalities. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise the Honourable Dugmore. Honourable Dugmore, did you want something?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I did actually ask
okay, that's fine.
if it's possible
yes,
just to
sure.
get the...
I thought so. No problem. We'll just make sure you get that. Baie dankie, Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, MEC, colleagues. I'm not sure how many mayors and deputy mayors are here, but I'm sure that many might be watching. When the President addressed, that's President Ramaphosa, addressed the event taking Parliament to the people in the Ugu District Municipality in KZN in November last year, the President said, and I quote, "Since democracy in 1994, this government has made significant strides in improving the lives of the South African people, particularly those who were most disadvantaged by apartheid rule. We have expanded basic services like water, sanitation and electricity and built homes. We have provided access to free primary health care, quality basic education and free tertiary education in regard to the NSFAS policy. Since 1994, the progressive and pro-poor policies of successive democratic administrations have lifted millions of people out of extreme poverty and improved their lives. And yet, the President said, we know that we can no longer rely on these past glories as we witness severe challenges at local government, which is where service delivery happens." Close quote. While the party across the aisle wishes to deny the many strides that the ANC has made since 1994, and while they will be slow to admit that South Africa is a better country than it was in 1994, because of the ANC government, we still have many challenges, especially, Deputy Speaker, at municipal or local level. As has been often repeated, local government lies at the coalface of service delivery. Local government lies at the very heart of whether our people's lives are changed for the better or not. Yet one of the major issues in terms of addressing local government and those challenges mentioned by the President is the challenge of coalitions and instability. While this challenge may certainly be new to the rest of the country, we have had our fair share of them here in the Western Cape, and we have some share of them, some experience of them. The instability of coalitions is not new to the Western Cape, and we know for sure that this instability impacts directly on service delivery. At our recent 55th National Conference, the ANC dealt in depth with this question of coalitions and recognized the instability that coalitions bring to our municipalities and thus their ability to deliver services. The ANC is on record as suggesting in this House for a debate to happen on coalitions and that political parties work together to find a solution to this challenge, which negatively affects all of us and the voters. Yes, it is the voters that have somewhat caused this instability through the way they've expressed their freedom of choice and for whom they have voted. But as Democrats and patriots, we must be able to respect the outcomes and the message that voters send us when they do not give one party an outright majority. The message is clear. We as political parties must work together, and it is this instruction by voters that we must be able to discuss and work on. Yet, as our national conference also reminded us, we must have a differentiated approach to local government. We cannot have a blanket approach as to how we address the challenges of local government and those of coalitions as well. Deputy Speaker, I believe that we need to consider very seriously the proposals that have been made by the South African Local Government Association regarding coalition government. We know that Section 152 of the Constitution of our Republic spells out the objectives of local government. Firstly, to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities. Secondly, to ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner. Thirdly, to promote social and economic development. Fourthly, to promote a safe and healthy environment. And fifthly, to encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations in the matters of local government. It is time, Deputy Speaker, that we as members of this House have a serious discussion about local government and try our best to put party politics aside. We need to ask, are all of us really doing enough to meet these objectives in our Constitution, these objectives for local government? It is my view that the residents want service delivery, access to land and human settlements, safety, water and electricity. They don't want individual councillors who look after their own personal or business interests. They don't want endless motions of no confidence and endless legal battles. The challenge thus is to stabilize local government. To this end, I want to ask the DA political leadership not to give unlawful instructions to MEC Bredell. In this regard, I include Helen Ziller as well as Tertius Simmers. And in turn, I want to appeal to the MEC Bredell to honor what the Constitution says in word and deed. We cannot have an MEC. He refuses to act against DA councillors in the Cedarburg who stay away from 3 consecutive council meetings. We cannot have an MEC who refuses to fill a vacancy in Oudtshoorn because the DA, through his, I think, acting leader, Mr. Simmers, believes that the new councillor from a local party will not vote for their coalition. We cannot have an MEC who turns a blind eye to the conduct of a DA Mako member in George, whose son benefited from an unlawful investment of over 300 million rand in Old Mutual, and then does nothing when his DA provincial leader, Honourable Simmers, insists on the appointment of the very official fired by the George municipality for his role in the unlawful Old Mutual investment, to insist that he gets appointed to the Kanland municipality. So these unlawful instructions from your party lead in the province to you, please resist them, MEC Bredell. MEC Simmers should hang his head in shame. He pushed for the appointment of Keith Jordan as Kanland MM simply to keep ICOSA happy and to try and save the DA ICOSA coalition in Oudtshoorn. Those are the facts. The ANC agreed at our conference that we must find ways in which we can incentivize municipalities to do well and consolidate support given to underperforming municipalities, including through intra-municipal support programs where good practices are shared across municipalities. A good practice in MEC Bredell in terms of electricity, through the Speaker, I would urge you to visit Nelson Mandela Bay, where the Nelson Mandela University, working in some of the local communities there, are setting up energy cooperatives using vacant land for solar, and then actually selling that electricity into the grid and generating at least 500 Rand extra income per family. I would advise that there are good things to be learned all throughout this country, as your colleague on your left has indicated. One of these intra-municipal support programs is a district development model, which this provincial government has sadly rejected. The ANC national government has motivated and implemented this district development model precisely in order to ensure that there is an improvement in the coherence and impact. And given that we have district and other mayors here today, I think, in fact, what is happening, the DA is cutting its nose to spite its face, or whichever way that expression goes. Because our president has, for instance, deployed Minister Ibrahim Patel to the Boland. And if you think of what a DTI minister could, and has already done in terms of saving the factory, which was about to close down in Ashton, if you have a national minister engaging with the different spheres and saying, what is the comparative advantage of the Langeberg? What is the comparative advantage of Witzenberg? What product can we produce in this area? What service can we provide at a price that another market can afford, and that is needed? Now, if we have the support of national government, I think the voters are beginning to say that they want the national and provincial and local government to work together. So when this DA provincial government, in fact, says, we don't want you, we've got something else, it actually undermines the very principle of our constitution, which is cooperative governance. Why would you not want to work with champions? Minister Creasy is deployed to the West Coast. Why doesn't, once through you, Speaker, I saw a picture of MEC Bredell and Patricia de Lille actually standing together in the Overberg. Now, Minister de Lille then, I'm not sure where the President will deploy her now, was the champion of the Overberg for the district. Now, surely she was Minister of Infrastructure. If there are problems to deal with or issues to look at, the harbours, for instance, isn't it in the best interest of the Overberg that the President's model of appointing champions, working with the provincial government, is actually of benefit to the province? But yet, once again, the DA is playing politics and actually undermining the interests of the very people that stand to benefit from national investment. Among others, the district development model seeks to ensure that the issues of local economic development and thereby job creation, climate change, as well as ensuring municipal infrastructure is invested in and implemented. Yet, Speaker, the DA-led administration sought to reject this model because it wants to use its municipalities as its personal fiefdoms. The DA-led administration continually tries to catch slogans. As the Honourable Kama said yesterday, the Premier is in permanent election mode and has never actually governed this province in the last 4 years. Slogans such as 88 million for municipalities to mitigate load shedding, and you ask the details, you ask the municipalities, you don't get details. We still don't know what this electricity is going to cost. We still don't know what the financial impact on municipalities is going to be if they lose their revenue from electricity. 30 million to another pilot project. While we welcome all efforts in the fight
Honourable
to keep
Cameron,
the lights on.
Dugmore, won't you just take a seat? I think there's a point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, won't you just take a seat?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was wondering if the Honourable Member would be able to take a question.
4 minutes.
Honourable Dugmore, would you want to? Honourable Dugmore, would you like to take a question? No.
No.
4:45. You may proceed.
The member can come for a drink afterwards. We can definitely discuss anything you would like to discuss. Poor people in our municipalities are the ones who will be at the receiving end of the 36% cut in the municipal infrastructure budget. It is the streets of the poor that are rivers of raw sewerage and who lack the infrastructure to receive basic services. We welcome as the ANC the process to establish a house of traditional and Khoisan leaders in the Western Cape. We believe it's long overdue, and we look forward to having our traditional communities represented. However, the department has not yet appointed any staff to drive this process. They have actually not gone out to communities across the province to explain the process of traditional leaders applying for recognition. We agree with the department that the application process is being managed by the National Department, but our concern is that the province is not doing enough to create awareness about the process to set up the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders. Another issue which is critical for both portfolios of this MEC is the National Environmental Management Act and the Integrated Coastal Management Act. I'm not sure if some of our leaders of municipalities are in coastal areas, but this law says that district and local municipalities have to provide access to the sea. And the reality is, despite this legislation almost being 8 years old, not a single district and not a single municipality has actually gone to the process of consulting the public and saying in Hessequa, at the Stilbaai area between Stilbaai and Gourits, where is there access to the coast? Not only our fishing communities need it, but other farmers have been blocked by rich property developers, mainly from Gauteng. Got no issue with Gautengers, I don't regard them as foreigners, but these rich property owners. No, I just want to explain this to members. Order
members. Okay. Now you may
Yeah.
proceed.
Say if this is the coastline. Now you've got farmers who are living over here. So these guys come and build houses here so that the farmers who used to for many years have access to the sea cannot. Now the way to deal with that is to actually implement NEMA and to implement the ICMA. And I want to appeal to the MEC and the leadership of local government here. We have to give access to the sea. The sea is not private property. But why have you not, through the Deputy Speaker, actually implemented this? You're busy, yes, besig met planne. We want to see the access to the beach.
Focus on
from
me, Honourable
the
Dugmore.
Northern Cape border right to Bito. We need to have dedicated, that's what the law says. Your job is, MEC, the district's job, the Municipalities Act. And now we're allowing people just to buy up more and more properties and close off the access to the beach. Let's be honest about that problem. It's a problem and we actually need to deal with it. In Matsikama, I challenge the MEC to bring the Matsikama forensic report to this House. And then this notion of so-called clean governance, the rot in the city of Cape Town, the rot in Matsikama, will actually come out. Bring that to this House. The Oudtshoorn Museum, MEC Bradell through the Deputy Speaker, please, that mayor, daai burgemeester in Oudtshoorn, vir sy eie redes, wil baklei met die museum en daai museum val onder daai MEC. Dit kan nie wees nie dat daar is 'n bekleierery in hofsaake terwyl eintlik daai museum in Oudtshoorn is veronderstel om almal te bedien. Dis 'n probleem.
Honourable Dugmore, take your seat, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can the member on the floor please address you, Chair? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dugmore, focus on me. You've got about a minute.
And I also want to explain to the MEC through you and the members of local government, do you know that when we in this House ask questions to the MEC, the City of Cape Town, and the MEC gets the questions, then he sends them to the City of Cape Town. Do the members and the gallery know that the City of Cape Town is actually refusing to answer those questions? Yet in every other province, when an MEC gets a question from Mpumalanga or wherever from the DA, they answer those questions. But the City of Cape Town is refusing to answer our questions. And this MEC who talks about accountability, this legislature is being undermined. Imagine if tomorrow Swartland, or imagine if any other municipality said, nee, ons gaan nie antwoord nie. No, we are cooperative and we need that information. So this MEC is actually defending the indefensible because he doesn't want the corruption of the DA, the cronyism, the state capture of the DA, the nepotism and the racism to actually come out in this House. So that's why the city, no wonder the city knows about the corruption in the maintenance department. If we ask a question here, hulle sal net vir jou sê, nee, ons antwoord nie. Don't protect the indefensible MEC. Let's work together.
Thank you very much.
And make sure that we make local government work.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Dugmore. I now recognise Honourable Klaas. Oh no, he's not here. Apologies. I recognise Honourable Seleku. Order members, I know you're getting tired. It's still, we've got 2 more votes. Let's try and get this through as quickly as possible. Honourable Seleku, please take your seat. Honourable Mayor, Minister Mayor, what's your point of order?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I would like to know where's Honourable Member Klaas, since he will receive his salary at the end of the month.
Apparently he has deemed his apology. Thank you very much. Honourable Seleku, Honourable Seleku, take your seat. Honourable Dugmore.
Just a point of order, Deputy Speaker. Would the Honourable Chairperson of the committee like to use the lectern?
Thank you, Honourable. Over to you, Honourable Seleku.
Speaker, baie dankie vir die geleentheid. Dankie dat ek moet eers begin om te groet. Dan groet ek vir u, die lede van die kabinet, die premier aan sy afwesigheid, burgemeester, onderburgemeester van verskillende munisipaliteite in die Weskaap en lede van die publiek en veral die lede van die huis. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is very much important that I answer a few questions from some of the members. And yesterday when we started the debate, there was a word that says from the ANC about choice. They spoke about choice. And unfortunately, when you are given a choice, you either use the choice to do good or you use the choice to do bad. And the choice consists of, you can either choose to be corrupt, you can either choose to loot, or you can either choose to be responsive, or you can either choose to listen to facts or ignore facts. Unfortunately, for the ANC, they chose the wrong things. They chose to be corrupt, they choose to be looting, they choose to ignore facts. And fortunately for the residents of the Western Cape, they have a government that has chosen to act. You know, whenever we bring plans, they will say, you've got so many plans. It's better to try and do something instead of not doing anything. And that is the responsibility that we have taken as this government of the Western Cape to say whenever there's a crisis, as this was mentioned in December by Honourable Bradell, in terms of the electricity crisis, we opted to do something as compared to other provinces where they don't do anything. And also, And I'm glad that Honorable Dagmo has mentioned Ugu municipality. Before I came to this particular house, I attended that Taking Parliament to the People. I was part of the delegation. I was there for 5 days. And I'm just going to talk about what is currently happening in other provinces, just to bring relevance also to Member Dagmo. You know, before I came here, we attended to a petition from Limpopo. The petition from Limpopo was from poor communities, asking and appointing lawyers because they did not have water. They did not have water. They opted to use the resort of saying, let us go to Parliament and petition that municipality to give us water. So when we went there, I was so amused to see a brand new X5 driven by the mayor. An ANC mayor driving the brand new X5 instead of giving people water. That's the kind of things that are happening in other provinces. Instead of opting to give services to the residents, they opt to drive X5s. And then when they come to the Western Cape, where we are trying to do something for the residents of this province and willing to take the bullet for them, and then they want to criticize us. I think I would advise them and say, instead of criticizing a government that is trying to do something, go to your fellow provinces and advise them in terms of how to render chair services. Also, Honorable Speaker, let me go to Member Maran. He's a good friend of mine. And I'm just going to give him some information. Member Maran, in terms...
Order, members. I can't hear Honorable Seleku. Honorable members.
Member Maran, you spoke about the 6 kiloliters of water, about the 6 kiloliters of water, Deputy Speaker.
Order, members.
And also they spoke about the debt collection policies, about electricity. Those are issues of municipalities. Those are issues that the municipality have a policy in terms of how they are going to collect debt. It is up to them whether they use a different method in making sure that they recuperate what is due to them. So, but what we have done as a standing committee of local government, we have said...
Order. Order, Honourable Moran. Order, members.
We have said because knowledge is power, and people perish because of lack of knowledge. And as leaders and legislatures, we need to be aware of what is happening in our municipalities. So we have said we are going to call...
Honourable members, 1 minute. Honourable Seleku, can you just take the seat? I recognise the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, there has been loud conversing. The Honourable Bakabakofos only came to work 4:20. And I'm so happy that Auntie Poppy is on her home already, that she didn't have to witness this, Deputy Speaker. Can you please rule? Thank you.
Honourable Bakabakofos, I do note that you are in the wrong seat, but I do recognise you at the back. Honourable Moran, have you got a point of order?
Speaker, can you ask the member not to address me directly, but through you?
That's true. That's true. Thank you. Honourable Seleku, talk to me. Thank you. Honourable
Deputy
1 minute,
Speaker.
Honourable Seleku. Honourable Bakabakofos, would you like to address me? Yes.
Yes, Honourable Speaker. I want him to remember his ex whenever he speaks. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. That's not a point of order, Honourable Bakabakofos. Over to you, Honourable Seleku.
Deputy Speaker, like I was saying, and I'm just going to go because I've got 23 minutes, so I still have time. And I prepared, for this speech.
Order, members. Order, members.
Die mense moet hoor as hulle hier uitgaan na verstaan hulle dat se verskil tussen die DA en die ANC. So before I go to my speech,
Order. The members on the DA are much louder than anybody else in the House.
Before I go to my speech, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I want to also quote the President of our country, Mr. Matamela Ramaphosa, because Honourable Dagmo quoted him in Ugu. And I want to quote him when he opened the policy conference of the ANC, which was last year. When we spoke about local government during the policy conference of the ANC.
Order.
And I quote what
Honourable
he said.
Moran.
He said, comrades, the reason why municipalities are in the state they are in today is because of us, referring to the ANC. So that is an admission, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Order,
that
members.
Their leader is admitting that they have failed their municipalities and they don't know how to govern municipalities. Want hulle kan nie regeer nie. You know, and ons doen goed, maar hulle kan dit nie sien nie. You know, if even your own president can admit to that, hey, bras, julle doen 'n swak job, dan moet julle maar dit aanvaar. Honorable members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I commence with my speech, I would like to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to the provincial government and its officials for their unwavering commitment and dedication to the betterment of our province. Their tireless efforts have made the Western Cape the most prosperous and progressive province in the country. Despite a decrease in budget allocation for the department, the Western Cape Provincial Government remains committed to ensuring that the Western Cape is a better place to live and work. The department's core mandate is to ensure that municipalities in the province are well governed through oversight, capacity building, and governance capabilities. By focusing on this, we are able to bring stability and accountability to all our municipalities, especially the more rural municipalities which rely heavily on good and clean governance. I am proud to know that a large majority of municipalities in the province have received clean audits. However, there remains a few that are either governed by the ANC and their allies or governed by unstable coalitions. And honorable members, we have a chief negotiator of coalition in the Western Cape by the name of Member Dagmo. So if coalitions are not working where they are in coalition, it's because he is the one that has actually contributed to that instability. We firmly believe that the residents of the Western Cape can only benefit when municipalities are well governed, and the only one party in South Africa is known for its good governance is the DA. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape government recognizes the importance of addressing the needs of poorer communities and has implemented several targeted interventions to improve their quality of life. To strengthen the department's support for municipalities, the department has put in place a support strategy that includes capacitating and training new councillors, undertaking assessments of senior managers' appointments, providing ongoing advice and support, and dealing with general disregard for statutory prescripts. To further strengthen the department's support for municipalities, I am pleased to announce that during the financial year 22-23, the department has provided support in terms of monitoring and filling of vacancies and guided related to the legislative prescripts of the recruitment and selection processes, as well as the facilitation of secondments. Let's go there. The ANC is so obsessed about race. And I want to talk to Member Cameron Dagmo, because he was there when they negotiated a coalition in one of the municipalities in the Western Cape. He was sitting outside there waiting for one of the leaders. And I want to share with the House that one of the young mayors, who is black because they want color, I need to say that, he was a black and young mayor, or municipal manager, has actually abandoned that particular municipality, not by choice, because he said, I am a young person, I am not going to compromise myself because of people, councillors interfering in administration, things that are, because, and no, it's not important. He said, I'd rather protect my integrity and move away. So if they are so about, protecting the so-called black that they want to preach about, why didn't they fight for him? Instead of fighting for him, they opted to protect one of their coalition partners so that they don't lose their positions. He knows the names. No, he knows the names.
Honourable members, Honourable Select could talk to me. Yes.
Deputy Speaker, you cannot be a chief negotiator and then not know what is happening. because he gave birth to that baby. So when the baby does not get food, he must be aware. He's the father of failures.
Order, order. Thank you.
The department has also conducted diagnostic assessment to review the Section 154 support plan for various municipalities and implemented support plans to address specific challenges as identified and requested by the municipality. In addition, I would like to highlight the amount of 6.3 million has been allocated over the MTEF for research, policy and legislation development and support services to traditional councils to facilitate the implementation of Traditional and Co-Sign Leadership Act number 3 of 2019. What Member Dagmore has omitted to say is that the process is undertaken by a commission and those people have been appointed by the President. And what we are doing as a province, we are saying we are going to capacitate so that when we have to implement, then we are ready. So that's why we are budgeting for. We must make sure by the time the process has been concluded, we don't run around, we implement what is expected from us. This allocation is critical in supporting Traditional Council and ensuring implementation of the Act.
And the DA voted against that.
The department is
Order.
committed to the successful implementation of the important legislation.
Order, members.
And will continue to provide the necessary support to ensure its success. We also aim to increase citizens' access to government services and information. As a government that is in contact and connected to its people, it is the best position to understand the needs of the community it serves and respond appropriately. Citizen participation in decision or actions that affects them is an essential element of good local governance. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we firmly believe that infrastructure development is key to strengthening basic service delivery. To this end, the department will be implementing the 15-year Western Cape Water Resilience Plan, which will enhance water resilience through water supply augmentation, infrastructure capacity upgrades, water source management, and water demand management across the province. We will also be coordinating and facilitating the rollout of the energy program to ensure that critical water infrastructure is not affected by ANC-sponsored load shedding, and communities are not left without water for days on end, as we have seen to be the case in other ANC-run provinces. An amount of 2 million has been allocated in 23-24 and 24-25 respectively, and 2.9 in 25-26 to support the fire strategy of the department and to strengthen the capacity in fire and rescue services. This allocation will aid the department in improving the response times and effectiveness of the fire and rescue services, ensuring the safety of citizens, because we believe as this government that lives matters and that we must make sure that we are there and we react in time, that we save our residents. Service delivery remains our top priority, and to this end we have established the Enterprise Risk Management Committee to assist the accounting officer in executing his responsibilities. The department, however, still faces challenges, one of which is the reduction in budget allocation. However, we are committed to working with the allocated budget to achieve our goals. With careful planning, strategic investment, and commitment to the innovation and collaboration, we can overcome these challenges and deliver effective services to the Western Cape and its residents. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I urge this House to support the Department of Local Government's budget vote as its plans for the future. Together, we can ensure that the Western Cape continue to be the only prosperous and progressive province in South Africa. Let us move forward with confidence and determination, knowing that we have the resources, the talent, and the will to make a positive difference in the lives of the people of the Western Cape. My advice to the ANC, look, listen, and take action. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I confidently and without shame support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Saleko. I now recognise the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, to the Honourable Dartmoor.
Order, members.
The reason why the DDM model can't work is because of the words they use, like deploy people to an area. You see, Honourable Deputy Speaker, what you need to understand is because we've got different different spheres of government. When I go to a municipality, I'm under the leadership of that mayor. I don't go in there and because I've got a title now, I take over. And that's what they try to do from national level. That's why Barbara Creasy on the West Coast worked, because I was in the meeting and I said to her, Minister, you're a guest here. There's the mayor. The district mayor will instruct the two of us what we must bring to this table. And the third time she attended the meeting with no answers from her colleagues, she disappears. The same, I went with Minister De Lille to Overberg. And I said to the mayor, we're going to attend this meeting. We want to make this country must work. And Minister De Lille, because she was a mayor, she understood that when she walked into the room, she said to her staff, no, I don't sit in front. The mayor sits in front. But again, she couldn't get answers from her colleagues, then they disappeared. So the model will disappear in any case. Doesn't matter if we talk about it, because they won't get answers from their own colleagues in the national level. On coalitions, I welcome the debate. No problem with the debate. The problem is we must also define coalition, because I don't think coalitions work, personal opinion, but it's actually because we don't have coalitions. We've got king-making politics. It's all about a kingmaker. It's all about power, not about the people. But that debate, we can spell those things out. We can learn from one another, whatever. No problem with a debate like this. For the record, my colleague and leader of the Democratic Alliance never instructed me to do anything unlawful. I need to put it on record. And we don't work. We don't operate like that in the DA. We don't operate on instructions and. On the disciplinary matters, the honourable member mentioned on those kind of things, he must just learn and take his people through some training so that they understand the disciplinary processes. We, the custodian of the law, we implement the law. You cannot just fire people overnight. You cannot call illegal meetings and want the MEC to act. I'm the custodian of the law, irrespective of political parties. He doesn't want to believe it, but he will recall when the mayor, when the DA speaker didn't want to give over power, I will pick up the phone and tell him, you're unlawful, I will take you to court, you hand over power, because 6 people in a democracy cannot govern 5 people in a democracy. But when the shoe is on the other foot, then they don't want to adhere to the law. So we will stick within the framework of the law that will protect us. The whole crisis of playing poverty and you know, Honourable, it's Deputy Speaker, it's so sad actually, because 30% electricity increase in 2 years. It's on the ANC. The poorest of the poor is going to suffer. I will go off grid. Medium income people will go off grid. The poorest of the poor is going to suffer. And that 30% increase on electricity is on the ANC government. A failure of government. So they must not come and sit here. The decrease in infrastructure is because of corrupt national government. They started a dam to build a dam in KZN. They started to build a dam in KZN. The tender was 570 million rand. By 5.7 billion, Treasury stopped it. But nobody goes to jail. Nobody goes to jail. So it's all those kind of things. And it adds up. It adds up. That's why South Africa's problem, Honourable Speaker, South Africa's problem is not money. It's the management of that money. That's the problem. And if the Honourable Dagmar, when we have this debate on coalitions, and must also come to the House with a decentralized model. They must stop trying to dictate from top downwards. We've got competent mayors. We've got competent people. Delegate, give the powers on the ground where they can see and feel the difference. Then you will see service delivery in action. On coastal management, we're busy with that process. I'm a firm believer you cannot block access. But there's law. We need, because, and this is coming on for years. So it's not something that you stand up one morning and just change. So we're busy with that. We've done our coastal management plans. Everything is in place. And we tackle now region for region, and we need to get that right, but we must stay within the law. Well, if you can tell me what judge will announce on what, then I can tell the honourable member also maybe when we will be finished with this. But it's a system, it's a legal requirement. I'm passionate about that because we cannot block access. We cannot block access. I will never stand for that. But unfortunately, also when we took over from an ANC government, there were developments approved that blocked access. Now you must try to open that up. Those people's got rights. Those people's got rights. So you must fight these rights. and it's between myself and the National Minister that we will keep on fighting this rise, because we need to open up that access. To my chairperson, thank you very much. You can see you've got a lot of experience in local government, and that's coming through, and I'm looking forward working with you in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I really want to push through another vote, and then we can have a 5-minute break, a body break after that, if that's okay. But we've still got 3 votes to get through, and it's going to be a long evening. So I'm going to move on. The Secretary, Mr. Secretary, will read the 6th order of the day.
Debate on Vote 8, Mobility, Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I recognise the Honourable Mackenzie. Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier in absentia and Cabinet members, Honourable Leader of the Opposition in the House, and Honourable members of the Opposition, Honourable members of the DA and my colleagues, the heads of departments, walking in, special guests, people of the Western Cape, Team Mobility. Today I have the honour of presenting the first ever Vote 8 budget vote for mobility. I was sworn in as the Minister of Mobility 4 days after the Premier's State of the Province address and his invocation of Martin Luther King, fierce urgency of now. These words have kept ringing in my mind throughout the last 5 weeks. What does it mean for us with mobility in the Western Cape with a fierce urgency of now? Mobility is the lifeblood of the Western Cape economy, connecting people, goods, and institutions. It is how the citizens of this province get to work, school, tertiary educations, hospitals, clinics, and places of worship. Beweegtigheid is hoe mense na winkels reis om inkopies en ander goedere aan te koop. Na middendorpe om toegang tot noodsaaklike openbare en regeringsdienste sowel as werksgeleenthede te kry, om te sosialiseer en om geriewe en skoonheid van ons mooi provinsie te geniet. Dit is hoe goedere van plase na fabrieke en dan na winkelrakke en uiteindelik na die eetkamertafels vervoer word. Dit is hoe ons ekonomie verbind word met mense van ons dorpe, stedelike en landelike gebiede. As a functioning, safe, reliable, competitive and affordable mobility system lies at the heart of economic growth, social and spatial transformation, job creation, well-being, and the safety for the province. It is a fundamental part of dignity for the citizens of the Western Cape. And yet, despite these varying efforts by many, including one of our own colleagues in the national sphere of government, the mobility system in the Western Cape is still not fulfilling its roles. We have no option, members, but to acknowledge that the system in its current state is dysfunctional. Let me be clear. This government has made significant progress in this space with brave and innovative ways to improve mobility. The department has not been afraid to try new things, constantly learning and evolving to see the greater impact. So how do we ensure that our people are able to get to work and school safely? This is the question keeping me up at night, and this is my ministerial mission and my ministerial priority, and my only ministerial priority, to get people to and from work safely. Because you can create 1 million jobs, but if people cannot get to work, it doesn't matter. As my team in senior management and the departments will know, I've tackled this with a very fierce urgency of now. My commitment to the people of the Western Cape is to do everything I can to get public transport moving again, to offer communities dignified services that can get them to work and school safely on time. The only way we will be effective in this regard is through working through all mobility partners, fostering collaboration and showing leadership that prioritize commuters. We need to enable and support our mobility partners to function successfully as part of an integrated mobility ecosystem in the Western Cape. This is why I spent the last 5 weeks engaging as many of our key stakeholders as possible to build this relationship, in addition with my briefings with the department. As we launch this new mobility department, I'll continue with the same energy that I've started focusing on the quick wins and low-hanging fruit that will make a meaningful difference to the citizens' mobility choices. I'm proud to say that the new Mobility Department will come into being officially this Saturday, the 1st of April 2023. Given the severe mobility challenges we face as a province, the new department's priorities are many, but they are urgent. We need to make progress towards our vision for a sustainable, safe, and dignified, fit-for-purpose transport system which provides transformative access to opportunities for the citizens of this province. Owning a car cannot be seen as the only way out of being stranded and held ransom by unsafe, unreliable, and unaffordable transport options. Honourable members, we have the 4th largest budget in the Western Cape, with over 60% of transport operations and over 30% for transport regulation. Rather than focusing on input for my figures, which are publicly available information, it is in the Blue Book, and I know that the honourable members have read it, I'm going to share the practical outcomes that what our mobility portfolio will focus on the upcoming year. We all know the vital role played by the minibus taxi industry in our mobility and economic system. Minibus taxis transport more than 70% of public transport passengers in the Western Cape and are essential for the functioning of our economy. We cannot function without the minibus taxi industry. However, there are well-known facts with the service of the minibus taxi industry and rampant violent conduct among some associations. 2 days after I was sworn in as Minister for Mobility, I established a special minibus taxi task team with the City of Cape Town and Santaco Western Cape, committed to ongoing engagement between government and the industry. Our goal is to rapidly address the number of challenges aiming to support and bring about real change in the taxi industry. These include fast-tracking the special regulatory process related to operating licenses, and I want to thank my colleagues in the City of Cape Town who's worked with us in fast-tracking this process, and a full policy is going to the City of Cape Town Council in the next 2 weeks for approval. We want to train and register drivers and upskill them in critical areas and other measures to enhance commuter safety, because ultimately our commuter safety is our only and sole responsibility. I must say we had several meetings with the taxi industry the last few days and the last few weeks, and I'm encouraged by the constructive approach of all members in working together to resolve the issues that we've raised. In addition, we are investigating additional ways to improve the minibus taxi service, including the feasibility of a public transport voucher scheme for selected categories of passengers. And in response to the growing climate crisis, we are exploring the implementation of electric minibus taxi pilot project. And just yesterday, members, I met with Justin Kutsia and the former managing director of the London Transport, and I'm proud to say die eerste 200 elektrische taxis is tans op 'n skip op pad na die Weskaap. We will work hard with our partners such as these to ensure the sustainability of our mobility ecosystem for the future. Honourable members, on top of our mobility priority systems is the restoration of rail as the backbone of transport in Cape Town and other links in the Western Cape. I met earlier on with the leadership of PRASA to see how I can support their efforts to fix rail and get the central line up and running as soon and quickly as possible. To this effect, I've committed myself with PRASA upon the reinstatement of the central line. We will work with our colleagues to re-establish the dormant rail enforcement unit to ensure commuters get to and from work safely. Honourable member, it was lovely to see last week when PRASA launched the line from Yanga to Langa. Children as young as 3, as you know, have never seen a working train in their life. And to see them clapping and cheering and taking pictures of a rail line working was absolutely beautiful. And that is what rail should be about. You cannot live next to a railway line and not see a train. But I'm happy things are progressing slowly. While I'm pleased to see that progress are happening, I must reiterate and support the call by the Premier of the Western Cape and the Mayor of Cape Town for the National Minister of Transport to expedite the devolution of rail as already approved by the White Paper. At this stage, we must do whatever it takes to put commuters first and get rail back on track, so we can protect the current jobs, grow the economy, and create jobs we so desperately need. While I'm at it, we need to bring back the mainline passenger services. What is holding back the mainline passenger services and the premier class trains from running? And Honorable David Main, you have the answer. National government. Our people are watching the privately owned Blue Trail and Rovos rails going back and forth on the line, but the long distance public transport is nowhere to be seen. So, Honourable Member, we'd like to see the long distance Shoshaloda mail back on track like the old Transkaroo. So, Transkaroo, Brenareis to Lajo Eistervillero. You get the point, Honourable Members. Members, I love trains. My father worked on the railway line for 37 years, so I grew up on trains. I guess it's been my calling for many years. So I really want the trains back. In my first meeting with Minister Shikunga, I clearly expressed to her my interest. And it was great to see, Honourable Member, she also had a special interest. Her interest is aviation. She spent the whole day at the aviation conference. It is unheard of for a national government minister to spend a whole day at one conference. And I'm proud of the energy the new Minister Shikunga has said. And she actually told me, Honourable Members, and I'm proud to say, that I should put matters that I would want on the MINMEC agenda on the agenda. It is rare. It is a new energy that the national government is bringing. And I know we can get rail back urgently with that kind of energy. And I'll be in Johannesburg on Friday with the minister. I will also be meeting with the presidency, also with the deputy minister, with my colleagues in Gauteng, Ministry of Transport, because they understand the economy of getting rail back on track. And I hope my colleagues in the House will support our efforts. Honourable Member, Golden Arrow bus services is transport nearly 220,000 passengers every single day, forming a vital part of our public transport system. With the decline of our rail services and ongoing challenges with the quality and safety of the minibus taxi services, Golden Arrow remains a beacon of stability and essential service for its passengers and for the economy of the Western Cape. However, the financial stability of the service is now at risk due to the unprecedented increase in fuel prices over the last 18 months, pushing up bus operating costs. While the public transport operation grants from national government has unfortunately not matched the severe increase in prices, and that are also, as we heard the other day, the cutting of grants is what our other government department in the Western Cape is also suffering from national government. And this, Honourable Members, is further exasperated by load shedding and the detrimental effect on rolling blackouts on all systems in South Africa. And of course, the increase of cost for Golden Arrow is also applicable to motorists, it's applicable to members of parliament in this House who pays more for fuel, and it's applicable to the minibus taxi industry. That means every commuter in the Western Cape suffers. I hope that the members of that House, that side, will work with me and the national government to reduce operating costs for all modes of transport in the Western Cape. Honourable Members, we are on the cusp of rolling out Phase 4A of the Go George integrated public transport network to Thembalethu. The people of Thembalethu deserve the same service that everybody else is getting. The service in Thembalethu will more than double the capacity of the service and provide safe, affordable and reliable transport to the people of Thembalethu. And I want to thank my colleagues, Ricardo and Deirdre, who's in the House, for working tirelessly over the last few weeks and getting the Go George bus service up and running. The department continues to work on the Go George, and we hope to launch it soon. And I invite all honourable members of the House or chairperson of the committee to come to the launch. Honourable members, of the last year, the department has taken active steps to respond to the unacceptable criminal attacks on Golden Arrow bus service, including the implementation of enhanced security measures through the installation of onboard security cameras. We will continue to collaborate with Golden Arrow and law enforcement to protect our buses. I find it utterly reprehensible that anyone would attack a service providing essential service to the communities most in need, and I call on SAPS and the NPA to do everything in their power to bring these criminals to justice and prevent these attacks from reoccurring. Honourable members, our efforts to prioritize pedestrians and cyclists in the Western Capes, including ongoing local support to communities in planning, design, and implementation of safe facilities for non-motorized transports and our ongoing provincial bicycle distribution program is ongoing. Vir die jaar wat voorlê, sal ons 400 fietsse uithandig waar hulle werkskepping en veiligheid sal ondersteun. Die fokus sal op buurtwagte en mikro-ondernemings in Swartland, Oeverstrand en George wees. Deur ons vennootskap met die nasionale Shoshakula program sal ons 300 fietsse aan skole in die sentrale Karoo, mevrou Baartman en honorable member from Beaufort West not in the house, oorhandig. Honorable members, I spent time with the bicycle mayor of Cape Town, Active Mobility Forum and the City of Cape Town, looking at obstacles that prevent safe cycling and what can be done about infrastructure and traffic behavior issues in the matter. We visited the Langa Bicycle Hub, and that really stood up to me. And on that note, I wish the people of Langa a happy 100 years. This is just one of the many transformative citizen social enterprises leading the way for improved mobility, recreation, and opportunities in townships. I believe this model, harnessing the power of collaboration, can make real changes in communities across the Western Cape, and I'll be looking at how I can support programs such as this in other townships in the Western Cape. Honourable members, the Western Cape government recently launched in partnership with the Pedal Power Association and my colleagues, the Department of Education, Minister David Maynier, teaching school children about bicycles and road safety at an early age. At the launch day at Masipumalene last month, I saw the real potential of changing road user behavior through these young advocates. Active mobility is no longer a niche, nice to have urban development project. This sector is expanding rapidly with new micro-mobility options being introduced by the private sector, which will create thousands of jobs in the province. And on that note, honourable members, I must say a few weeks ago, I completed my first Cape Argus cycle tour. Well done to me. And I would encourage all members of the House to take up cycling and complete the Argus next year with me. We will make sure that you will get the necessary training to do so. Next time. Okay, thank you. Honourable member, technology is a key enabler for mobility to connect people to opportunities. In recent years, the department has actively adopted and developed cutting-edge and innovative technology solutions to enhance crime-fighting technology and systems to support our highway patrol, as well as providing the enabling technology and systems needed to deliver the department's own priorities. The integrated transport hub is also delivering solutions to external stakeholders such as local government. The ITH provides monitoring capacity links to enforcement units such as SAPs, provincial and local and private governments, and enables the detection of crime and rapid response on roads and communities across the province. Honourable members, as the Premier stated in the SOPA, one life lost on our roads is still one too many. We want people to live longer in the Western Cape. While we celebrated the 36.7% decrease in road fatalities over the festive period due to outstanding efforts by our traffic law enforcement office, our focus is on all 365 days this year. We will continue strengthening our enforcement and road safety initiatives. We will not rest. Less than a month ago, terribly, 2 young lives were lost, Nishat and Uran Thomas in Mitchell's Plain. They were killed due to reckless and criminal driving behavior. Visiting their heartbroken parents last week Friday evening in Mitchell's Plain, it compels me to look at taking further action to prevent such further tragedies and harsh consequences for those found guilty of causing such incidences and accidents. If you want to see any meaningful reduction in road deaths and trauma in our province, we all need to take a hard, long look at driving behavior. Taking chances, speeding, disobeying road rules, and driving under the influence, amongst many other irresponsible behaviors we see on a daily basis, put the lives and safety of all road users to risk. There are simply no excuse. Honourable members, we will continue to boost the ability of provincial road traffic to function as a modern, high technology and hard-hitting force. The Western Cape is still the only province in this country that has 24/7 road presence of traffic services protecting our roads and actively reducing road statistics in this province. Powered by the department's integrated transport hub, we will continue to expand our provincial-wide network of license plate recognition cameras designed to monitor road traffic, enabling the immediate detection of road traffic infringements, contraventions, and crime, including roadworthy, unroadworthy, unlicensed, and off-road vehicles, cloned number plates, fatigue drivers, and vehicles known to be involved in crime. Instant alerts are sent to officers' handheld devices to enable rapid response and interception. The extremely successful District Safety Plan program will also be reloaded under the new mobility banner and will no doubt go from strength to strength. Honourable members, the government motor transport, which manages the provincial vehicle fleet, is on a mission-critical enabler to provincial service delivery. GMT funds its capital and operating budget through tariffs charged to its client department. Funding has been set aside for the ongoing recapitalization of the fleet, with over 1,000 new vehicles expected to be purchased in this financial year, as well as enhancing GMT's operation with technology such as our vehicle inspection app. Honourable members, our electric vehicle is getting the attention it deserves. We are the first province to start procuring electric vehicles and building charging stations. Well done, Mr. Yashir Ahmed and your team. I'm also happy to report, just this last week, I met with our colleagues from the Eastern Cape who came to look at our electrical vehicle strategy. And my message to them, honourable members, was very simple. Don't spend money, don't tender out documents that already existed in the Western Cape. And I'm happy to say they're happy with our strategy, and they will take our electrical vehicle strategy and look at implementing it in the Western Cape. That's how we believe in the Eastern Cape. We believe in collaboration, in working together. The Western Cape undoubtedly faces many complex mobility challenges, and the journey ahead, I must be honest, will not be straightforward. While my department and I have an ambitious and bold agenda, we recognize there are limits to what the provincial sphere of government can do. Success depends on effective collaboration with our colleagues and partners at national government. We remain pragmatic and will focus on initiatives where we can achieve the greatest impact in the lives of citizens on the Western Cape. I'm committed to working tirelessly and doing everything in my power to ensure that people can get to work and school safely and access opportunities with dignity. I remain available for anyone wanting to put forward solutions to improve mobility, including our standing committee and members of that side of the House in the standing committee, or even outside the standing committee. I know we have hit the ground running with a new mobility portfolio, and I must say a sincere and heartfelt to all our officials for the last year for working together as department established. It has been tough. It has been difficult, but I know working together, we will make mobility sexy and lovely. Honourable members, I want to thank the staff in my ministry, my colleagues in cabinet, and the chairperson and members of the standing committee. I want to thank my predecessors for setting a great foundation where I can stand on today. You are all appreciated. My family, my daughters, and more importantly, more lovelier, my dog Gucci, for keeping me sane. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise the Honourable Mvimbi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I am honoured to be part of the Department of Mobility's maiden budget debate today on behalf of the African National Congress. To the Honourable Minister Mackenzie, as you prepare to take up the responsibility and challenges of your new office, we wish you and your department best wishes. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the MEC in his annual performance plan illustrates mobility as the lifeblood of the Western Cape, as we have heard that he repeated that again when he started. And I would like to go even deeper than that, not as a contest to you, and say that mobility is rather the soul of the Western Cape economy, or any other economy for that matter. From the transportation of raw materials to production facilities to distribution centers to consumers, whether domestic or international, citizens depend on mobility to commute to work, visit their loved ones, touring scenic views, and getting necessities. Public transport in particular is the cornerstone of the modern economy. According to the APPs, almost 1 million commuters utilizes the minibus taxi industry per day. 220 commuters who travel through gaps per day, and also, according to the website of Go George, they are transporting close to 16,070 commuters daily. The public transport industry could contribute billions of rands towards the province economy with the formalization of the taxi industry. Both the country and the Western Cape have a diverse modern mode of transport such as buses, trains, e-hailing, with the most prevalent mode being the minibus taxi industry. Minibus taxi remain the biggest choice for consumers, transporting more than 2/3. I see that the minister even went to say up to 70%. I am glad you made that recognition that they are actually the biggest public transport of choice. And people are not forced to use the taxi industry, it's by choice because of the service that that industry is providing. I thought this was my maiden speech for the maiden mobility.
Focus on me.
Yes, yes.
Interjections are allowed, but if they get too loud, I'll control.
Okay, let me repeat that. Minibus taxi remain the biggest choice for commuters, transporting more than 2/3 of this province, but still have not received assistance from the provincial government. When you must support this industry, you always refer to national government. Which is wrong. You are asking for the devolution of the rail. Why don't you ask for the devolution of the minibus taxi industry? Why don't you ask for that? Ask for that.
Honorable Vimbi, focus on me.
For a fleeting moment, we saw the red dot and blue dot projects, which were a commendable success that showed mass progress in the industry. But because, as we all know, the members on the other side of the floor view the minibus industry as criminals. And unfortunately, this industry won't go anywhere. Before you howl, we are aware that these were pilot industry. These were pilot projects, the red dot and the blue dot. But we are also aware that the minibus taxi industry is the least of the provincial government's worries. Lest we forget, the very same Honorable Mackenzie, not so long ago, called this very same industry thuggery and criminal industry, invoking terrorism. It was here.
Honorable members, Honorable Vimbi, don't.
So
Honorable
then,
Vimbi, Honorable Vimbi.
How can we work with such people?
Honorable
right?
Vimbi, just 1 minute. Just focus on me. So turn this way so that you don't get distracted. Okay?
So I will refer to you, Speaker, but looking at them.
Okay, then try not to get caught up in the interjections.
But this very same provincial government that awards contracts and tenders to companies linked with gangsters will not associate themselves with minibus taxi industry. By the way, they tend to lean towards violence that is inflicted by the provincial government by not issuing operating licenses to the minibus, by restricting that. But because in a way, by not issuing those things, we are actually party to actually instigating violence into that industry. If we talk of hypocrisy, that is hypocrisy at its best. The budget still continue to fail to speak to the support of this industry. Rather, it introduced a consideration of public transport passenger subsidy or voucher. This is the new thing now that is there. When an inquiry was made about this subsidy or voucher system, the department had not yet determined who this subsidy or voucher will benefit, leaving us with more unanswered questions. And I hope the minister, when he responds, is going to talk to that. This department claims that they are working on integrating with the minibus taxi industry and implementing initiative to formalize and improve minibus taxi service. We will eagerly await for you, Honorable Minister. The energy that you have shown here today, I hope you are going to be consistent on that. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, this brings me to Go George and my city. The provincial government's support for the bus industry in the form of Cape Town's My City and Go George continues to be a problem, and it is in crisis as it was formed to undermine and frustrate the taxi industry. The same problem we experience on the My City here in Cape Town, they are similar to the ones that are actually being experienced in George, and you can always ask the question why. Take, for instance, the City of Cape Town's My City buses to black communities. They lack servicing, they are inefficient, and they are deteriorating. These buses were implemented to make travel around the city easier. And they are truly doing that, making travel around the city easy. Now, I wouldn't call areas that are 30 and 35 minutes drive away by car around the city. If you're wondering which areas these are, it's places like Khayelitsha, your Danun, as well as Mitchell's Plain. They are called to be around the city. These commuters every day wake up with uncertainties, whether they are going to make it to work on time or not, or even make it to work at all. But we know that those that are around the city, they are safe. But those that are in the areas that are being resided by the majority of the people, they are always experiencing endless problems. The inefficiency of this bus service is affecting both school children and workers alike. A commuter can wait at a bus stop for more than an hour and a half, waiting for a bus. A bus that can easily take 2 hours to reach town, 30 minutes less if there is no traffic. Due to what seems like a shortage of buses for these routes, passengers cram inside these buses, and if they waited for far too long, stampedes break out. You will not find this, unfortunately, in Hout Bay bus. You will not find this on a bus to Oranjezicht. You will not hear of fire breaking out because there is sufficient number of buses that are properly serviced in those affluent white areas. As for Mitchell's Plain, Khayelitsha and Danun, they are left to fend for themselves. Between July and December of 2022, the My City bus has broken down more than 1,200 times. I can assure you, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, that the aforementioned areas could account to 97% of those breakdowns. Those poor areas, most of these breakdowns, they happen there. One might dismissively say they can catch a taxi, but we need to come to terms with the realities of these commuters. Taxis are an expensive mode of transportation for some. That is why we will always, every time we sit on a budget, we will challenge this provincial government. Please, Honorable Minister, speak for that industry, speak for the subsidization of the industry. We know now the Premier has got a habit of just taking out billions and put them wherever he wants. He has taken 1 billion rand for the law enforcement officers. He recently has taken 1 billion rand for energy. Can you please convince the Premier to take 1 billion rand to subsidize the taxi industry? Please use that energy to convince the billionaire Premier to please fund that. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the national government has initiated the National Rail Policy White Paper to revitalize the country's railway sector, where rail offers the most economically, environmentally, financially, and socially viable logistics and mobility solutions. We urge the provincial government to please cooperate with this process. Please don't criticize it. Please cooperate with it, because we are specialized in actually criticizing the provincial
Honourable Member,
government.
take your seat, please. So there's a point of order. Honourable Bartman, what's your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, I would like to know whether the member would take a question.
Honourable Mb? No. Thank you very
The
much.
national
Continue.
The national government is working towards a functional railway line while attempting to liaise with the province. I'm happy that the provincial minister seem to cooperate with this. It is this province that is so fixated on devolution and not working together with national government. Leave rail, the national government is busy with it, but please focus on those things that you can actually do, and we hope that we are actually going to cooperate with the national government. We hope that Honorable Mackenzie will all surprise us and not bring this department to the ground, as we hope so. Unfortunately, in that regard, the ANC cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you. I now recognise the Honourable Derek America.
Ja, baie dankie.
Honourable Vimby.
Agbare Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
agbare Premier en Minister en collega's. Deputy Speaker, I have a disclaimer to make before I start. I have two speeches. The one I, pardon me, delivered yesterday, and the one I am going to deliver today. So there might be a degree of self-plagiarism, so I want you to bear with me. So, because it was on the same thing. So be it as it may, Deputy Speaker, I want to say that, and here we go. Mobiliteit gaan nie net oor vervoer nie, Honourable Vimby. Dit gaan oor hoop, geleenthede en die toekoms van ons samelewing. So as 'n samelewing moet ons die belangrikheid van mobiliteit erken en die impak wat dit op ons lewens het. Ons moet streef om 'n vervoerstelsel te skep wat nie net mense en plekke verbind nie, maar ook geleenthede vir ons burgers, veral ons jeug skep. So, mobiliteit is 'n fundamentele pilaar van ons ekonomie. En dit is noodsaaklik vir die skep van werksgeleenthede en die aanwakker van entrepreneurskap en ekonomiese groei. Ons vervoerstelsel moet doeltreffend, veilig en toeganklik wees vir almal. Vir die mense van Mitchells Plain, vir die mense van Denoon, vir die mense van Khayelitsha, vir die mense van Houtbaai, vir die mense van Oranjezicht. Ongeag hul agtergrond, hul inkomste of hul ligging. So, in the Western Cape, like the rest of South Africa, experienced numerous challenges regarding its transport system. Among those, from all entry points to Cape Town and many suburban roads, significant traffic congestion, particularly during peak hours. And often one does not really know at this stage when peak hour begins and when it ends, because our roads throughout the network in Cape Town in particular are often congested. This leads to longer traveling times, increased fuel consumption and air pollution. Because there is a lack of reliable and affordable public transport options in the Western Cape, which impacts the ability of residents to access employment opportunities, education, and healthcare services. This is particularly true in many of our rural towns. Then again, also, road safety remains a major concern in the Western Cape, with high levels of road accidents and fatalities caused by reckless driving and in some instances due to poor road conditions and insufficient law enforcement at times. Although the Western Cape invests significant amounts of money in its transport infrastructure, including roads, bridges, and public transport infrastructure, but due to the lack of inadequate financial assistance from the national government, our efforts are often not enough, and our roads require maintenance and upgrades, particularly our gravel roads. There are significant disparities in access to transport services and infrastructure across the Western Cape, with residents in informal settlements and rural areas often lacking access to basic transport services. Deputy Speaker, in 2011, 2012 and 2013, I was a councillor in Kensington, Ward 56. And one of my activists that I worked with is a person named Kevin Alexander. He was very involved in the community and in the CPF as well. So having spoken to Kevin Alexander, who is still an activist in Ward 56 in Kensington, he lashed out at this pathetic, what he calls a pathetic service he experienced while traveling on a train. He states to me that on the 6th of March, he made his way to Century City train station to catch a train to town, and that was at 7 in the morning. Now, for everybody who knows the distance between Kingston and Century City, it is not a very far distance, it's within walking distance. And he says from the word go, when he arrived there, he described the service as extremely poor. So he says then, when he arrived at the train station and he wanted to buy a train ticket, they could not sell him a ticket due to the machines that were broken. It was not working, the ones that they had. He was then advised to purchase a ticket at his destination station, which is Cape Town. And also, he noticed that upon inquiring when the train will come, they were unable to tell him when the next train will arrive. Neither is there any notices anywhere that would give him an indication as to how long he has to wait for a train. So, nevertheless, he waited, and eventually the train came. And upon his arrival at Cape Town Station, further delays occurred. The ticket inspector that he approached to sell him a ticket didn't have a ticket machine. En asked his collega, gaan soek vir my 'n kaartjie gaan soek vir my 'n kaartjie masjien. And then Mr. Alexander Kevin was totally exasperated. He didn't know what was happening and what he needed to do. But Deputy Speaker, this was not the end of his frustration. So according to him, when he came back home the evening, he had even a greater nightmare experience. Again, when he arrived at the station, nobody could tell him when the train is going to arrive, what time, and when he asked one of the assistants there, he was told, just wait for an announcement. He inquired again at the information desk, at which platform will the train arrive? He was then told any platform will do. Many commuters were then utterly confused and lost. So eventually, by sheer luck, the train arrived, and according to him, it was in very bad shape. The handles of the train doors were broken. Nevertheless, in his desperation to get home, he got into the train, and when the train arrived back at Century City Station, he couldn't open the door. And then he darted off to the next carriage in the hope that by the time he gets there, he can open the door and jump out. And so as he got to the next carriage, the train then started to depart the station. And now he's stuck. And then he got to the next station, Deputy Chair, which was Monte Vista. Fortunately, he got off the station. And then he walked over to the other side of the platform, and again, 45 minutes he waited for the train. He eventually took him home. So that, sadly, Deputy Speaker, is not the experience of only Mr. Alexander. It's an experience that's experienced by many of our commuters across the Western Cape, and in particular across the city of Cape Town. And the experience is on a daily basis. So it pains me to relate this story, not only that I know Mr. Alexander, but also that I could just imagine the many people across the peninsula in the morning who want to go to work and at evening want to get home, and that they should be experiencing this. Nobody and no person should be treated this way. Speaker, I want to relate, Deputy Speaker, I want to relate another experience, a bit closer to home. My daughter, she travels to work in Cape Town from Durbanville. She takes a Golden Arrow bus to Cape Town in the morning. She has a fair idea as to what bus she should take, and so she, take that bus. But she's never aware as to what time she'll arrive in Cape Town, because the traffic congestion on the N1 and the bus getting stuck. There's no dedicated bus lane on the N1, despite the numerous lanes that are. But then again, when she gets onto the bus, her bus ticket is 38 Rand to Cape Town. If she does not have an exact amount of money, 38 Rand, then she wouldn't be allowed to get onto the bus. Because the bus driver, who is also the money collector, do not provide any change to passengers. So then if she gives her 50 Rand, that's it, no change, and you can get onto the bus. So there are no other payment options in this day and age, Minister, with technology where people pay with e-wallet and SnapScan and whatever else. It doesn't. It's not there with Golden Arrow yet, and that is something that we need to explore. So then she arrives in Cape Town, and then she has to take another bus. But at this stage, she transitions to the My City bus service. An experience she describes as world-class. And why does it say so, Honourable Deputy Speaker, through you, Honourable Mvimbi? She has an app on the phone. She knows exactly when and where the bus would arrive, the route and stops it will make, what time she will arrive at the destination, and above all, no cash on the bus, and the service is always on time. So, Deputy Speaker, this is the kind of service that all of our commuters in the Western Cape should experience.
Honourable members,
Our rail services.
just take your seat, please.
Will do, thank
Honourable
you.
Mbi, you want to ask if the member's going to take a question? Don't ask your question yet. Let's see.
When I'm done, then you can ask the question. Okay. Thank you.
Over to you, Honourable
So,
America.
So, Deputy Speaker.
Order members.
Thank you, Honourable Mbi. Nice try. So, our rail service, our Golden Arrow bus service, and our taxi services must all provide the kind of service that is provided to commuters by the City of Cape Town through its My City bus service. Our residents deserve quality, affordable, and reliable transport options. Dis ingesluit taxi ook.
Focus on me, Honourable Member.
So daarom, Deputy Speaker, moet ons saamwerk om 'n geïntegreerde vervoerstelsel te skep wat verskillende vorms van vervoer soos busse, treine, taxis, fietsen, ja, jy vat jou fiets, jy klim met op die bus met dit verbind. Deur dit te doen, kan ons verkeersopeenhoping op ons paai verminder, toeganklikheid verbeter en nuwe besigheidsgeleenthede skep. So die voorbeelde wat ek nog genoem het bo Deputy Speaker, is 'n klinkklare bewys wie die vermoë het om so geïntegreerde stelsel teweeg te bring. Die saak vir die devolusie van ons passasiersvervoer mode na die stad Kaapstad is nie meer debatteerbaar nie. Dis die logiese ding om te doen. Dit is vir die rede waarom ons die aanstelling van die nuwe minister van vervoer, minister Sandisiwe Chikunga, verwelkom. Ons is hoopvol dat sy die belofte van president Ramaphosa, die biljoenêr president, dat treinpassasiersvervoer afgewendel sal word na die stad Kaapstad. Deputy Speaker, ek wil dit net weer beklemtoon. Mobiliteit gaan egter nie net oor vervoerinfrastruktuur nie. Dit gaan oor hoop. Hoop vir 'n beter môre, hoop vir 'n helderder toekoms en hoop vir 'n beter lewe. Mobiliteit verbind mense, kulture en idees en help ons om 'n beter Weskaap te bou. Self-pleasure. Aan die einde van die dag kan ons sê, hoop beskaam nie, soos die minister van Landbou vroeër gesê het. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as a society, we must embrace the power of mobility to inspire hope and create opportunities for all our citizens. We must work together to build a future where everyone has access to safe, reliable, and affordable transportation. Our residents deserve this, and I repeat it, onze burgers verdien dit. So, as we continue to navigate through uncertain times, we remain committed to driving economic development, create opportunities, and providing hope to the people of the Western Cape. One of our key drivers of economic development is our Provincial Sustainable Transport Program, which aims to improve public transport, walking, cycling, and freight movement in the Western Cape. Through the Provincial Sustainable Transport Program, the department aims to provide increased access to opportunities to our citizens. In die opkomende finansiële jaar het ons verskillende inisiatiewe wat die departement beplan om ons pogings in hierdie gebied voort te sit. Dit sluit in die formalisering en verbetering van minibus taxi dienste, die bekendstelling van 'n openbare vervoer passasierssubsidie, die vestiging van 'n geïntegreerde vervoerstelsel, die herstel van die spoorwegdienste, die implementering van die Wes-Kaapse vragvervoerstrategie, die bevordering van die bevordering van laagkoolstof elektriese voertuie, minister, en die verbetering van openbare vervoer, loop en fietsry in samewerking met ons plaaslike regering. So Deputy Speaker, ons fokus op die verbetering van mobiliteit en toegang tot geleenthede is duidelik in ons poging om fisieke...
Order members. Order members.
So, Deputy Speaker, ons fokus op die verbetering van mobiliteit en toegang tot geleenthede is duidelik in ons pogings om fietsse direk aan gemeenskappe in nood te versprei en die vestiging van die Wes-Kaapse vervoersoewer te ondersoek. Deur te belê in volhoubare vervoer, voorsien ons nie net ekonomiese voordele nie, maar skep ons ook 'n skoner en gesonder omgewing vir ons burgers. Ek wil u verseker dat ons onverpoos sal voortwerk om ekonomiese ontwikkeling aan te dryf en hoop aan ons burgers te bied. Ons glo dat die belegging in volhoubare vervoer sal bydra tot 'n helderder toekoms vir ons almal. Honourable Deputy Speaker, safety remains all our top priority. Our traffic law enforcement will continue to provide an effective 24/7 traffic services, and the service will be further optimized through evidence-based driven integrated law enforcement operations, as the Minister has alluded to. Technological advances will improve planning and reporting ability, which will lead to further efficiencies. Through this budget, the Department will continue the development and implementation of the non-motorized transport safety strategy to address the growing number of pedestrian fatalities and injuries on our roads. The Department of Transport and Department of Mobility will improve the safety and regulation on vehicles and drivers by managing vehicle registration and testing drivers and vehicles on an ongoing basis and more efficiently. It will also facilitate online vehicle licensing and move certain driver and vehicle testing processes online. And so also there's the endeavor to improve planning for public transport. The public transport regulatory system, which the Minister also mentioned, will be enhanced to improve information and reporting capabilities, as well as better data management, extraction, and analysis thereof. And lastly, Deputy Speaker, the Department will conduct, according to the budget, a review of legislation and regulations related to the minibus taxi registration for associations, members, and drivers. The goal is to improve the conduct and public perception of the minibus taxi industry. It's the objective is to inculcate a more positive perception of the industry as it is now, and not an industry that is habited by unsavory elements. Al hierdie stappe, Deputy Speaker, word gedoen om ons burgers toegang tot veilige, bekosbare vervoeropsies te bied. Honourable Deputy Speaker, addressing the many challenges we face will not be easy. It will require a multifaceted approach, including investment in public transportation infrastructure, improvements to pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, addressing safety concerns, increasing access to technology, devolution of the passenger rail system, but above all, a change in the behavior of each other, all road users. Change in behavior, the Minister did mention it. Obeying traffic laws and a commitment to make the Western Cape a safer place for all its residents. Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Laastens, Deputy Speaker. Laat my toe om ons nuwe minister van mobiliteit, minister Ricardo Mackenzie, geluk te wens op die lewering van sy eerste begroting en wens hom en sy span alle voorspoed toe met die lewering van dienste en die uitvoering van hulle pligte en verantwoordelikhede soos uiteengesit in hierdie begroting. Deputy Speaker, die DA ondersteun die begroting en moedig al die lede van die huis aan om die begroting ook te ondersteun. Ek dank u baie.
Baie dankie, agbare lid. Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honourable Minister. Honourable members, if we can just hold out until the Honourable Minister is finished, and I will give you a
Deputy
big break.
Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Chairperson of the Standing Committee. I appreciated some of those stories, and I'm sure we'll hear more of this in the future. Much appreciated. Honourable Deputy Chair, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Mbimbi actually had a very great input. And I mean it, and I really mean it sincerely, Honourable Mbimbi, because you understand what is needed to fix transport in the province and probably in the country. You started by saying some of your comments, it is the soul of the economy, public transport is a cornerstone of the economy. That's exactly what I said. I'm happy that you've used different words, but you said the same thing. So you understand what is needed to get the economy going. And I really hope and I really would lobby you to share those sentiments with your national colleagues. Because one of the other things that you've mentioned is that people use taxis because I think you said they wanted to or they by choice. But I think let me take you perhaps a few years back, and I'm going to use this example. In fact, I'll take you back to a personal example. I used to travel to an auntie in Estervier. So I used to take a taxi from Retreat to Grassy Park, Busy Corner, sometimes Busy Corner to Hanover Park, I think, if I remember correctly. But anyway, at one point I took a taxi to the train from Mitchell's Plain. But on the other side is to stay in Steenberg and took a taxi from Steenberg to Retreat Station. I took the bus from Retreat to Cape Town or the train from Retreat to Cape Town. The point I'm trying to make is there was an ecosystem. There was an ecosystem where the trains, the buses, and the taxis were operating as one. So for the people traveling from Tafelsig, their only option at the moment is to take a taxi from Tafelsig to Mitchell's Plain and take either a bus, the Golden Arrow or the N2 Express, or a taxi to Cape Town, because the trains are not running. That is the cornerstone of the economy, the trains. There are probably more than 1 million people between Mitchell's Plain, Khayelitsha, Bonteheuwel, Langa, and Nyanga living on those hordes next to the railway line up to Constant's Plate. 1 million people. At this moment, as of today, 95%, if not more, do not have access to the trains because the trains are not running. So if we can fix the trains, Honourable Mvimbi, those persons living on that railway line will have a mobility choice, what I was talking about. They can decide to take the train, they can decide to take the bus, or they can decide to take the taxi. At this moment, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that mobility choice is not there. And the same goes to any of our other lines where we are struggling at the moment because of the rail system. So you fully understand the issues, as you mentioned yourself. They are the soul of the economy. They are the cornerstone of the economy. But the way we can fix it, protecting the current jobs, build the economy, and create new jobs, is to fix the cornerstone of our mobility ecosystem, which is the trains. So if you can assist us in lobbying your national parliament because you also talked about the national rail policy. That has been years ago, Honourable Mbimbi, with respect. That is already 2021, it's now 2023. The devolution of, it's in the paper, the highest office in the country, called the Cabinet, signed by the President Matamela Ramaphosa. You don't go any higher than that, Deputy Speaker. It's a signed policy by the Cabinet members, by the President. You therefore have to take that policy and go and try and implement it. It has not happened. It has not happened. And that is the tragedy, because it's not about me. It's not about the DA. It's about the 1.1 million people living next to the central line that cannot get to work, that do not have that mobility choice at the moment. So when we talk about formalization of any industry, and I'm going to come back to you on the taxi industry, because you talk about the devolution of budget and the formalization, that is where we need to start. Because once you get the mobility ecosystem functioning, you can say, how do we help the taxis, like my choice, from Steenberg to get to a retreat station, and then the persons traveling have a mobility choice from retreat to Cape Town. At the moment, that mobility choice is not exist. I'm 100% in agreement with you. The taxi industry is not going anywhere. We can't wish it away. No one in this country can wish the taxi industry away. But there are elements in the taxi industry who are violent, who are thuggish, and who are gangsters. And I'm going to repeat it because it's not a secret. And I know you know, by Deputy Speaker, it is not a secret in this country. 2 weeks ago, a bus was bombed in Tembaletu. Sorry, with almost 14 people ending up in hospital. I personally visited one of those persons in hospital. There is no normal human being will throw a petrol bomb in a bus with people in it. And if you want to condone that, that's fine, but I'm not going to stand for that. Similar to that, a few weeks ago, on letterheads, the audacity, the unmitigated gall to put on a letterhead telling 5,000 children, you will not go to school until I get a tender. No normal human being will do something like that. 5,000 poor black children. And I hope the honorable members would have stood with us in condemning these actions, but they did not. It took our Honorable Minister David Maynier to go to court to deal with
Order,
it.
members.
You cannot be part of a legalized operating system if you threaten parents, if you threaten children and their right to go to school. That is unacceptable in any democracy. So, honorable members, I have great joy. The last few weeks has been incredible in working with good men and women in the taxi industry who want the industry to work. And I can tell you, the majority of them are good, hard-working businessmen, like many of us. We all know there are members at National Parliament and members at other spheres of government who go to jail, who are criminals, but none of us here, as far as I know, are not those people. But there are elements in Parliament or in any government. There are criminals, there are thuggish that steal taxpayers' money. We know that. But it doesn't mean we are here, those people. So those ones, we must call them out. We must hold them to account and they must go to jail. And the taxi industry, those elements in the taxi industry are no exception. And we cannot protect them because you can't stop 5,000 kids from going because you cannot make up their time. I know my colleague Minister David Maynier and officials are trying very hard and I applaud them for doing so. But it costs them hundreds of thousands of rands to go to court for money that could have gone into education. Honourable members, you talked about operating licenses. You know, the taxi task team that we've established are working in dealing with all these issues. And I'm proud of our guys at the PRE and the registrar because they literally sat with their laptops and they put on the screen to look at what the honourable members are claiming because that is the narrative being spread. And there was no backlog, Honourable Member Mbimbi, with respect. They've sat with the Santaco leadership, they've looked at the numbers, and there was nothing. There was permits that wasn't picked up by the taxi industry. members of Sadako, somebody, for example, moved to the Eastern Cape. Somebody, unfortunately, as somebody said in that meeting, passed away. And my colleague J.P. Smith, no, they didn't pass away. They were assassinated. So there are members that passed away. So that permit was not taken up. But it's up to the responsibility of a taxi association to go to our colleagues and say, hey, Ricardo is not in the Western Cape anymore. Please give us his permit so we can do something else. The honorable members keep bringing up this topic, and I heard it yesterday, and they referred to extortioners and the DA's funding gangsters, blah, 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 blah. Let's go to the original sin. Let's go to the original sin. Ed Genadendal, the president of this country, Jacob Gedlekesia Zuma, had a meeting with the biggest gangsters at Genadendal. At the launch of the ANC's 100 years here at Athlone Faithieskas Station, it was the ANC gangsters with 100-year t-shirts on there that stood there on the VIP stage. That is the original sin. At the highest level in the country, at Genadendal, the place of sovereignty, the place where people should call when there's problems, the president had a meeting with 28s, and I wish I could use the words they said that day, which was quoted verbatim in the Mail and Guardian. He is a what? Just like us. That is the original sin, honorable members. Honorable members, the member talks about the My City, Khayelitsha, Mitchell's Plain routes. And I can talk again about how those people at the moment can get to work if they can use rail. If we can fix rail, honorable members, we can fix the backbone of our eco-mobility system. And then the honorable member talks about a billionaire premier. Now, why did the premier take R1 billion and spend it on the LEAP officers? Why did the premier take R1 billion and spend it on the energy crisis? If national government were working, if the police were working, if the crime detective services were working, if the state security agents were working, if we didn't have load shedding, if Eskom didn't collapse, that billions of rands that's taken from people of this province to fix problems created by national government could have gone into fixing problems. That is the reality of the matter. So we should thank Premier Windy for doing your work, for doing national government's work, and that is the reality of the problem, honestly. So call him a billionaire premier, I call him a solutions premier, because he took solutions solving problems that the ANC at national government has created and allocated that money to solve those problems. Honourable Member, public transport planning is an exclusive city mandate, but we work and we're allocating resources to the city and dealing with those matters. And that's why, honourable members, I hope in the future the chairperson of the standing committee will invite the minibus taxi task team to come and present what we're doing to the standing committee, so you can see the work we're doing in resolving some of those matters. And those infighting, Honourable Mvimbi, is part of the oversupply in that system. So the honourable member, you need to work with us in lobbying national government for that national grant from Golden Arrow that must be increased because of operational costs, because of load shedding and other national matters. That grant is now being impacted, and we hope you can work with us and ask the national government to fund the taxi industry, to create a grant for the taxi industry, to ensure that they are also funded, honourable member. So work with us. You understand the system, you understand what's needed, but if you can work with our colleagues as national government, like we're trying to do, let's fix the rail system. So write to your colleagues, you understand the genesis of the problem, and let's get the mobility ecosystem working, and let's work together with all our colleagues in getting rail working. I appreciate that, honourable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That concludes the vote, the debate on this vote. Honourable members, can I just ask for your indulgence? I am happy to give you 15 minutes. We've still got about 2 hours to go. Still a long time. So if you want 10 minutes or you want 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 10? Okay, let's make it 10 minutes. Everyone go and have a bit of a break, and we'll see you back here. The House is suspended.
Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I now recognize the Honourable Minister Fernandes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier and Cabinet colleagues, Honourable members of the Provincial Legislature in the House and on the virtual platform, members of the media and public in the chamber and virtual platform, citizens of the Western Cape, and especially a warm welcome to Team DSD. Thank you for showing up even at this late hour. I think you give commitment to our 24/7 principle. Good afternoon, or should I say good evening, Kuyanan, Mulweni Nonke, Assalamu alaikum. I rise to table the Appropriation Bill for the Department of Social Development, Vote 7. Our department, along with many others, have been battling the fierce headwinds which the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities referred to during a budget for action speech. The increase of 4.05% in the proposed budget, inching it up from 2.3 billion rand to 2.4 billion rand, barely offers us any protection against these headwinds. This nominal increase fails to keep up with inflation and the increased demands for services associated with various socio-economic challenges manifesting itself in expanding communities post-COVID. It is also indicative of a national treasury that is woefully unaware of what the needs are on the ground. The International Monetary Fund predicts South Africa's economy will most likely only grow by 0.1% this year, largely due to rolling blackouts. It's a significant drop from the IMF's January estimate of a 1.2% growth. The economic downswing, exacerbated by the long-term impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, rolling blackouts, and global financial instability, will continue to have a negative impact on the department and the Western Cape government. This means that the department will not be able to provide any material increase in funding to its NGO partners in the new year. Staff have also received below inflation increases, which has triggered union action impacting service delivery. We saw the effects of this unrest earlier in the month. The department will have to continue cost containment measures as we have done for many years. However, it is not all gloom and doom, as the Western Cape government has proven time and time again, with ingenuity and innovative leadership, limited resources can be stretched for the benefit of all citizens. With the funding allocations received by this department, we are more determined than ever to best serve the most vulnerable residents in this province, from the elderly to the youngest members in society. Honourable Deputy Speaker, considering that it is Social Work Month, it is fitting that I announce that the department has received 207.2 million rand for the compensation of employees over the 2023 medium-term expenditure framework period. Of this, 61.4 million rand is being allocated in 23-24, over 69 million in 24-25, and over 76 million rand for the financial year thereafter. This funding will ensure the filling of priority posts within the department, including the appointment of social service professionals, which includes social workers, social auxiliary workers at the coalface, and child and youth care workers at secure care centres, amongst others. As Minister Wenger mentioned during a budget for action, 247 additional social service professionals are being appointed. These appointments will hopefully stabilise an overburdened welfare and child protection system, especially in crime hotspots as identified in the Provincial Safety Plan. A 30 million rand in once-off funding was received in 2023-2024 For child protection services, this allocation included the training of safety parents of disabled children, the continuation of training for child and youth care workers, and subsidies for bed spaces in child and youth care centres. 750,000 rand was allocated for training interventions. 11.2 million rand to child care and protection, 11.2 million rand to child and youth care centres, 2 million rand to crime prevention, and 1.75 million rand to victim empowerment. Excuse me. Staying on track with our government's 365-day approach in addressing gender-based violence, we remain committed to ensuring victims of violence get the support and assistance that they need, while strengthening the family unit in a bid to prevent and address abuse in homes and communities. 45 million rand was received over the 2023 MTEF period, of which 15 million rand is allocated in the 2023-24 year, 15 million for the next financial, and another 15 million rand in the year thereafter for evidence-informed parenting programs. Gender-based violence services received an additional 30.6 million rand over the 2023 MTEF period, broken down into 9.8 million in 23-24, 10 million in 24-25, and 10.6 million in the 25-26 financial year. These funds will be in support of the Victim Empowerment Program. Over the next 3 years, the department will expand shelter services in the victim empowerment space and the expansion of Kusuleka centres in the Overberg and Eden Karoo districts. Funding to current service providers will also be enhanced to ensure sustainability at these facilities. More recently, Premier Windy and I launched the Break the Cycle intervention at FAMSA in Khayelitsha, and just last week, Minister Allen and I launched this vital initiative, Break the Cycle, at the Delft Civic Centre. This initiative will be rolled out transversely across all Western Cape government departments. Rolling blackouts can have a detrimental psychological impact on those relying on shelters to escape abusive situations or to get back on the feet. It also hampers the safety of those living and working in our shelters, and especially in our secure care centres, where safety is a key priority. An amount of 8 million rand was received over the 2023 MTEF period for the procurement of diesel for generators. 2 million rand was allocated to secure care centres, and 600,000 rand was allocated to the regions each year over the medium-term expenditure framework period to ensure continuous service delivery during rolling blackouts. Honourable Deputy Speaker, 15 million rand was received over the 2023 MTEF period for a special care centre in Lentegeur, Mitchell's Plain, for adolescents and young adults with mental health diagnoses. The allocation will increase and is allocated to services to persons with disabilities. An additional 25 million rand in 2024-25 and 12 million in 25-26 was received for upgrades in terms of health and safety regulations. The building of laundry facilities at Sibuyili residential facility and the building of a new mental health and maternity centre, as well as a substance use disorder dormitory at Sia Katala. Earlier, I mentioned, honourable members, that we are still in Social Work Month. DSD staff working in communities deserve to feel safe, proud of where they work, especially where many clients visit offices and they may require a level of confidentiality. To this end, 20 million rand in once-off funding was received in the 2023-24 financial year to improve the look and feel of DSD offices and facilities in targeted hotspot areas through initiatives such as painting, repairing broken windows, and paving as part of the Executive's Face of Government priority allocation. 1 million rand was allocated to corporate services, 16 million to regions, and 2.8 million rand to secure care centres. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as I traverse our province, I continue seeing the ravaging effects of a stilted economy and the long-lasting impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. I see abject poverty, I see hunger, I see unemployment. I recently visited Kanaland, and just last week I was in the Klein Karoo, and it is actually quite distressing to see the levels of poverty that exist. And whilst I do this, I ponder on SASSA's continued failure to ensure the smooth disbursement of grants to beneficiaries. It is no surprise that this dysfunctional national entity is dropping the ball in providing relief to the hungry and the destitute, which is one of its core mandates. Poverty-stricken citizens thus look to us as the provincial government to fill the gap left by an incompetent national entity. This is not an easy feat when dealing with a budget increase that is sadly limping behind inflation. The department also received an additional 85.1 million rand over the 23 medium-term expenditure framework period for poverty alleviation and sustainable livelihoods. 28 million rand is allocated over the 23-24 year, 28.3 million in the following, and 28.7 million rand in the 25-26 financial year to fund food distribution centres and community nutrition development centres. The overall allocation of 53.8 million rand for the poverty alleviation and sustainable livelihoods program for 23-24 will ensure that the department is able to provide cooked meals to over 89,000 vulnerable beneficiaries at its community nutrition and development centres, also known as CNDCs, food distribution points and community kitchens per quarter. Notwithstanding the constrained fiscal environment, the department is able to extend its food relief footprint to 3 areas in need. Maritzburg, and I see Member Barnes is not here, where we will provide support to 5 community-based kitchens, as well as Vleilande in Laingsburg and in Kensington. Providing skills and development opportunities is an important pillar of self-reliance. The department has thus made additional allocations to support the various skills and development programs at 6 CNDCs in Hout Bay, Laingsburg, Kanaland, Uniondale, Maritzburg, and Matsikama. The department will provide continuous technical support to ensure these projects assist our clients to live lives of hope, dignity, and worth. From time to time, families in the Western Cape experience undue hardship whilst waiting on the SRD 350, and to mitigate this, the department is looking to secure food parcels to assist these families in crisis through our various local offices. Here, I do need to say thank you to local government, the faith-based organizations, the farming community, and many other ordinary citizens who have stepped up and stood in the gap to assist with food aid and food relief. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this is not going to be an easy year. The challenges we have overcome as a province since 2020 have been replaced by seemingly greater obstacles, And we are not unique in facing economic hardship. It is happening on a global scale. Increased pressure on our services, the growing workload on our staff, limited resources to meet the needs of expanding communities, whilst poverty and unemployment rates increase, seem insurmountable. This is especially daunting when facing the realization that national government keeps dropping the ball. One just needs to look at the latest rolling blackout notifications. They don't even get that right anymore. Or you need to stand outside a SASSA office or a Home Affairs queue. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I took the time to visit Athlone SASSA at 6 a.m. in the morning. I took the time to visit Delft SASSA at 6 a.m. in the morning. And sadly, when I got there, I was turned away and told, come back on the 21st of the month. When I went to Bellville, I was told that they will not be going back to Delft because they don't have satellite offices any longer. Only the regional offices are operational. What is so sad is that the people who were at Delft didn't have the taxi fare to get to Bellville office. And so that is the extent. And I spoke to many people who told me their stories of coming back, not once, twice, but 3 or 4 times. Similarly, I visited Home Affairs. And at Home Affairs, you can stand in the queue waiting for a birth certificate or a death certificate or a passport for an equally long time. We require birth certificates for our children in foster care. And it's so sad when such an important entity like Home Affairs drops the ball and they don't get their birth certificates and they don't get their grants. So I therefore want to say thank you to all the departmental staff, our NGO partners, and all other key stakeholders. But more importantly, I want to say thank you to ordinary South Africans who have worked with us during this challenging period, and they have proven that they can stand in the gap and they will not wait for government, but rather collaborate and partner so that we can attend to the needs of the most vulnerable. And this indicates a whole of government approach, and it indicates a whole of society approach, which is now more important than ever. If we want to address the social ills and create a Western Cape and a province we can be proud of. Honourable Deputy Speaker, despite these challenges, Team DSD, sitting in the room, in the chamber and online, continue to keep hope alive, and they act with urgency 24/7. I wish to thank this august House for the opportunity to table the Appropriation Bill for Vote 7 today. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. I now recognize the Honourable Bakubakufos.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we have come to accept Premier Windy as the Premier of Billion Rands. When he deems as a challenge and emergency, then you must be guaranteed he will throw in R1 billion to address it. He first did it with his safety plan, and now he has done it with his energy plan. But when will he realize that GBV and femicide has become an emergency deserving of similar investment? In the crime statistics, third quarter of 2022-2023, between October and December 2022, sexual offenses increased by 248 cases to 2,157, and rape increased, but 211 cases, 1,518. In simple terms, over 1,500 women and children were raped in the Western Cape in only 3 months. This means on average, at 16 people in the province are raped every day. 801 of these happened behind closed doors, including the residence of victim or perpetrator, making it extremely hard to police and also placing the victim in great danger of femicide. 193 of these happened in public places, and 6 and 9 took place at abandoned building and liquor outlet respectively. The Western Cape has 7 in the top 30 stations nationally for rape and sexual offences, and yet Premier does not see this as a crisis worthy of receiving additional resources. Really, he doesn't see anything wrong, because if he does see that, he was supposed at least to bring that 1 billion rand in our department to fight this GBV. The Western Cape has 7 in the top 30 stations national of rape and sexual offences, and yet the Premier does not see this as crisis worthy of receiving additional resources. And in October 2022, the department hosted a provincial gender-based violence and femicide summit, which was attended by over 1,500 delegates. Through interaction between government, the NPO sector, private sector, and civil society, many challenges were ventilated, including such issues as funding and resources constraints, challenges with access to critical support services, need for a whole of society approach in addressing violence against women and children. Is in high-risk communities in the province. It is, and it worries me. As a result of this summit, as well as the National Presidential GBV Summit, the provincial government was tasked to revise the GBV implementation plan, and the department in its annual performance plan indicated that this would be presented to the cabinet before the end of this month. I do not know what the contents of that plan are, but I am certain that 76.8 million allocated through this budget for victim empowerment is not enough. We reiterate our calls for increased budget to address GBV and femicide. And I want to emphasize that we want money. As he can allocate 1 billion in other departments, he must give it to us. It must be noted, however, that the 12.6% increase in the budget for victim empowerment program is a step in the right direction, but it still falls short of what is needed, Minister. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the external environment analysis presented by the department in its annual performance plans gives a clear picture of the space the department operates in. In the annual performance plan, the department said, and I quote, an estimated 2 million children between the ages of 0 and 17 years lives in the Western Cape, make up about a third of the population. Children in the province, most vulnerable areas, face a high risk of maltreatment violence. As reflected in child murder and sexual victimization trends, the vulnerability of these children was heightened during lockdown due to high levels of food insecurity in households, resulting in a higher risk of child stunting, malnutrition, and neglect. compared to the period before COVID-19, close quote. Honorable Kama was correct yesterday when he said these children were not on MEC Wenga's mind when she drafted the budget. In her budget speech, the MEC announced an additional 247 additional social workers, auxiliary social workers, supervisors, and administrative support staff to stabilize the welfare and child protection system. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this is another step in the right direction that is in line with the ANC demands we have made repeatedly for creation of employment opportunities for social workers. The MEC knows I don't want to say I've been shouting. I want to say I repeatedly asking that. But we reiterate calls for this department and the WCED to form a partnership that will see more unemployment social workers deployed in school. This would be a perfect example of a whole-of-government approach to address the pressing challenges in the province. We are not bringing only the problems, but we are bringing the solutions also. The MEC also announced allocation of 238 million to fund victim support programs over the MTEF, including additional 91.9 million to expand GPV services, such as victim empowerment. She also mentioned the allocation of 193.6 million to maintain food relief effort. As the saying goes, the devil is in the detail. Firstly, the allocation for victim support programs over MTEF would make more sense if it was an annual budget. Secondly, the victim empowerment program in its current format, it's another example of the same old Helen Zille tactics of sticking plaster politics over unhealed wounds. We take victims to shelter and safe homes for a limited period, only to send them back to the same toxic environment and in the hands of perpetrators. Part of the reason for this is the shortage of these facilities and insufficient budget resources, which is the motivation behind our calls for increased budget, so we can establish more of these facilities in the poor working class communities where majority of victims reside. For instance, between April and June 2022, only 70 victims could access the shelter service for that quarter. The ANC at its national elective conference took a resolution that the victims of GPV should be prioritized for government housing. We call on MEC Fernandez to champion this demand in the province. This yet another missed opportunity to put the whole of government approach to practice to address the challenge of GPV and femicide. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let us turn our focus to the brutal rising cost of living, the challenge of food insecurity in the province. According to the General Household Survey of 2021, showed that 12.6 households in the province had inadequate access to food. Again, the Premier has failed to recognize poverty and food insecurity as crisis because there is no 1 billion allocated for this. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC-led government is caring government. In response to this crisis of food insecurity and rising cost of living, Finance MEC Comrade Enoch Godongwana allocated 66 billion to social development over the medium term. with 36 billion to fund the extension of the COVID-19 Social Relief of Distress Grant until end of March 2024, and the other 30 billion to be used for inflation-linked increase for the social grants of old age disability grants, as well as child support and foster care. We want this budget to respond with urgency to address the foster care backlog. While the Finance MEC in the Western Cape claimed in her speech that 193.6 million was allocated over the medium term to maintain food relief effort, the truth is that this department's poverty alleviation and sustained livelihoods sub-program has been reduced by 24%. In the face of rising poverty, acute cost of living and food insecurity, the DA government in the Western Cape responds by budget cuts to the food relief programs. This is highly unacceptable and clear sign of a government that does not care. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it does not end there. Despite the MEC in her executive authority statement in the APP acknowledging her department's priorities will remain that statutory services, child protection, youth at risk, gender-based violence, and the provision of substance use disorder treatment service. Her department, through this budget, has reduced the budget allocation for substance abuse prevention and rehabilitation sub-programs. Somlom, iyazicacela eyokuba lo rhulumente akanankathalo ngolutsha lwaseNtshona Koloni kwakunye neengxaki olujongene nazo. Amaziko asekelwe ukuncedisana nolutsha olusebenzisa iziyobisi awonelanga. Kwimpendulo ebendinike yona umphathiswa malunga nala maziko iye yabonisa ukunqongophala kwala maziko. The MEC in her reply said there are currently 22 privately owned treatment centers and currently 6 departmental funded inpatient treatment centers in the province. Loo nto iyabonakalisa ukudingeka kokongezwa kwala maziko. Endaweni yokongezwa kwemali eyabelwe ukujongana nalo mba, urhulumente ukhethe ukuyicutha le mali. Loo nto siyi-ANC sithi ayamkelekanga kwaye izokongeza kwintlungu yabazali abajongene nayo yokubukela abantwana babo betshatyalaliswa ziziyobisi. Amapolisa kwimpendulo yawo i-Policing Needs and Priorities Report yalo rhulumente yenze isiphakamiso sokuba izindlu eziphakathi ekuhlaleni zisetyenziswe njengamaziko onyango lwabantu abasebenzisa gwenxa iziyobisi. Singumbutho siyayixhasa esi siphakamiso futhi simemelela ukuba urhulumente wephondo makabeke imali bucala ukwenza lo mbono ufezeke. Umba wokusetyenziswa gwenxa kwezi ziyobisi yingxaki enkulu kwiphondo lethu ethe yaphawulwa njengoyena nobangela wolwaphulo-mthetho nobundlobongela yi-Provincial Policing Needs and Priorities, i-PNP, iye yaphakamisa kabukhali izidingo zokunyuswa kwemali yenkxaso eyaneleyo ukuveza amathuba onyango kwabo basebenzisa gwenxa iziyobisi. Yaphakamisa nezidingo zokulungisa oyena nobangela bokusetyenziswa gwenxa kwiziyobisi. Urhulumente wephondo uye wacotha kakhulu ekuphumezeni i-National Drug Master Plan kwiphondo. Ngelixa sikwamkela ukusekwa kwe-Local Drug Action Committees koomasipala abayi-17, sikhathazeke kakhulu kukuba oomasipala abayi-13 abanazo ezi komiti zibalulekileyo zigunyaziswe ukuba ziqulunqe izicwangciso zamanyathelo okulwa ukusetyenziswa gwenxa kweziyobisi koomasipala. Akukho mvakalelo yongxamiseko yokuseka ezi komiti ngendlela abonisa ngayo umphathisa. I-ANC ifuna kuphunyezwe ngokupheleleyo i-National Drug Master Plan kweli phondo kwaye ifuna zonke iingcebiso zoomasipala zithathelwe ingqalelo. Siqaphela ngenkxalabo imeko yaseMossel Bay ejongene nokunyuka kwengxaki yokusetyenziswa kweziyobisi.
Honourable Member. Finish off. 16 minutes.
Klaar?
Amper. Dit is
Amper.
klaar.
Okay.
Jy het vir een
Honourable Speaker, we have come to accept sorry man. Kumatloti man lo, uyathanda usokolisa. Siqaphela ngenkxalabo yaseMossel Bay nokunyukela kwengxaki yokusetyenziswa kweziyobisi. Over and above this department budget for youth cafes and the number of funded youth cafes is not enough. In closing, Speaker, this budget has not shown any agency to address the problem of homelessness. Over the 2,308 bed spaces at 37 homeless shelters, the department identified an extra shelter site at Old Tafel.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Crash that can accommodate 100 homeless people.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you very much. Thanks, Honourable Member. I now move online to Honourable Kasim.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF notes with concern it's been placed towards programs for the elderly and disabled and gender-based victims in informal settlements and farming areas across the province. The department's claim of a successful strategic plan and budget to ensure a safe, protected and supportive environment for the poor, vulnerable older persons as well as persons with disabilities cannot be true if the majority of informal settlements and farming areas across the province continue to be ignored with simple services in order to live lives of dignity. Many residents hailing from such areas across the province have previously been raped, abused, and even worse, killed, but could not report their cases in time as they had no place of safety to run to and did not benefit from simple services like even that of mobile police stations, mobile clinics, and other support structures to deal with the trauma. Elderly residents as well as the disabled in many sub-regions of West Coast, as just one example, have to walk or hike out of their community to get to another to benefit from such services, which in some areas we will find is 1 to 2 hours apart in driving distance just to get simple services, simple health and protection services, among others. So imagine living on a farm or informal settlement surrounded by bush or mountains with no electricity and water while still being unemployed, hungry and frail and in dire conditions. How do we actually expect the vulnerable in these areas to get transportation fee if they don't even have money to purchase food? So how exactly is this department assisting the vulnerable, older and disabled persons in these areas? And what programs have been budgeted for them? Yes, the Minister mentioned that the Overberg region will benefit from one of these programs under this budget, but which areas and for how long? And what about the residents in many other areas of Overberg facing poverty? How long do these residents have to wait before help is sent their way? We have no interest in listening to programs established in only 1 or 2 areas under this budget. Give us details of mass and continuous programs which will also benefit the vulnerable in areas which are deep in crisis. The EFF also notes with concern the amount allocated towards programs dealing with gender-based violence and call for an increase so that these programs can reach more areas of the province. And when it comes to intervention via victim empowerment services, how many of these small groups of social workers that you're budgeting on and who specialize in gender-based violence across the province have you actually deployed to these farming areas and informal settlements which are hidden behind bush and mountains across this province? Here again, I'm not referring to the areas where there are active services and easy access to services like hospitals and youth centers, but there are the areas in deep crisis which are hidden, like I said, hidden behind mountains across this province, like in the West Coast and among other regions. What have you done for these elderly and disabled people in these areas? But it is evident that nothing much has been done here, and people will remain as those who are ignored. These people will remain as the ones who are ignored and forgotten, because the reality is that nothing is being done and this budget does not speak to them and to all the people in this province. For these reasons, the EFF rejects this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Kasim. I now recognise the Honourable August.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I want to applaud the DSD department for funds that's being shrunk and the money that's been stretched over the many tasks that they have to do. But I want to say my garden boy father planted a tree and he put a piece of wood next to the tree, besom stalks here. He tied the tree to this besom stalk and he said, I asked him, why you do this? He said, because when the wind blows, this tree grows, it will grow skew. You'll never be able to get it straight again, Deputy Speaker. Therefore, Minister, you will agree with me, education, social development, and your department is not doing what it's supposed to do. You will agree with me that there's one social worker for 10 schools with the education department. You will agree with me, the broken families and the truancy officers within our broken communities, that there's not enough social workers for that. You will agree with me that your department don't know when a child is kept out of school or where he's not attending classes, that you might not be aware of it because we only find out about this days and weeks later. You do know that education department, if a child does not attend for 10 days, you are deregistered. And I'm so sorry the Minister of Education is not here. But social development and the education needs to partner together to break the cycle and fix and keep that tree straight. Because when it gets to the wind, that tree is going to bend. I also want to say, Minister, that I've been one full day with 10 City. I have listened to their stories, and perhaps I'm sure your department is listening to their stories, but there's reasons why we do have. I know you might have solutions. If you could have spoken about that a little bit more, I would have appreciated it. I would also want you to have a discussion with the Agricultural Minister to talk about the hotspots within our rural areas, to talk about those children using alcohol at 10 years old already. How is your department focusing with agriculture to deal with those issues in our communities? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable August. I now recognise Democratic Honourable Plato.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Speaker, over the last few weeks, I've been made it a personal project to more closely interact with the communities we serve. I've spoken to those who represent the poorest of the poor, and I have spent time in those areas that experience poverty, crime, drug addiction as a daily reality. It is with them in mind that I rise today in support of Vote 7 of this budget. It is easy to become lost in the figures and projections of a budget as comprehensive as this one, but we must take care to remember that every rand and cent spent by our department has the potential to change lives. Today, I can stand here sound in the knowledge that this budget will do just that. Honourable Speaker, let me be clear. I'm under no illusion that the interventions contained in this section of the budget will help to solve the causes of poverty. And we must try our best to do just that. But what this section of the budget will do is lessen the burden until then. It will help to house the homeless we're talking about in this debate this afternoon. It will assist in providing meals to the poor, exactly what some of the members mentioned in this House today. It will provide support for those suffering from disabilities, and it will keep our children safe, exactly what we debate this afternoon, particularly those who are at risk of falling prey to those gangsters and drug dealers using alcohol and all the wrong things that would seduce them into a lifestyle of addiction and crime. This budget sees the Department of Social Development's budget increase by almost 100 million rand, the latest in a continuing trend of increased funding for their vital work. But what we have heard this afternoon, even that seems not to be enough, and I will agree with that. This increase in allocation will result in cross-the-board increases to almost every one of the department's programs. What does this mean, Honourable Deputy Speaker? It means that this government is investing into the social safety net. It is pouring money towards the plight of the poor and the vulnerable. It's exactly what this budget is speaking about. It is stating in clear terms that every single one of the department's vital programs cannot be done without. The last just increase of 6.23% will be allocated to the restorative services program, which seeks, and listen to this, Honourable Deputy Speaker, which seeks to steer children, the youth, even adults away from a life of crime by providing comprehensive social services. This also includes rehabilitation for those who have become addicted to drugs and alcohol, exactly what we debate this afternoon. Honourable Deputy Speaker, so many of those I interact with in impoverished communities tell me the same thing, that above all else, crime and drugs are tearing apart communities. But the question is it only the role, the task, the duty of the Department of Social Development to address those issues? No, can't be. All the other departments mentioned by the Honourable two members, Baku Force and Honourable August, the whole of society approach must come into play and assist to address these pressing issues in our communities. This program goes to the heart of that issue. We know that crime is out of control in our country, and so much of our debate in this House discusses law enforcement. But this allocation shows that our government is attacking crime at its roots and cutting off the supply of income for the gangs. That process by the SAPS and the NPA, National Prosecuting Authority, must continue. More needs to be done in that respect. But so much more than this. This program will give back our friends and family to us, exactly what we're talking about. So many people in this province, including members of this House, have seen those close to them transform into different people as they fall victim to drug and alcohol addiction. This program not only attacks crime and the social ills which enable it, it gives our friends and our family back to us. Again, the whole of society approach needs to come into play. And Honourable Deputy Speaker, this is not the only program that will benefit from the increased allocation. An almost equal increase of 6.18% has been made to the Children and Families program. Honourable Deputy Speaker, exactly what we debate in this House today. The Honourable Minister and her team is making sure that these pressing issues members are worried about are addressed. And maybe I need to repeat this phrase. An almost equal increase of 6.1% has been made to the Children and Families program, which provides comprehensive child and family care and support services to our communities. Speaker, many of us in this House are parents and will know better than anyone the truth that it takes a village to raise a child. But as many of us know, there are so many of our children who are abandoned and neglected by their parents. These children are at the greatest risk of falling victim to crime, gangs, drugs, and social dysfunction. Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, it goes without saying that we as a society owe it to these children to protect and nurture them. And this project ensures just that. Last year, more than 10,000 children, many of them with disabilities, received services at the department's facility. And I will agree with the honourable members in this House. Maybe that 10,000 is just not enough. What about the other 10,000 we didn't detect and can't assist? This year, I am confident the department will improve on this already impressive figure. They will spend nearly 4 million to train auxiliary workers at our child and youth care centres, and they will spend nearly 30 million rand to ensure that there are more beds available at these facilities than ever before. The department will also devote resources towards helping those that raise our children. The DSD's highly successful parenting programs equips new parents with the vital skills to give their children a solid, loving upbringing and providing them with the necessary guidance and care early on in their development. In the next year, the department will spend 10 million rand to enhance and expand these programs. It's a major step, Honourable Deputy Speaker, in the right direction. But the department will also focus on those children that have no one to parent them. We know that 13.7% of children in this province live with neither of their parents. And it is absolutely a priority of this department to ensure that these most vulnerable children too are cared for. Because why? They are the leaders of tomorrow. They are the parents of tomorrow. This year, use of the web-based foster care monitoring system will further reduce the turnaround time for foster care placements and extensions. The Department of Social Development and Minister Fernandez take the issue of GBV very seriously. We do that, we do what we can. And again, other entities of state also needs to come into play and play their role. The department will also ensure that the Western Cape's 26 GBV shelters will remain funded and functional over the next financial year. Psychosocial support will continue to be provided to any women that need the support, and even others, such as men as well. Just as it was to the hundreds of women who made use of these shelters last year. So the shelters are used. Maybe even that is not enough more, maybe should be done. But more than this, the department will take bold steps to expand our range of services to women. The department has committed itself to working with our municipalities to find new opportunities to help people. I'm overjoyed to note that the new Kusuleka Center will be built near Stellenbosch later this year, and that will be definitely a plus. As I close, no, unlike you earlier today, Honourable Member, you couldn't find your papers. No, I just cut, to be honest, I just cut my speech a little bit shorter. No. But as we take this journey, we refuse to leave anyone behind. We will feed the hungry and house the homeless. I think the statement made by my honourable colleague that nothing being done for hunger, people, malnutrition, families, and that sort of thing is not enough. Maybe the minister can elaborate a bit more on that, but a substantial budget have been budgeted to do just that. I have the figure, but the minister can mention the figure. We shield the vulnerable and help the needy. If anyone doubts our sincerity in this, we need look no further than this vote and the money that this government has committed to spending. This is a budget that cares for the poor, cares for the vulnerable, cares for the needy. But Speaker, finally in conclusion, I agree, much more needs to be done. We could say much more about the plight even of the elderly. We're facing crises among the youth and young children. The increasing suicidal issues amongst the youth is becoming a trend, and it's a worry. The department are focusing on that. Growing malnutrition is a big problem. I do not want to focus on SASSA, because SASSA for me, what a dismal performance in many ways, and we need to admit that. The Department of Social Development intervened without delay and keeping a close eye on all of these issues. The whole of society approach to deal with these issues must and will continue. Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Plato. I now recognise the Minister, Honourable Fernandez.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Allow me to thank the honourable members for their contribution to the debate today. I also wish to thank the honourable chairpersons of the Standing Committee, Dan Plato, and the committee members for the robust yet dignified engagements we experience whenever it is we meet. Honourable Deputy Speaker, allow me to address some of the concerns and questions that were posed. Firstly, let me say right up front, the fabric of our society is completely broken. Our communities are soaked in trauma, And it certainly is not going to take a government or any single entity to fix what is happening out there. To the Honourable Baku Baku Force, I share your passion and your concern in terms of GBV because I stand here as a survivor. And yet there is a lot, we both survivors, you and I, yet there is a lot that is being done. I must say I'm not one to play politics because I don't believe that DSD should be politicizing anything, whether it's hunger, gender-based violence, homelessness or poverty. But it is nice to quote an amount of money that has been allocated at a national level. But when that money doesn't reach the most vulnerable on the ground timeously, it impacts that individual, irrespective of which department, which province he or she lives in. And it is quite sad that I'm not the only MEC to have gone to visit SASSA offices. Many of my colleagues in other provinces have done likewise, and they have come to the same conclusion. The money is not reaching the most vulnerable timeously, and that is part of the problem. Because social relief of distress in terms of Chapter 3 of the Act resides with SASSA, not with social development. So I think that is an important point, Honourable Moran, because, you know, if you said to me, SASSA was my entity, then I would say I could take the blame for them. I must say, though, in terms of reaching out, we have engaged with SASSA Western Cape, and they have committed to meeting with us at least once a quarter to ensure that we stay on track. It does seem, though, as if the level of dysfunction in SASSA internally is now affecting citizens across this country.
Honourable Moran.
Honourable Moran.
Honourable Fernandez, focus on me.
To the Honourable Kasim.
Honourable Minister, you may continue.
To the Honourable Kasim, whilst it might not seem like anything is happening, the department...
Order, members.
The department has allocated 235 million per annum to the care, support and protection of older persons. That's 705 million over the MTEF, and this indicates our interest to support older persons in the Western Cape as per the Older Persons Act. To the Honourable Baku Baku Force, the National Drug Master Plan has been signed off. Our GBV implementation plan was submitted to Cabinet Manco on the 8th of March as we intended. I also need to say, in terms of shelters, we are the only province, and I hate to say this, but Minister De Lille gave us 6 properties, and within less than 9 months, we got them up and running. In other provinces, sadly, guess what happened? They were returned to National Public Works because they could not come to a working agreement. So I say kudos and thank you. We indicated in this province the power of collaboration and partnerships can work if you are intentional. In terms of rural safety, Honourable August and Honourable Kasim, under Minister Mayer's guidance, we have a rural safety desk. Recently, we were in the Central Karoo for a rural safety summit, and there all stakeholders are involved. I also want to talk to the relationship that exists, and many people don't understand or grasp, but we have child protection social workers, and we have child protection agencies that we fund. Examples, Asia Fearfear, Badisa, Kennesaw. We also have social workers in health. We have social workers in education. We have social workers in DSD. It is sad that many children, SAPs also have social workers. It is sad that post-COVID, many children have dropped out of school because they had to go to school on a Monday, Wednesday and Friday, or on a Tuesday and a Thursday. In terms of our safety plan, which often gets lambasted, we have created the three working groups. The one is jobs for growth, because we understand that nothing can restore anyone's dignity better than a job. Nothing will keep a child out of a gang or of drugs better than a job. So jobs for growth is certainly a key area, and that is led by Minister Wenger. Then we have a safety plan, which Minister Allen leads together with other ministers. And the safety plan is simply just not about boots on the ground. The safety plan is a transversal government approach where some of the staff sitting in the box there are working on social cohesion, we are working on taking parenting programs, and we are working specifically in the hot spots that have been identified by SAPS in this province. We also have health, who leads in the safety plan. We have 41 hectare sites. And at these sites, the hectares is a model that is used based on the Cardiff model. They can actually give us the detail to say that a woman is abused at a tavern between 10 p.m. at night and 4 a.m. in the morning. As you said, Honourable Bakabakafos, they can also tell us that a pregnant woman in the second trimester of a pregnancy is abused by a partner, spouse, perpetrator between the ages of 24 and 35. Similarly, they can tell us whether it's a blunt or sharp object. So this talks to data and evidence-led. And this is why we launched our Break the Silence video in Delft last week, Minister Allen and I, because Delft is the #1. And it is not a good figure. It's not a number to be proud of, to be the highest for murder and the highest for rape or sexual assault. But I also think there's something that I need to add. And we have now recently, Minister Meyer has forged great relationships with faith-based organizations, and we've seen the church stepping up. I had a meeting recently with Dr. Brahm Hanekom, and the church is willing to assist us looking at homelessness. And Reverend Joy Chetty has indicated their willingness to establish a GBV desk or unit in every congregation, and they're willing to start this with us in Delft. I also want to add that Dr. Lucille Meyer from Chrysalis will look at the GERI program, the Gender Equity Reconciliation program that they have, so we can start to bring meaningful, impactful services to our communities. I lead the Dignity and Wellbeing Workstream together with my 4 colleagues, Minister Mania from Education, Minister Meyer Agriculture, Minister Andrew Murray Sports, Arts and Culture, and Minister Mbombo from Health. Minister Mbombo deals with the first 1,000 days, the first 3 years of a child's life. Minister Mania has recently had ECD and obviously matrics all the way through. Sports, arts and culture, our mod centres. And one must not lose sight that the school nutrition program is also a conduit where, and we will hear it tomorrow when Minister Mania presents, where many children are fed. I last week attended together, I was invited by Safer Schools to a 10-day meeting with SAPS, law enforcement, Metro Police, the school principals, school governing bodies, neighborhood watchers. And I was horrified to find that there is now something called a weed debt. Children are approached by drug dealers and het begin met 'n pakkie lekkers. R10 vir 'n pakkie lekkers, jy kry R10. Dan kry hulle 5 pakkies entjies. And if they sell that 5 packets of cigarettes, the entrepreneurial skill is there, then they get some weed. And if they can move their weed quick enough, then guess what happens? The drug dealer gives that young entrepreneur a little packet of thick. And then that boy becomes enslaved and he sells thick in schools. I sat there horrified. I couldn't believe that this is actually happening in our schools. So we don't want to criminalize the learner, but how do you stop the drug dealer? So guess what happens? The children pay their debt by stealing cell phones from other learners, which they then give to the dealer. And if they don't get a cell phone quick enough, guess what happens? The gangsters rock up at the school and they then beat the children up. At one school, there were 7 fights in one day. And whilst, as I left that meeting, I asked, I drove down the road and guess what was happening? At this notorious shop, there was another fight and it was about drugs. So I think there's something we need to acknowledge here. Government has a role to play. Civil society has a role to play. But parents have abdicated their responsibility. Ouers stuur nou hulle kinders skool toe for the teachers to teach their children manners. Waardes en beginsels en dissipline begin in die huis in. And if you don't have God in your house and God in your school, then you are where we are today. We are now reaping the unintended consequences of a very good constitution on paper, but it did not prepare itself for a fledgling democracy. So I stand here in solidarity with you. I stand in solidarity with you. I spend sleepless nights. I get calls at 11 o'clock. People are turned away from police stations and either need to make a quick urgent call so that we can assist somebody. I get a call from a man who tells me he's been living on sugar water for 4 days. Can I please organize a food parcel? So for the Honorable Kasim to say that nothing is happening is a slap in the face of the nearly 2,500 staff in social development who work tirelessly. We had staff go into Kosovo. Guess what? SAPS refused to go in there with them because it was too dangerous. Our social workers were assaulted. They were told, we don't want coloureds in Kosovo. So how do we solve these problems that you present or the concerns that you present to me if society is not willing to partner with us? So what we really need is we need active citizens. And here I must say, there are many women and men across this province who work tirelessly with the department, and they are almost first responders. They will alert me before anyone else. When the story breaks, we've already mobilized, we've got the team on the ground, but we need more parents to become invested in their children's futures. And it is sad that we have children as young as 6 and 7 who are addicted to drugs. It's gut-wrenching. And so what should we be doing? You know, I don't believe we should be building more facilities or more prisons. We should be shifting behavior so that people can actually understand that for a community to thrive, your child should be my child. Maar wat gebeur nou? Jou kind is stout en ek skree op hom en dan wat gebeur? Wie is jy om my kind te skree? Sorry, I'm using it in simple language as it happens out there. One of the other issues around gender-based violence, 80% of GBV, the perpetrator is known to the victim. Maar ons het mos ook gehoor, julle moet nie uit die huis uit praat nie. Remember those of us who grew up with that story? So, julle bring skaamte aan ons naam en aan die familie. But there's a simple saying, when the parents fight, the kids are unhappy and the neighbors know. So, like you, I am concerned. And I pray that the fiscal constraints will be relieved. I can only, and as a department, we can only cut our cloth according to the grain. We've cut substance abuse, but it's not the substance abuse programs. It's the training programs to universities that were cut. So that team of people there have put their heads together, pitted their skills to try and make sure that we keep the system afloat. And for that, I want to say thank you. So, Honourable Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to thank my Cabinet colleagues, caucus colleagues. I also want to express my thanks to all the staff in the Ministry. I would like to acknowledge Ms. Ananda Nal sitting up there. She very capably leads the ministry. She manages it with an iron fist, and she makes sure that we deliver on our objectives. I also want to say thank you to Dr. Robert MacDonald, our HOD, who is away at the moment, but together with the senior management team sitting in the box and those on the virtual platform for their contribution. Team DSD has probably been in difficult times for a long time. Minister Meyer was there, Minister Dolol was there, and they've been cutting the cloth since then already. They're saying, Minister, if we cut any more, we'll be cutting to the bone. So we are mindful of the constraints, yet we soldier on. We get up every day and we try to create hope and urgency. More importantly, Deputy Speaker, I wish to thank every single staff member in the Department of Social Development, and that includes the tea lady that makes my cup of rooibos every day, and the cleaner who so courteously greets me at 6:30 when I arrive in the morning, because DSD is a team effort. We are a family because we deal with broken families, we deal with wounded communities, and it is our role to create hope, to keep hope alive and make sure that people see there is light at the end of the tunnel. I also want to, first time ever, and I've been doing this for 8 years now, I think, probably my 9th year, I would like to acknowledge my family, because we've been through a difficult time. Yet it's my family, everybody in this bench, on that side of the bench, the Honourable Bako Force, many of you know that I lost my life partner, and somehow through all of that, I still get up every day and I say, I got to get out there and I got to make a difference. I encourage everyone in this house to be mad, to make a difference every day. So despite the serious headwinds we are facing, as a department, we are working to keep hope alive, and we are working with the fierce urgency of now. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That concludes the debate on this vote. The House will be suspended just for 2 minutes just to have our guests leave, for the Speaker to come in. Please, Speaker. Yeah, House is suspended. 1 minute. Can I sit? Can I sit? The order of the day.
Debate on Vote 2, Provincial Parliament, Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bochenpoel. I recognise the Honourable Speaker Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, members of the Provincial Cabinet, Honourable members, official of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honour and a privilege to introduce the budget of the Provincial Parliament of the Western Cape today. Some 10 days ago, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the team and I had a fruitful engagement with the Parliamentary Oversight Committee under the able chairpersonship of the Honourable Maseko, where detailed discussions and robust dialogue took place on the specifics of the budget for 2023-2024, and where the administration had the opportunity to respond to specific questions from members on the annual performance plan of the institution. Honourable Deputy Speaker, at the outset, I would also like to thank and commend the Minister of Finance for a positive outlook and thorough understanding of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament and its work, and the manner in which we could engage around the allocation of funds for the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. When I took office Deputy Speaker in December 2022, I committed to following principles and formally pledged that I shall discharge my duties as Speaker and Chief Presiding Officer of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament in an impartial and fair manner, upholding the dignity and the decorum of the House, that I shall fulfill the obligations placed upon me by the Constitution, the law and the rules, regulations and policies of the Provincial Parliament with honesty and diligence, that I shall protect the honour and the dignity of the Provincial Parliament and represent the interests of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament as the Speaker both locally and abroad, and that I shall ensure that all processes and procedures of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament are fair to all parties represented in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, and that I will ensure that a stable workforce serving and supporting all members of the WCPP in their work, and that I'll ensure that the constitutional responsibilities, Honourable Deputy Speaker, of the WCPP of lawmaking, oversight of the executive, and public participation in its processes and work are maintained and, where necessary, enhanced. Having had the opportunity, Deputy Speaker, over the past 3 months to establish my office and have rigorous engagement with the Secretary of the institution and the senior management team, as well as engagement of a general nature with all the staff of the WCPP, we were able to collectively sign off on our annual performance plan for 2023-2024. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the APP is underpinned by key priorities which we identified during various engagement with stakeholders for the remainder of the 6th Parliament. They are that we will build a credible WCPP that is respected, reputable, and a stable legislative body, that we will expand our citizen service to create an institution that is first and foremost a parliament for all the people of the Western Cape, that we will strengthen the core business with specific emphasis on its mandate, and I want to emphasize this, on its core mandate of lawmaking, public participation, and oversight, strengthening the support to our members to ensure optimization of their impact as legislators, and supporting our employees, Honourable Deputy Speaker, as valuable constituents to ensure a highly motivated and content-driven employee complement. Honourable Deputy Speaker, a thorough process of reprioritization of resources was embarked upon to ensure that the above priorities that I just mentioned are realized, that they are cognizant of the enormous strain on the fiscus and the resultant budgetary constraint affecting all entities covered in the budget. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I will deal with specific figures linked to the above priorities later in my address. We have adopted, Deputy Speaker, a back-to-basic approach, which we shared with the Parliamentary Oversight Committee, and the back-to-basic approach simply entails that as an institution, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we focus on the core mandate of the institution as essential services and cut back on the nice-to-haves that do not meaningfully impact our role and function as a legislative institution. The detail of the initiatives can be found in the APP, but please allow me, Deputy Speaker, to emphasize a few of our initiatives. Friday past, the Rules Committee established a multi-party subcommittee under the convenership of the Honourable Baartman and with the Honourable Philander and Honourable Syed as permanent members to consider proposals to enhance our rules and the impact on our business. Procedures to be considered, Deputy Speaker, include that we redesign our public participation and engagement strategy, as well as the oversight and accountability model to ensure that the core business of the House takes place in a complementary and structured manner with the aim of establishing processes that will result in synergy amongst the core business processes of the House. The procedure to amend money bills, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is also well underway under the auspices of the Budget Committee. Once the recommendations have been finalised by the Budget Committee, the Rules Committee will consider the proposals and report back to the House on the way forward. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I also intend to appoint a multi-party subcommittee to consider internal arrangements, priorities like accommodation, the utilisation of facilities, possible challenges with facilities for our members and staff, and all other things that we are daily being faced with. It is important, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that we address these challenges collectively, and I will consult with the members on this in due course. The process of considering the increase in seats is also well underway, and with the potential adoption of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Affairs recommendations later this evening, the next step of amending the Provincial Constitution will commence with the introduction of amendments to the Provincial Constitution. I wish to take this opportunity to commend the members involved in this process that was started during the 5th term, Deputy Speaker, already, for a transparent, scientific and inclusive process. With the introduction of constitutional amendments, a comprehensive public participation process will be embarked on as required by our rules and by the Constitution. Deputy Speaker, let me move on to the international relations front, which I wish to share some exciting new developments with the members. At the 52nd CPA African Region Conference, the WCPP CPA branch proposed an amendment to the CPA Constitution to enable the option for subnational branches to increase their delegates of Commonwealth parliamentary conferences from 1 to 2, with the proviso being that the second delegate should be a woman. This was supported at the CPA Africa Region Conference in Sierra Leone in 2022 and subsequently passed at the AGM of the 65th CPC in Halifax in Canada. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this amendment supports the strategic objective of the CPA to increase the representation of women at these conferences. The WCPP recently committed to participating in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Gender Sensitivity Self-Assessment Project. This project, Deputy Speaker, stems from the CPA's commitment to assist Commonwealth parliaments to establish an initial benchmark to ensure members measures themselves against the standards set out in the CPA Gender-Sensitive Parliaments guidelines, which will be used to measure and evaluate future gender-sensitive efforts and developments. Undertaking a GSP review helps to uncover the institutional environments in which members of Parliament and employees work and to understand how institutional design affects parliamentary behaviour. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have just hosted a large parliamentary delegation from the state of Baden-Württemberg in Germany. The WCPP is expecting a visit by a delegation of senators and speakers from the National Conference of State Legislatures on the 24th of October. This forms part of the NCSL's public education program by interacting with other jurisdictions, specifically with those who actively participate in the annual legislative summit. Honourable Deputy Speaker, during the 22-2023 financial year, the WCPP entered into two memoranda of intention, one with the Welsh Parliament and the second with the Bavarian State Parliament. As a result of the interaction with Bavaria, virtual interactions with 3 of our standing committees and their counterparts in Bavaria will be held during the first quarter of the new financial year. The Secretary to the Provincial Parliament was also elected to the Society of Clerks at the Table Steering Committee in November 2021 to serve 3 years as the Socket Africa Sub-Region representative. To this end, Deputy Speaker, Mr. Adams, in his capacity as the Sub-Region representative, organized a workshop for the purpose of developing a blueprint on e-parliaments. This workshop has led to initiating new partnerships which the WCPP has benefited from, and as a result, the Secretary and 2 WCPP officials will be participating in the upcoming Legis Tech conference taking place in Brazil from the 12th to the 14th of April. While in Brazil, the delegation was also invited to visit the administration of the State Parliament in Sao Paulo. Honourable Deputy Speaker, our international relations plan sets out to strengthen institutional and interparliamentary relations for the WCPP. Our strategy aims to position the WCPP as a benchmark of excellence for parliaments across the world. International relations is not just about travel, but actually about enhancing our partnerships among organizations globally. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we will continue to foster our ongoing strong relationships with our consular and diplomatic corps that build alliances between countries and within the parliamentary space. On the ITDS front, the WCPP has built a collaborative intranet with an integrated members toolkit, including house papers and issuing of corporate items being integrated as applications. The voting APP will further streamline business processes, so too will engagement with the public via the development of our online digital portal. Honourable Deputy Speaker, key stakeholders in terms of lawmaking and oversight will be incorporated through the stakeholder database application. Enhancement with respect to enabling members will be achieved through the optimization of the ERP and the new people management plugin. Business process automation will be centered around automated routing of forms through the workflow engine by targeting low-hanging fruit and priority processes. Standing committees, digital assets will be centralized through our enterprise content management system and metadata management. As far as public engagement is concerned, Deputy Speaker, it must be emphasized that one of the key priorities of the WCPP is to be a citizen-centric parliament. The WCPP values the people that its members represent and actively seeks engagement with the citizens of the Western Cape. Apart from the facilitation access to the WCPP, through formalized public hearings, submissions and petitions, the Public Engagement Directorate of the WCPP also reaches out to communities throughout the province. Such outreach seeks to inform the communities of the role and the function of the WCPP and the role that members of the WCPP fulfills as public representatives, but also to make sure that the people of the Western Cape knows how they can connect with the WCPP and the representatives to air their views and to raise their concerns. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to break the rules that I enforce, so I'm not going to speak directly to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, but I'll do so in my response. The WCPP also embarked on a modernization strategy that seeks to embrace digital transformation.
Order, members. Continue.
Can I continue? The WCPP also embarked on a modernization strategy, Deputy Speaker, that seeks to embrace digital transformation. Whilst continuing with the public engagement that we have become accustomed to, the WCPP understands that to maintain relevance, we too have to change the manner in which we do things. The expansion of the WCPP engagement on digital platforms is thus a major project while we seek to expand our media presence, particularly on social media platforms. On the specific needs required for the 7th Parliament, a steering committee with 5 work streams has been established that will focus on different areas of preparation relating to the needs of the new and returning members, and this will also involve the potential increase of the seats of the WCPP. As undertaken earlier, Deputy Speaker, let us now have a look at the specific figures that underpins the budget of the WCPP. The WCPP's budget has increased by 2.766 million from 237.476 million, that includes the direct charges, to 240.242 million. It must be noted, Deputy Speaker, that in the 2022-2023 financial year, an amount of 10.673 million rand was added to the main appropriation from the 2021-2022 rollovers to fund once-off projects planned for the 2022-2023 financial year. In this financial year, additional funding to the total of 11 million rand was received from Provincial Treasury for the funding of specifically requested projects, which includes cybersecurity, based on the WCPP cybersecurity strategy, Microsoft 365 upgrade, to support the cybersecurity implementation, to support members in terms of their second dwelling, WCPP digital online platform, and as stated, WCPP will continue to provide procedural and related support to the House and committees to conduct their businesses of lawmaking and effective oversight. The Provincial Parliament will also continue, Deputy Speaker, to promote public participation in its parliamentary processes. Enabling facilities for members and financial support to political parties will continue so that members and political parties have the appropriate resources to perform their constitutional obligations. This will be continually reviewed and assessed on an annual basis, linking the 2023-2024 budget to the key priorities to the end of the current term. Under the Building a Credible WCPP, as WCPP that is respected, reputable, and a stable legislative body, a workplace skills plan implementation of 800,000 rand has been set aside, and the cybersecurity strategy implementation of 2.588 million rand has been set aside. Under the key priority of expanding citizen service and a WCPP that is Parliament for all the people of the Western Cape, a digital online platform to the allocation of 2.4 million rand has been budgeted for this financial year, and under public engagement programs throughout the province, 391,000 rand has been set aside. On the oversight and accountability model, and a budget of 350,000 rand has been set aside. If we move on to strengthening the core business of WCPP with a strong focus on expertise in its core business of Parliament, with a specific emphasis on its mandate of lawmaking, public participation and oversight, a provision of capacity building initiatives of 800,000 rand has been set aside. Under strengthening support to legislatures, a WCPP that provides extensive and comprehensive support to its members in order to optimize the impact to an upgrade of various committee rooms to the value of 1.5 million, laptop refreshment for refresh for staff to the value of 1 million rand, and the implementation of the hour plan for interparliamentary engagement, 633,000 rand. And then, Deputy Speaker, I want to speak of something that is very close to my heart, and that is improving the morale of employees. As part of the key priorities as identified, WCPP needs to become an institution that supports employees as a valuable constituent to achieve a highly motivated and a content employee complement. And for that, we have set aside for providing employee wellness to the cost of 238,500 rand, and then to continue with the implementation of the study assistance program to the value of 200,000 rand. Honourable Deputy Speaker, you can, absolutely. Honourable members, we are fast approaching the end of the 6th Parliament, with a lot of work that still needs to be done in our Parliament, but also in our constituencies, where we engage with the people that we represent and that elected us to drive their interests with all that we have. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I tabled this budget with immense gratitude to you as the Deputy Speaker for your support in the last 3 months, and then to every one of the 108 officials in this administration, thank you very, very much, and I mean it sincerely, for your support throughout this last 3 months, and I look forward to the remainder of this term in office. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it will be remiss of me not to thank my office for their support. I think they're in the gallery. Thank you very, very much for everything that you do every day, and nothing is too big or too small, and nothing is too early or too late. Thank you very, very much. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm very proud to table this budget. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I now recognise the Honourable Lacko. Oh, you waiting for that? Yes, thank you. Are you ready, Honourable Lecker?
Deputy Speaker, colleagues, in opening his address to Parliament in his first State of the Nation address, the late President Nelson Mandela quoted the Afrikaans poet Ingrid Jonker's poem. I quote, "The child is not dead," close quote. In paying tribute to her, Madiba reminded us of the glorious vision of this Afrikaner woman who instructed that all our endeavors must be to ensure the liberation of women, the emancipation of all of us, and the liberty of our children. Addressing members of Parliament, it is these things said by Madiba, open quote, that we must achieve to give meaning to our presence in this chamber, close quote. And so we must, constrained by and yet regardless of the accumulated effect of our historical burdens, seize the time to define ourselves what we want to make of our shared destiny. The Constitution of our Republic, which we all take an oath to on assuming our seats in this hallowed chamber, endows us with the sacred duty of ensuring non-racialism while at the same time recognizes the injustices of the past. Writing the foreword to the book, Native Life in South Africa, Bessie Head wrote, and I quote, "It is possible that no other Black legislation has so deeply affected the lives of Black people in South Africa as the Native Land Act of 1913. It created overnight a floating, landless proletariat whose labor could be used and manipulated at will, and ensured that the land had finally and securely passed into the hands of the ruling white race," close quote. Describing the pain of the African people, Sol Plaatje declared that awakening on Friday morning, 20th June 1913, the day that the Natives Land Act of 1913 was passed, the South African native found themselves not actually a slave, but a pariah in the land of our birth. Madam Speaker, calling Black Africans in this hallowed chamber foreigners reminds us too much of the deep pain of when we were pariahs in the land of our birth. The ANC takes this opportunity at the commencement of this budget vote. We recall our all too bitter and painful past, which some in this chamber wish to repeat and others wish to forget. It took the Speaker of this House 3 weeks to call out racism displayed by Honorable Marais. And we can assure the Speaker that for Africans in this House, once pariahs in the land of our birth, was a painful 3 weeks. As a younger man, one of us, we thought that he would be quick to condemn such outright racism to the dustbin of history. The liberal and democrat that he says he is, we would have expected him to isolate Honorable Marais and his backward thinking. The Constitution declares that the legislative authority of a province is vested in its provincial legislature. The Speaker, as the executive authority of the legislature, would represent the legislature, and his is the noble task of ensuring that hallowed walls of this chamber is imbued with our constitutional values. 3 weeks after the member of this house were reminded that they were once marked with passbooks and pariahs in the land of their birth, the Speaker could simply request Honorable Murray to withdraw his remark. We would have expected our colleagues on the other side of this house to declare unequivocally that racism is stupid, that the thinking of Honorable Murray belongs to the 1980s and that his thinking is completely outdated. We would have expected members of all parties in this house, but especially from the government benches led by the first citizen of this province, to come out and condemn the Honorable Murray and to indicate that his thinking and abuse of free speech has no place in this parliament. But all we got from the other side was silence. Silence in the face of the outdated tyranny of racism. To quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., in the end, we will not remember the words of Honorable Murray, but we will certainly remember the silence of the Democratic Alliance. Quick to remind Honorable Gama of the non-racialism exposed by our Constitution, the Honorable Mayor sat arms folded for 3 weeks, not uttering a word against Honorable Murray. But Deputy Speaker, birds of the same feather flock together. The ANC wishes to say to the leadership of WCPP today, budgets, facts and figures mean nothing if you allow us to be taken back the thinking of the 1980s. We can debate this budget. We can speak about public participation. We can complain about the cut in institutional enablement and how members will again be affected because their enabling allowance has been cut. We can complain about the 37% cut in the budget of Sergeant at Arms and how it is duty to ensure occupational health and safety, while lamenting the nearly 2 million rand spent on consultants. But all of this means nothing if we allow fellow members to feel like foreigners. When we sit by silently and allow the schoolyard bully to call others names, some in this house will ask, what is the relevance of this to the budget? As they squirm embarrassingly in their seats. Yet, as Black people, we will never expect you to understand what it means to live as Black people. Our endeavors in this provincial legislature mean nothing when we have not internalized what 1994 meant to us and our country. Unfortunate to this disgusting remark made by Honorable Murray 3 weeks ago, highlighted a number of behavioral issues in this House, especially among members. The presiding officers often expect us to sit quietly with our finger on our lips as if we are in a school classroom. We are reprimanded as if we are children, and yet one often wonders whether the presiding officers have any idea of what happens in a democratic parliament. Not that I watch it, but I think a session of the British Prime Minister's question time would assist presiding officers to balance between hearing a member speak and allowing other members, not necessarily on the floor, to make jeeps, jeer and chat. This is part of a democratic parliament. In conclusion, the ANC will never agree with this title of Father of the House in the first place. But we allowed it because, if anything, we respected Honorable Murray because of his age. My caucus and I have always shown Mr. Murray the utmost respect and will continue to do so. In fact, I joined my organization knowing full well that it taught young Black people like me that South African South Africa belongs to all those who live in it. My organization rejected and continue to reject the idea that white people must be marched into the sea. My organization rejects the backward thinking of Afrikaners as descendants of Dutch and the French, but that must be shipped back to Europe. Maybe Marais has not realized it, but ANC has long realized that we cannot call white people foreigners, even though they were people at the Cape already when they arrived here. As painful as it is, my organization believed as far back as 1955 with the Freedom Charter that together with all our faults and failures, we are called upon to build a better country for our children. Through you, Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, don't ever delay in condemning what is wrong. Through you, Deputy Speaker, the Premier in his absence as the first citizen of this province missed out an opportunity to condemn racism. Through you, Deputy Speaker, Mr. Marais must know that the ANC will no longer regard him as the father of the house. He has lost the respect of our caucus. He has lost the dignity of one to whom we go to for wisdom and counsel. He has lost the stature as elder statesman. He does not deserve it. He will be discarded with his thinking into the dustbin of history because our beautiful country and province, as well as this hallowed chamber, has no place for people like him. I wish to end with a quote by Professor Jakes Gerwel, who once said, "Non-racialism is the most precious gift of the African people to this nation. There is no objective reason why, as majority, they should have continued to defend and promote this vision of our society, except that they believe it to be morally superior vision of a society. It is that generosity of spirit which is the future of our nation." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Lecker. I now call on Honourable Kasim online to deliver her speech.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the EFF has no interest in the budget that would speak to more comfort and increases for members of parliament, as this is not important and should be the last on the list after all critical issues or needs rather of the people of this province has been resolved. However, the EFF welcome any comfort and increase to the staff of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, who include general workers like cleaners, security guards, as well as administrators and interpreters, among others, and call for an increase on the amount allocated to these staff in order to provide more bursaries and study opportunities so that even the general worker like the cleaner or the driver serving the Western Cape Provincial Parliament can too reach their actual career goals in life. The EFF do have some concerns when it comes to member support and enablement, as there is a lack of efficiency from this institution, and more so always delays when it comes to requests for resources within offices in order for both members and staff to work and operate efficiently, because an institution which is run efficiently will result in members and staff being comfortable and able to execute their duties with the same efficiency. The EFF call for support and any increase of programs, or rather more an increase and more programs and outreach to all communities across the province. It is critical for Parliament to be taken to the people, especially those in areas facing major crisis. And while it is true that the parliamentary sessions and its committees are open to the public on platforms like YouTube, among others, we must realize that we live in a vast province where segments of our people are found on the outskirts of the city and in rural areas, and some hidden deep in poverty within dry and hidden mountains where no electricity and signal are found. Ours is participatory democracy. It cannot be so only in form and not in substance. When does Parliament participate in outreach programs, people are also keen to see Parliament in action so that when these bills that require public participation reach them, they know the process that should unfold. They can also make informed representation, among others. This institution has a duty to make people interested in the business of this House because its decisions affect the very same. The EFF reject any budget which funds organizations led by colonizers like that of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. We will benefit from this budget.
Thank you very much.
The EFF reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Honourable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, Deputy Speaker, and the residents of Western Cape, Secretary of our Parliament, all directors in their respective departments, I recognize you, and I rise in support of Vote 2 of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. The Democratic Alliance welcomes the more than 187 million that will be allocated towards the Western Cape Provincial Parliament for the 2023-2024 financial year. This is an increase of 503,000 from the revised estimate of the 2022-2023 budget, or an increase of 0.27%. Last week, during the Parliamentary Oversight Committee's deliberation on this vote, Speaker Dalen Mitchell indicated that his vision for the provincial parliament is to, and I quote, get back to the basics, close quote. Despite some fiscal constraints, this budget will provide the resources and funding to ensure that this House and its members deliver in their constitutional obligations as set out in the Section 144 of the Constitution to ensure that all provincial executive organs of state are accountable to it, and two, to maintain oversight of the exercise of provincial executive authority in the province, including the implementation of legislation and of any provincial organ of state. Deputy Speaker, all across the country, the independence and ferocity of the South African legislature are under increased threat. Far from being institutions with bite, many have become a mouthpiece of the government decision-making concerned with rubber-stamping government's resolutions instead of scrutinizing those decisions. Last week reminded us of the constitutional mandate of parliaments and legislatures and the fact that he will be resolute in the ensuring that this provincial parliament is focused on its mandate in order to further solidify and entrench the process of democratic consolidation within the Western Cape and South Africa. As members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, we all have a collective responsibility to represent the interests of the people of our great province, as well as holding the executive of the provincial parliament, of the provincial government to account. Across the country, national, provincial, and local governments are crippling under maladministration and corruption that has flourished due to poor oversight mechanisms and resistance by certain governing parties to open themselves to accountability. However, the Western Cape Provincial Parliament has become an example of what an effective non-partisan legislature can be. This is a result of the political will from the executive to account before committees and this House, as well as the non-partisan cooperation among parties across political divide. By getting back to basics, this culture of transparency, oversight, and accountability will continue to flourish within the provincial parliament in the upcoming financial year and beyond. Deputy Speaker, for the upcoming financial period, the Western Cape Provincial Parliament has identified 5 key strategic priorities that the Speaker has mentioned. I'm cutting this.
Through the implementation of those priorities, the Western Cape Provincial Parliament will strengthen the mechanisms of this legislature and work towards its goals of deepening democracy. In order to ensure the successful implementation of these priorities, the Western Cape Provincial Parliament requires an efficient, skilled, and competent staff complement. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work and contributions of the WCPP staff. Each and every one of your contributions play a significant role in ensuring that the work we as members do are for the betterment and advancement of the people of our province. And I thank you for all your hard work. For the upcoming financial year, the Provincial Parliament has allocated more than 33.6 million towards the program institutional enablement. This program focuses, amongst other sub-programs, on people management. Through this allocation, there will be a renewed focus on the development and training of the Provincial Parliament staff complement in the 2023-2024 financial year. This is because the WCPP recognizes that in order for this legislature to function in a sustainable and efficient manner, the skills development training of staff members should be prioritized. The Provincial Parliament has identified some inadequacies in regards to the skill sets in its arsenal as it works towards becoming a parliament of the modern era. In order to mitigate this potential risk, the WCPP, through its workplace skills plan, continues to identify core competencies linked to individual performance, desired future skills, and organizational performance. The WCP will prioritize the reskilling of staff to meet future fit requirements. This is in addition to the WCPP learning portal. In another bid to strengthen its staff complement, the WCPP internship program, as well as the move towards expanding its pool of researchers, is welcomed. The DA commends the Provincial Parliament playing its role in contributing towards providing opportunities, skills, and employment to young people in a country ravaged by record unemployment. Deputy Speaker, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the WCPP set itself apart as an efficient and effective hybrid legislature. The planned procurement to equip and fortify IT requirements will strengthen cybersecurity, ensure software systems are in accordance with cybersecurity protocols, establish full business system integration, improve platform accessibility for members and staff, and develop engagement platforms aimed at public participation in parliamentary processes. And that is one of the departments we have to look at. We trust that these procurements will make lawmaking and public participation in the Western Cape more accessible and efficient and safe. Speaker. This year, Deputy Speaker, the Provincial Parliament will once again set itself apart from other legislatures across the country in the field of oversight. 2 ad hoc committees have been constituted to conduct important work in addressing some of the most pertinent issues facing the residents of the Western Cape. In September last year, the parties of the House unanimously agreed to establish an ad hoc committee on tuberculosis. This ad hoc committee will provide direct oversight of the medical response to the disease in Western Cape. Through the ad hoc committee, the WCPP will be empowered to advocate for budgets to be ring-fenced and reviewed to support necessary TB interventions, result in legislation being evaluated and drafted to promote TB services, allow for greater accountability over the public institutions that are responsible for the implementation of TB programs, and bring about more advocacy in communities in consultation with the civil societies and the NGOs.
The WCPP will also play a significant role in monitoring the Western Cape government's response to South Africa's energy crisis. Rolling blackouts in South Africa's biggest existential crisis, it is encouraging to see that the Western Cape Provincial Parliament has been at the forefront for setting the agenda on moving urgently on the country's energy crisis and its impact on the residents of the Western Cape. The ad hoc committee on the impact on load shedding in the Western Cape province will ensure that this House will perform greater oversight of national and provincial government institutions and expenditure where it impacts on the Western Cape province. Evaluate the implementation of regulations on the Western Cape province and allow for greater representation and inputs on Western Cape communities, civil and non-government organizations, as well as private and business institutions. Deputy Speaker, the DA welcomes the commitment made by the Premier Alan Winde that both his executive and the Provincial Energy Council will regularly report to the ad hoc committee. This House will also deal with various pieces of legislation in the financial year. We have already seen the success of the public participation process and the WCPP's capacity to host this during the public participation process of the copyright and performance protection amendment bills. Deputy Speaker, public hearings were organized in all of the province's district municipalities and included in rural and urban communities. Hearings were advertised in regional and community newspapers, and provisions were made for online submissions, among the other steps taken by the legislature. This is a progressive parliament, by the way, through you, Member Maran. I trust that this process will set the tone for all future public participation processes within the provincial parliament. The foundations have now been laid for the Western Cape Provincial Parliament to hit the ground running in getting back to basics and strengthening its mechanisms to perform oversight and represent the interests of the residents of our province. I want to thank the members of the Parliamentary Oversight Committee for all their inputs on the debate on the 2023-2024 financial year budget for the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. I trust that the inputs today have been duly noted by the Speaker and the administration. And with that, I do support, and the DA support the vote. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise the Honourable Speaker Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, let me start off by saying thank you very much to all the inputs and to all the members for their comments. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it's very difficult because Parliament and the vote is of such a nature that it affects everyone in this House. The institution of Parliament is non-political, so I'm not going to venture down that road today. As one of the key priorities of me for the remainder of this term is to build a credible and reputable institution. So all the comments I took note of. There's just one or two that I just want to highlight. I know that Honourable Kasim raised the issue about efficiency of the institution and the support provided. There is currently a survey out where I think the closing date for the survey is at the end of 30th of March. So members are encouraged to complete those surveys so that we can see where there is a need to change and need to better things. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. Not everything is where it should be. And for that reason, we need the inputs of Parliament, of the members of Parliament, because it affects all of us, regardless of political affiliations or who we represent in this House. So I encourage all members to complete that. Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much to Honourable Lecker. I'm not going to get into the merits of that ruling. I've made the ruling. I want to on record state that in order for a presiding officer to make a ruling, you need to have all these facts in front of you. And as I started off the ruling, I gave a reason why it took, I don't think it was 3 weeks, but why it took a little bit longer. And I took the members with me during that process. So I'm not going to go into the merits of it. I've ruled, and that there's other avenues where that can be challenged. Thank you very much to Honourable Lekker for her comments, and for Honourable Maseko. Thank you very much for your input, and for the Parliamentary Oversight Committee that hold us accountable regularly. So thank you very much for that. And then lastly, Deputy Speaker, I'm very happy that Honourable Lekker quoted Ingrid Jonker, because Ingrid Jonker is also baie digter baie na in my heart. So allow me an opportunity to end off with Bitter Bessie Dagbreek by Ingrid Jonker. Bitter Bessie Dagbreek, Bitter Bessie son. 'n Spieël het gebreek tussen my en hom. Soek ek na die grondpad om daar langs te draf. Oral draai die paadjies van sy woorde af. Dennebos herinneringe, Dennebos vergeet. Het ek ook verdwaal, trap ek in my leed. Papegaai bond ego, kiring my, totdat ek bedroe weer die koggel kry. Ego is geen antwoord, antwoord hy alom. Bitter Bessie Dagbreek, Bitter Bessie son. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honourable Speaker. That concludes the debate on this vote. I'm going to just give a moment for our SMT to leave. Thank you very much for being here so late. Okay. Honourable members, let's get through the 9th order of the day. Mr. Pochenpoel, you ready? Over to you.
Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters, WCPP seats.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pochenpoel. I've been informed by the Chief Whip that the Programming Authority resolved that there will be no list of speakers, and parties who wish to do so will now be afforded an opportunity to make a declaration on the report for a maximum of 3 minutes. I recognize the African National Congress. Is the ANC? Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Over to you, Honourable Lekker.
The ANC again cautiously welcomes the report of the ad hoc committee on the increase of seats in this legislature. The ANC believes in representative democracy and will uphold the right of our people to be properly represented. If the report is correct, then we should be almost doubling the number of representatives in this House. And therefore, the research suggests that we are not doing our people justice in representing them. The ANC therefore welcomes the report to increase the number of seats. However, we welcome the report cautiously because amidst the trying economic times, it may be seen to be excessive that the number of members of the House increases. Already managing a tight budget, we will be cutting the budget of frontline services in order to fund the increase of the House. The money will have to come from somewhere. The ANC is therefore suggesting that we be cautious in this approach despite the need to ensure the correct representativity of our people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Lekker. I now recognise the EFF. Honourable members.
The EFF will abstain from this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I know that the administration is on. Honourable Karma, if I can please ask you to switch your camera off. If you can hear us, your camera is on. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we may move on. I now recognise Good.
No declaration, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. I recognize the ACDP. Honourable Christians, I see you online.
Deputy Speaker, the ACDP supports the increase of the seats. We know that the population of the Western Cape has grown significantly, and therefore the people deserves proper representation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize, I know the Freedom Front Plus isn't here. They've made apologies. I recognize Al Jamar, not here. And then finally, I recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Premier, Cabinet members, and honourable members of this House. On the 15th of December 2022, the report by the Ad hoc Committee on the Western Cape Provincial Parliament seats was referred to the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters, with the purpose of making policy recommendations for the amendment of Section 13 of the Constitution of the Western Cape. This is due to the debate and concerns that the number of seats allocated to this provincial legislature over 20 years ago may no longer accurately reflect the Western Cape's population, which has grown significantly over the past 2 decades. According to Statistics South Africa, as reported in August last year, the Western Cape is the 3rd most populated province in South Africa, accounting for 11.9% of the total population. When the seat allocations for this House was first determined, the province's population stood at 3.9 million people. Today, the estimated population size of the Western Cape has nearly doubled. Having kept this in mind, and based on the report by the Ad hoc Committee, the Standing Committee made the following policy recommendations in respect of Section 13 of the Provincial Constitution and the alteration of the number of seats in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. The recommendations include adding a formula for the determination of seats, adding an upper limit for the number of seats, providing a mechanism for the determination of the number of seats, and amending the heading of the clause to reflect these recommendations. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I want to welcome the multi-party collaboration in regards to this process. The majority of political parties represented in this legislature has acknowledged the need for improved representation within this House to the benefit of the residents of the Western Cape. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the DA supports the recommendations and looks forward to engaging with all members of this House in bringing this bill to fruition. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I have to announce that there are currently 27 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. The question put before the House, WCPP, is that the report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters be adopted. Are there any objections to the report being adopted? No objections? Agreed to. Those in favour? Aye. Aye. All been adopted. So those not in favour? None. Thank you very much. I know the ayes have it. The report as is has been adopted. That concludes, honourable members, the business for the House is the business for the day. The House is now adjourned. The Secretary will end the meeting, the longest meeting I've ever had in 4 years. Thank you very much.